Reincarnated as Gotham's useless beauty. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1. After pressing save, Isaac fell into a deep sleep. He couldn't remember where he slept, maybe in front of the computer, maybe on the bed, or even on the floor. But this was a good thing. He had been suffering from splitting headaches for several days, but his mind was active and his consciousness was clear, so he couldn't use sleep to get through this period. The good news is that this is an online society. In addition to sleep, Isaac can choose to use exciting online games to give himself a short adrenaline surge and achieve the effect of blocking pain. He chose to play the strategy game Gotham for many years, and pushed the game progress with high intensity and sleepless. After many days, he finally tired his nerves, and his hand pressing the mouse loosened and fell into a sweet sleep. At least I remembered to save, Isaac thought at last. The next second, he lost consciousness. Save, a deafening word for those who have played RPGs or various text games, especially strategy-oriented game players. These players may fall into the same pit like a fool, be fascinated by the same strategy object, and be confused by the same option, but they all have a high IQ period in the game. That is, before losing their minds, they firmly press the save button. People cannot live without bread, just like players cannot lose the save button. Some players can even use the save button to play out the magical atmosphere of a spy war. If the toolbar allows, they will save the game crazily before taking each step, and conclude in their hearts that this must be a trap buried by the author. They save the game step by step, plan a shocking conspiracy in their hearts, and stage the drama of the Three Kingdoms War alone. Perhaps it can be called survival caution. In the early days of playing Gotham, Hesed used to despise this behavior. He confidently opened the game and made frank choices based on his own ideas for the various options given by the strategy game. He thought that according to his IQ, he would definitely not live so timidly. Saving is just a tool. If you take it too seriously, it means you don't take every option seriously, or you think too much and hesitate too much, said Heise, who had easily completed countless games. Most game designers will not let you take saving as more important than the game experience. As soon as he said this, his die-hard fan friend gave him a new strategy game and asked him to play it before commenting. Heise, who has read countless games, had naturally played strategy games and played them very well. In other words, no matter what kind of game it is, Heise, the king of games, can play it very well. But looking at his friend's resentful dark circles, Heise still took the game disc called Gotham and tried it, and this attempt lasted for several years. Until the recent headache, he was still working hard to promote this strategy game. It must be said that because of this game, Heise changed his impression of saving, because in his past understanding, game saving is a quick tool to get different endings. And the game Gotham seems to be telling everyone with its own game itself that saving is not a tool, but a big daddy to save your life. It has buried countless pits. The purpose is not to let you cross the pit and cheer, but to make you crawl in the dark under the pit. After loading into the game, the player will immediately face the first option, create an identity card. This is a very common option for most game players. Create a game character of your own, set the value and appearance, customize the name, and facilitate the subsequent plot. Almost every game has this initial operation. At first glance, Gotham is no different from other games in this step. It just gives an extra plot introduction. You are an experimental subject. You are the #1 experimental subject favored by Dr. X. As the first experimental subject, Dr. X is willing to give you all the best things in the world, including money, wealth, attention, and innate characteristics. As the god who created you, you can get the rewards of your birth expectations. Please create an identity card. Heise read 10 lines at a glance and finished this paragraph. He was not too vigilant at the time. The game Gotham is unknown, with almost no publicity and promotion. The response after its release did not drive public opinion. I think it has no characteristics. As a strategy game, The difficulty of this game will focus on getting along with special characters and branches. Other than that, the difficulty is not very high. Hi Shizzy is also a half-time strategy game veteran. He thought for a while and pressed save before creating the identity card. If its degree of freedom is really that high, maybe in the early stage, the name and physical attributes can be used to accelerate the increase of favorability. Then this save point can be used as a place to create different vests and explore different branches. Save successfully, please create an identity card. The design of the identity card, in addition to the name and gender settings that are required in most games, add some numerical settings that can be manipulated by the player. When the player creates the identity card, he has a common initial score of 200. And needs to allocate the initial points to the 4 spaces of Charm, Strength, Intelligence, and Virtue, to create a rough character setting. Hi Shizzy blinked. For a strategy game, there is no doubt that appearance cannot be too low. Intelligence is the same high as strategy games are popular everywhere. He was familiar with all kinds of routines, and immediately made himself an ID card of a smart little beauty, with the name and gender directly based on real life, to deepen the sense of immersion in the game. ID card 1, nickname, Hi Shizzy, Charm, 80, even the beauties in the entertainment industry can't beat your God-given beauty. Strength, 15, weak chicken physique below the normal line. Intelligence, 70, you are smarter than most ordinary people. Virtue, 35, you have a conscience, but not much. After filling in the values, the system's comments were immediately displayed. After all, it was an artificial idiot, and it commented on the high and low points used in the world with a clear attitude. It is not difficult to see the urging of the producer in the mocking words, but the problem is, there are only 200 points, and it is not easy to pull 2 items above the normal line. For some items, you have to have lower points. Therefore, according to his idea, it is best to raise the most needed attributes in the early stage, and put aside the attributes that are not useful for the time being. There is a high probability that points can be increased in the later stage of the game, and then they can be increased according to needs. So after weighing the pros and cons, a beautiful woman with outstanding appearance and superior intelligence, but weak and low morals appeared. It is somewhat like Tianji's horse racing. Hi Shizzy smiled slightly, clicked save and confirm, and continued the plot. You are born. Dr. X looked at you with appreciation, pressed the switch, and the green liquid suddenly flowed in the tank. You got fresh air. The transparent hatch opened, and according to Dr. X's operation, you walked out. Attribute inspection, according to the player Hi Shizzy's attributes. Open the branch plot. Hi Shizzy's eyes widened. Branch? He felt something was wrong. According to the normal logic of the strategy game, a plot shortly after the establishment of the identity card should be the main plot shared by all the strategy branches. In short, generally after encountering 2 or more characters, the life trajectory of the player as the protagonist will change substantially, that is, according to the identity and personality of the main character, the player's own destiny and the main strategy target will interweave to form a new route, which cannot be triggered without the strategy, commonly known as the branch line. But here, according to the plot prompts, the only person I have met is Dr. X, and it is far from the time to open the branch option. Hi Shizzy's eyes were stern. Is there an attribute requirement here to enter the main line? Although his heart was in turmoil, Hi Shizzy's hand movements did not stop, and he clicked the mouse one after another to read the next plot. You are beautiful and delicate, smart and utilitarian, and you are born to be the most eye-catching person among the crowd. Just came out of the nutrient tank. You are covered with emerald green liquid, and only a short white shirt covers your body, which makes you look more pitiful and cute. Dr. X likes your appearance very much, and he looks at you expectantly. You look up and see the white-haired old doctor and the densely packed green tanks behind him, which are all floating bodies. Your smart mind understands that you are his life's work, the masterpiece that Dr. X holds the greatest hope for, and it condenses Dr. X's life's hard work. Dr. X looks at you expectantly. He is observing you. His heart skipped a beat. He swallowed a mouthful of water, knowing that this identity card is likely to be scrapped, because he made a principled mistake. You have extraordinary beauty and wisdom. Even though you are physically weak, you still show a good posture. Dr. X talked to you for a few sentences and felt the outstanding wisdom that belongs only to beautiful women. This made him admire you very much, but he was also very disappointed. Dr. X said, "Nothing special." The computer screen suddenly darkened, and with a bang, red fonts splashed in front of you like blood, forming a large character bad ending, indicating that you played a failed ending. Bad end. Not even a CG was obtained, only the blood-red and dark screens intertwined to inform the player, you were killed by Dr. X. Heiss frowned. I was careless. He called up the save file, and the screen returned to the scene of creating the identity card again. The values were all in the initial state, quietly waiting for the player to allocate input. It was as if nothing had happened. This was the charm of save file. It could take the player back to before all the tragedies, from the stained paintings to the original pure white paper. Heiss sat up straight. This action allowed him to think more deeply. Although he had just experienced a big failure, he was not confused, but rather enlightened. I took this game too lightly, Heiss said to himself. Although it is a strategy game, this one may be mixed with elements of survival games. I should carefully read every word of the plot introduction and conduct the strategy while surviving. I ignored the word hint of experiment in the plot, which is one of my biggest mistakes. According to the nature of strategy games, the character that Heiss originally created is indeed in line with the strategy requirements. Noble people will appreciate the dignified beauty of beauties. People with low self-esteem will be cared for by people with high IQ. And even steadfast people will be shaken by the strategy that abandons conscience. Such a character is originally favored by heaven. But even such a character cannot pass the level of Dr. X. Heiss rolled the mouse and looked back at the plot introduction before creating the character card. You are Dr. X's favorite experimental subject number 1. Chapter 2. Even with just a few words, Dr. X's image can leave a very deep impression on the keen players. His personality traits are very obvious, and the hobbies reflected can be guessed. I assume this is a normal world setting. Heitz's fingers slowly tap the computer desktop, colliding with a crisp sound. He can do human experiments, and there are countless humanoid experimental subjects behind him, so obviously, Dr. X is a crazy biologist who disregards ethics and morality. So for a crazy experimenter, the most important experimental subject is obviously the one that has been injected with the most and most precious resources. So he will favor the player so much and expect the player to show what he desires. Heights whispered, but I didn't notice this. He presented Dr. X with a smart beauty. However, beauty is rare, and beauty with brains is even rarer. But this is not unique, and it does not have the embodiment of the product of the crazy experimenter's heart and soul. As a special experimental subject, Dr. X breaks the common sense and uses human experiments. What he desires to gain must also be linked to his behavior. That is, it is beyond common sense, extremely special, and the only one. In this way, it can be in line with the identity of experimental subject. Heiss has a direction for success. According to this idea, he began to fill in the attributes in an extreme direction. At the beginning, according to the concept of the experimental subject, he made a character card with both strength and beauty, and raised strength to 100, which won the praise of the artificial retard Are You the Hulk? And then raised charm to 95, and extremely stingily allocated the remaining 5 points to the remaining space. Very good. A super beauty with strength comparable to that of a giant monster. He cut into the plot again. According to the player Heisz's attributes, start the main plot. Heisz nodded happily and cut into the main plot, which shows that his conjecture and actions are valid behaviors. Dr. X looks at you. No doubt, he shows some satisfaction, facing you, a monster who can barely be called a human. You have dazzling historical superstar-level beauty, and can bring down a house with just a little finger. But you are innocent, stupid, simple-minded, and have almost zero sense of identification with the basic human worldview and ethics. You can be said to have extremely low morals. The giant monster curled up under the beautiful skin. Dr. X commented, although it did not reach the level of surpassing the world's special bodies that I expected, it is also a qualified product with no waste of materials. Dr. X's thoughts flow, and a greedy look appears on his old face, although strength is a very common feature. With extremely extraordinary strength and beauty, Dr. X pondered for a moment. You can accomplish something special, but before that, I want to measure some precise data. The screen on the computer changed, and the green nutrient tank turned into fragments and disappeared, replaced by the background image of the training ground. The empty concrete field was barely surrounded by a few iron guardrails, and in front was a dark passage. Dr. X's portrait appears under the guardrail, and the character he controls stands on the training platform and looks down at him. After measuring the static data of the body through modern instruments, the rigorous Dr. X decides to measure your dynamic muscle movements and your level of competition. I hope you won't let me down, Dr. X muttered to himself, with wrinkles around his narrow eyes. The huge and infinite strong man will only bow down to the person. This has long been verified by a stupid guy. If you are also such a stupid thing, my hard work will be like a piece of waste paper. This is simply unbearable. He spoke incoherently, which is very characteristic of a madman. But we can still barely get some key elements from it. For example, this crazy scientist put all his efforts into studying the experimental subject, just to defeat one person. That is indeed exhausting. Dr. X pressed the switch, and a tall giant man walked in. He had dull eyes and drooled, looking very unintelligent. The background music changed its slow tone, and the drum beats sounded, suddenly becoming menacing. Enter the battle stage. Please freely choose the attack method. According to the attributes of your card, you can attack at a distance according to the enemy's vulnerable parts, or use the dice to perform the charm skill. After the skill is successful, the charm depth will be judged again within 95. Get debuff. You are not smart and extremely immoral. The number of attacks is reduced to once every 2 rounds, and there is a certain probability of falling flat on the ground, and you cannot control your combat consciousness. I always feel that this game is scolding him. Although he was deeply confused, Shizzy still regrouped, put his fingers on the keyboard with vigor, and tapped according to the prompts to move and fight. Enemy number 1 has appeared. Please choose the next action. Shizzy chose to attack. A flat mosaic map immediately appeared on the screen. Based on the color of the concrete floor and the miserable long shape of the railing, he could barely distinguish that the round black head in the center of the venue, near the bottom of the screen, was his character. Opposite the black head was a beige round skull. The 2 small white lights specially marked on it told the player that this enemy number 1 inch had no hair. The original head jumped on the block map. An exclamation mark suddenly appeared above him, just like the battle wheel in a regular RPG game. Enemy number 1 inch attacked you. A white light struck the RPG figure of Highs, and the black head full of mosaic blocks trembled for a moment, and a bin-sized sweat drop slowly flowed from the top of his head. You are attacked. HP -1. Highs turned his head to look at the health value in the upper right corner. HP 99,999 100,000ths. He couldn't help but blush. The battle system of this game is a bit sloppy. This kind of damage is just a tickle to the black head, but Highs didn't take it lightly. The title of Game King is easy to say, but behind it is actually a very patient and careful real person. He strives to be at ease in front of different games and fights wits and courage with various game planners to have the confidence to be confident in the game levels. Since he has failed once in this game, he must make good use of the experience he has gained. The HP value is very high. According to the current understanding of this game, there should be a reason. As of now, Gotham has set up attribute considerations in almost every branch, such as Dr. X, and the personal operability of the battle phase. I maxed out my strength. Shizzy thought, maybe the strength here also includes pain tolerance, not just external aggression. It's your turn to fight. Please select a battle command. Regardless of the result, you still have to pass the battle level. Attack option. Attack the abdomen of enemy number 1. The real attack option is obviously more useful than the charm skill with many restrictions. The pixel black head moved his almost invisible short legs, rushed to the light head, stretched out his right-sized fist, and lightly hit the light head's vague place, which might be the abdomen. Bang! A huge sound exploded, and the game pop-up window trembled very well in accordance with the situation, as if it were a penguin's shake function. Under Hazel's gaze, the light skull was smashed into the distance, and flew back to the entrance of the black hole, like a pixel version of an intercontinental missile. A string of ellipses appeared on Dr. X's smooth head, then a heart immediately appeared. Great, your strength is completely beyond those lousy big guys, Dr. X praised happily. Maybe even that person can't surpass your strength. I have to train you well. Let's continue training. Let me see more of your talents, my carefully trained number one. Dr. X tremblingly took out the pixel block that seemed to be a remote control, and pressed down with his short fingers. From the hole not far away, a tall figure appeared again. However, this time there was more than one. Enemy number 2 inches appeared. Please choose the next action. Enemy number 3 inches appeared. Please choose the next action. Enemy number 4 inches appeared. Please choose the next action. Almost a row of giant muscular men, with stupid faces and dull expressions, stood in front of the small pixel black skull. Defeat them. Dr. X presses the remote control again and gives you an order. These muscular guys, although they look stupid, their tendon muscles and huge bodies can bring endless fear to any normal person. What's more terrifying is that at the moment the remote control was pressed, the dull eyes of the big guys suddenly flashed with the fierceness of choosing someone to devour, like a group of hungry wolves attracted by the flesh and blood that suddenly appeared in front of them. Greedy and fierce. In Hashizi's eyes, that is a group of light heads occupying 2 pixel grids, rushing towards the pitiful little black head. Is this really a strategy game? Is there such a strategy game that keeps going through the battle round? It's not an exaggeration to say that it is a war preparation and development game. Hashizi quickly mobilized his limbs to prepare and counterattack skills. He quickly tapped the keyboard, and even the mouse was pressed by him. His hands almost danced out after images in a short time, and he barely repelled all the opponents. When the last enemy number 14 fell, the shrill laughter sounded again. Great, great. Dr. X was ecstatic. He thought that he had achieved a good level in terms of force. He was really an excellent scientist. He thought so. Maybe we can accomplish something big together and solve that person. By then, all the guys in Gotham will look up to us. Dr. X grinned. However, we still have to be fully prepared before taking action. This is the difference between me and those guys. I am not like those reckless fools. Haha. He took out the pixel remote control again. A dark crowd emerged from the hole, marching in a stiff pace. Although the display screen was a bunch of pixel skulls, the dense visual effect brought people a sense of oppression. Look at your face. Look, it's so beautiful, Dr. X said. I must have something else to give you. Show me all your skills. Let me see your final, real ability. Chapter 3. Haste silently put his fingers back on the keyboard and saved a game. He didn't have time to complain about the various things wrong with this game. Faced with the battle button and still sufficient HP value, his brain worked quickly to think about how to pass the battle level. The enemy is howling and rushing towards you. Please choose the next action. Stab. Select the weak point of the human body in seconds. Accelerate and move to dodge. With the blessing of 100 strength, Hashizi can use a variety of methods to attack in addition to the up, down, left and right keys. But these almost the same damages that it is like the strength of a meteorite. Choosing various methods to stack attacks is just to avoid the loss of HP. Muscular men continue to pour out of the cave. These people actually do not cause much damage to the character's HP. It is more appropriate to say that they are tickling. But the annoying thing is that there is no end to this battle round, and the game does not provide any props to replenish blood. And this damn judgment is particularly concerned about the value. In order to accumulate physical strength, Hashizi carefully manipulates the character to crawl and roll, and eliminates one big man after another while conserving physical strength. Among them, according to Dr. X's prompt, he even tried the charm skill. According to the system's prompt, the character with a charm value of 95 corresponds to a peerless beauty in reality. After the charm skill is released, The impact on the enemy is not low, but these big men are not very smart. They are covered in sweat and dirt, and there are many of them. There are extremely uniform brain scars on their bald heads, and the pinhole scars left on their skin are even more dense. Obviously, the one who can make them suffer such special injuries so consistently is most likely the mad scientist who can control them with the remote control. Dr. X, who is keen on doing experiments on human bodies. A group of mad dogs with brain trauma and obeying the orders of the old man may be a little stagnant about beauty, but this is not enough to fight against the chip device in the brain. Change the attack option to the charm skill. The stagnation time after the skill is successful slowly increases with the number of times it is used, but it is only extended from 2 seconds to 5 seconds. Ha 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 ha. Dr. X grinned. I knew it. I knew it. You have some ability. Number 1, not just an ordinary strongman. Under my creation, you have special powers, although you are still very weak now. I will help you. Dr. X showed a proud look in his eyes. I have a lot of this kind of junk. Let you practice more. If you continue like this, what will Poison Ivy be? You will be stronger than her. Chirp. Quack. It's really noisy. Hazel closed the plot window indifferently, and was about to kick the 30th big man away. The game pop-up window trembled like epilepsy again, and Dr. X's chirping voice stopped abruptly, replaced by a piercing sound of breaking the door. Boom boom. The pixel screen cooperated with the false white smoke that seemed to be in the Orange X game, and the big men stopped attacking. A dark figure jumped out from the corner of the training ground. The fighting hands were suddenly freed. Take a closer look at the figure. The screen image has not yet changed from pixel mosaic back to normal 2D image. Hess stared wide-eyed, and could only see 2 pointed cat ears and a handsome cape that took up half of the pixel grid. The cape is indeed a pretentious thing. Even a pixel man with a cape will give people a surprisingly handsome feeling. With the bouncing sound effect, a bead of sweat appeared on Dr. X's head, and he jumped and yelled in place. It's you, Dr. X said loudly. Why did you find this place? Why? A period icon appeared on the top of the pointy-eared pixel man's head. Question mark said, Edward, you may have forgotten him. Perhaps the plot has not yet reached the point where the identity of the pointy ears is revealed, and the plot bar replaced the pointy ears with 3 question marks. The name Edward caused a special attack on Dr. X. Dr. X obviously knew who Edward was, and also knew what the pointy-eared man's meaning was. Steam began to come out of his pixel head, and it became more and more, almost turning into a steam engine. Steam engine pressed the remote control. Countless big men abandoned Heist and rushed towards the pointy-eared man. The pointy-eared man immediately threw out a black object with a thin long line. The black object quickly pierced the wall with the line, and then tied up the big men with the line under the man's cleverness. The sound of the door closing in the cave in the distance also came, as if another person was operating the mechanism to stop the gate from entering continuously. Question mark smile. The silent gaze of the pointy-eared man became the best mockery posture for Dr. X. Dr. X held the remote control stiffly. His portrait had gray hair on his temples and a weak body. The most energetic part of his body was his burning eyes, and he was not good at fighting in the rest of the body. In terms of physical fitness, he really looked like an ordinary old man. Dr. X knew, of course, that he was powerless and it was only a matter of time before he was captured by that person. This was his last chance. A red cross appeared on the head of Dr. X's pixelated man, and the wrinkles on his forehead were almost knotted. The pixel man pressed the remote control again. Dr. X orders you, stop him, kill him. Number 1, order me? Heist was stunned, and then saw the plot prompt box pop up immediately. Question mark appears. Please choose the next action. Enter the final battle round. Dr. X is very afraid of, and you, who belong to Dr. X, cannot escape its control. There is no doubt that you must do your best to defeat and realize Dr. X's ultimate expectation of you. Heist's fingers did not move, and the mouse did not move, but on the screen, the black-headed man has automatically moved forward, took a few steps, and walked in front of the pointy-eared man. Question mark smile and ellipsis appeared above the pointy-eared man's head. He did not do anything to the black-headed man, that is, Heiss's Pixel Man. He just stayed there silently, from the screen looking down. Only a pair of pointy ears can be seen. The rest of the exposed face is wrapped in black, making it impossible to know this person's current mood. According to real knowledge, the pointy-eared man might be sizing him up, Shizzy thought. But this is just a game. Maybe the inaction of the pointy-eared man here is just a plot point where it is not his turn to act yet. You cannot escape. You can only attack/charm. Please select the skill, since it is the battle round. Then of course continue to attack, facing the guy who is obviously the boss battle of the final level. Shizzy did not dare to be careless. He carefully observed the pointy-eared man, and tentatively rushed to the side, trying to massage the pointy-eared man's waist. But the pointy-eared man is worthy of being a big boss. The Pixel Man dodged the attack of the blackhead with a light flash. In the following several attack attempts, Shizzy chose the vulnerable parts of the human body, and tried his best to rely on his super strong physical fitness to knock people away with high speed and huge force. But he failed completely. Although the pointy-eared man never faced the battle head-on, he could dodge the rough moves with a few light hand raises and twists. This guy, Heiss muttered, maybe he's a master of personal skills. After a few moves, a paragraph of words appeared on the top of Pointy-Ear's head. Your moves are very crude? You don't know how to fight at all, but you do know where to attack. As soon as Pointy-Ear's words came out, red angry hash marks appeared on the top of Dr. X's head, like a red tomato, as if he was very dissatisfied with Pointy-Ear's action of talking to the character. What the hell are you doing? Number 1. Dr. X shouted loudly. You didn't even hit him with a single punch. What on earth do you do for a living? I told you to kill him quickly. After his words appeared, Heiss's combat wheel had several more places to attack Pointy-Ear's body parts, and each of them was marked on the fatal part of the human body, as if responding to Dr. X's words. But these attacks were still easily resolved by Pointy-Ear's, and he even had the time to ask questions to the character. The physiological characteristics belong to minors? You are still conscious, right? The plot gave Heiss a pop-up window, where he could input words to answer the plot's questions. Not inputting words would be a waste of rare plot points, but what words should be input to answer the other party's questions is a point worth considering. Heiss glanced at Dr. X. He was obviously standing on the opposite side of the line to protect Dr. X. Logically, he should be cold and stern to his opponent, fully showing his position, inspiring his fighting will, and also winning over his own members. But Dr. X is obviously not a good person. He was reckless in conducting human experiments and crazy training grounds, and he disdained human life. Just these few points showed that Dr. X was not a good person, and naturally he was not a guy from the light camp. Heiss didn't like him very much. On the contrary, the pointed-eared man on the opposite side did not kill a group of enemy strong men, and he was cautious and steady in treating him, and even asked about his mental state with a hint of concern. Instead, he gave people an infinite sense of security. Heiss didn't want to be completely hostile to him, but according to the logic of the game, he couldn't openly make friends with Pointy-Ears under Dr. X's nose, because that would obviously hurt Dr. X's fragile heart. He hesitated, like doing Tai Chi, and typed a string of ellipses in the pop-up window. But this string of ellipses undoubtedly revealed a lot. Pointy-Ears seemed to have confirmed something, stopped dodging, and turned to counterattack with a neat move. As expected of a master of physical skills, he quickly resolved Heiss's embarrassing moves, and in an instant he flashed behind Heiss and pinned him to the ground. What are you doing? Dr. X yelled. Get up and punch him. Quick, you loser. Weren't you very good just now? Puffs of smoke came out of Dr. X's head, and he was about to explode with anger. The character's body was controlled, and the attack option turned gray. Heiss frowned, and in the last round of action options, he struggled to choose charm. The dice was rolled successfully, with a score greater than 50, but the pointy-eared man controlled him calmly as if nothing had happened, and even tied up Heiss's hands with a rope and clasped them behind his back. The resistance value of the target is higher than the score, so the skill fails to be used. You are subdued by? Lose the action turn, and enter the side story. The pointy-eared man took out a rope and tied up Heiss's Pixel Man with his hands behind his back, so that he could only lie on the ground like a rag doll. Obviously, the Pixel Man should be a strong man, and a rope is no problem, but it is obviously not an ordinary rope, and Heiss was forced into the story. He loosened his hands holding the mouse and subconsciously looked at the time. Now it has been less than 15 minutes since the beginning of the game, and he has entered the second side story. The dialogue bar keeps flashing characters, and the pixel people in the game pop-up window are still going through the story. Quickly approaching Dr. X. This shouldn't be. You are obviously my final, painstaking work, Dr. X said, but obviously, he is talking nonsense? It has come to him, grabbing Dr. X's arm like a branding iron. Dr. X's counterattack by swinging left and right is like the tiny movement of a mosquito before it dies. Not worth mentioning. Dr. X is caught. Dr. X has no way to retreat. Dr. X does not want to be caught. He chooses to fight for the last time. Dr. X roars at you. 001. Choose the final mode. Kill him. The black-headed man tied with ropes kicked his legs, but still failed to break free. He rolled on the ground like a captured poodle, harmless, but he still struggled, rolling several times in the direction of Dr. X and the pointed ears, and then boom. The picture shook violently, and the cheap smoke special effects instantly covered the entire screen. You are a loyal machine, contributing your short life to Dr. X's chance to escape, even if the price is to blow up all your flesh and blood. But there is no doubt that you are just a machine with an extremely short human consciousness. You died from self-explosion. Bad end. Chapter 4. Tick. The minute hand moved forward 1 tick, making a crisp sound. He didn't need to look at the wall clock to know the current time, because 1 minute before the minute hand moved, he was still checking the time because he was forced to enter the side story, and the next minute, his game pop-up window returned to the original game screen, and he got a failed ending. He opened a can of Coke, drank the cold liquid and manipulated the mouse to enter the game save again. After the carbonated drink went into his stomach, Hishes felt his mind was clearer. He sorted out his thoughts and chose to enter the save of the final battle round. Before fighting with pointy ears, he saved the file as usual. The familiar battle music sounded, and the familiar pixel map also appeared in the field of vision. Pointy ears stood in front of Blackhead, and Dr. X's head bulged with red tic-tac-toe. Enter the final battle round. Dr. X is very afraid of, and you, who belong to Dr. X, cannot get rid of its control. There is no doubt that you must do your best to defeat and realize Dr. X's ultimate expectation of you. The familiar plot prompts also appeared in front of him again, and Hishes put his hands back on the keyboard and mouse. He had a clear purpose. I have to figure out whether the reason for my failure was that I couldn't beat the final boss, or what I did wrong again. You can't be bothered when playing a game that requires you to pass levels. Heiss tried his best to use his limited combat skills to follow Dr. X's instructions to defeat the pointy-eared man. Failed in the battle. After countless experiments, the blood-red font still appeared in front of him. The following plot was exactly the same, and the character went uncontrollably to the end of self-destruction and death. This ending seemed to be destined. Even in one of the attempts, the character had almost touched the corner of the pointy-eared man's clothes and was about to throw him up. The pointy-eared man could also react with incredible movements and throw him over his shoulder. Then he tied him up with a long rope. I can't defeat this NPC. Heiss clearly realized this fact. From the many games he has played, this situation is rare, but it is not a particularly abnormal situation. According to his judgment, this pointy-eared man is very likely to be an invincible plot-killing NPC. Heath's game skills are already better than most people. If the game wants players to take this route to defeat pointy ears, then there shouldn't be such a difficult NPC. He even rewinds to the previous saves, starting from the initial big man to practice character skills, and even the conversation with Dr. X at the beginning. But without a doubt, he will encounter pointy ears and fall at his feet. You die from self-explosion. Bad end. This is the 47th time he has tried. Heath stopped checking the trial and error operation. There is no point in wasting energy like this. He returned to the save file for creating the character. and the blank character card was waiting for his input. This route can't be taken. I must have missed the necessary conditions. As long as it is the save file of this super powerful beauty, no matter what you do, you will uncontrollably move towards the self-explosion ending. Heath fell into deep thought. He was not depressed and decadent. On the contrary, the extremely challenging game aroused his endless passion. The blank character card stayed on the screen. Heath exited and checked the game Introduction of Gotham, a strategy game for all sexual orientations. The game introduced it like this. In the second round, the super beauty received this evaluation. The giant monster curled up under the beautiful skin. Dr. X commented, "Although it did not reach the level of surpassing the world's special bodies that I expected, it is also a qualified product without wasting materials." And what Dr. X hoped for was a monster that transcended mortals. Hazel blinked. He thought that he probably knew what kind of character card he should create. Please create an identity card. Under the urging of the system, he put all his points into the charm column, leaving no points. The zeros displayed in other items were particularly glaring, but this made the full value of charm even more eye-catching. Charm 200. Click on the confirmation on the character card, and a new character card is created at the same time. You are born. Attribute detection. Charm? Question mark of %#. The charm value is hidden, and the specific value and comments become a logical garbled code. A new plot also appears on the screen. Black hair, black eyes, fair skin, extremely rough clothing, but still can't hide the stunning, extreme beauty that can take away eyes forever. You are the embodiment of the world's extreme beauty. You are born with evil and chaos. Your beauty can make greedy people covet, let good people fall. You are the pinnacle of beauty in the world. Countless people will be crazy for you, spy on you and capture you, sprouting unlimited possession, but they are not evil dragons. So, devouring your flesh and blood and accompanying them forever will be the supreme enjoyment in the world. The hash and fragments obtained by Dr. X have made his best monster masterpiece in his life. He has no regrets in this life. Enter the real main line. He succeeded. As the new plot unfolds, Dr. X appears in front of him again, but this hateful old man is no longer the high-handed, arrogant face. He fell from the altar of self-proclaimed creator. After his eyes touched the character, unspeakable greed and desire appeared on his ugly face. He really changed his attitude. Dr. X looks at you with admiring eyes. Gotham. The tall buildings stand tall, and the dark night makes the red and green interweaving on the streets more conspicuous. The noisy entertainment venues are still crowded, and passers-by on the street shrug their shoulders and walk away quickly. This is a luxurious entertainment venue, but it may also be a playground for evil people in the dark. The cold wind drives the cloak to float back and forth, and the tall figure blends into the darkness. The tights wrap around his strong and powerful body, and the pointed horns on his head like ears indicate his identity. Batman. He stood alone in the tall building, staring at the gloomy alley below, as if he was watching something, or perhaps waiting for something. The sound of footsteps broke the silence and came from behind. Batman turned sideways and saw a familiar young figure, with a red top and green shorts, and a flamboyant cloak also swaying in the wind. This is his assistant, Robin. Robin approached him, his tense face unable to conceal his hidden excitement. According to Edward's identification, the bewitched people were found, and they started to act. What Robin said was a recent major missing person case in Gotham. According to the information obtained by the police and Batman's personal investigation, this missing person case is unusual, and the number of victims has exceeded an extremely terrifying number. It is worth noting that a certain proportion of the missing people are adult males, and the rest include any other types of humans, regardless of gender, age or status. There is reason to suspect that this is related to the private abduction of people to establish an illegal army. However, the police were at a loss. There was no sign before the missing people disappeared. It was difficult to find too many similarities between them except for adult males, and the reason for the disappearance was still unknown. It was impossible to sit and wait for people to disappear one by one. Batman and Robin investigated Edward, the helper of the real murderer behind the scenes, and got the information from him. A crazy geneticist who is obsessed with something, eager to make a big move. Robin commented lightly, "It's a very old-fashioned reason." "But it works," Batman said coldly. "Stay alert." They set off and quickly moved to the point they investigated. Under a trash can in an alley, there is a long staircase hidden, which eventually leads to a secret passage to the laboratory. Dim lights flickered on the road, occasionally illuminating the damp walls and stone floors. Along the way, there are infrared devices and surveillance cameras that are essential for mad scientists, densely placed on the necessary roads, enough to discourage ordinary people. But Batman and Robin are not ordinary people. Based on the preparations, they almost easily sneaked into the underground, passed through the dense defenses, and reached the secret underground laboratory. The closer they get to the confident position, the closer they are to the Mad Doctor's distant vision. The mottled and turbid soil gradually disappeared, replaced by silver steel representing advanced technology, and the breath of technology spread little by little in the heart of the intruder. Outside the laboratory, there were common utensils and daily necessities, including many daily necessities that only giants could use. The smell of potions was very strong. "Maybe this guy also wants to make some giants," Robin murmured as he looked at Batman. Batman's expression was hidden under the mask and the darkness. Even from Robin's perspective, he could only see his tight and strong chin and the corners of his mouth that were pulled down in indifference. But Robin knew that Batman definitely understood what he meant. A long time ago, there were guys who didn't know how to live or die, who created senseless and fierce giants, trying to use these tools to put Batman to death and achieve their own goals. And those giants had already lost their minds, and the result of their relentless pursuit was that they were led to the top of the tower by Batman and fell down. But the number of people involved in this incident was not comparable to that incident. If the underground really built an extremely large army of giants as they thought, Robin could imagine that it would be a very difficult and hard battle. With the worst assumption in mind, they moved quickly to the center of the laboratory. Going deeper into the more intimate areas, they saw the hopes put into practice by the owner of the underground laboratory. Dark green nutrient solution and potion, blood-stained operating tables, fainted humans floating in nutrient tanks, transparent infusion tubes piercing their flesh and blood, like pigs and mutton displayed on shelves, waiting to be slaughtered. Robin compared their faces and identified some of them. These are the missing people. But the number is wrong. There are far more missing people than here. Batman looked down at the nutrient tanks displayed in the entire large room. Maybe they are somewhere else, Robin guessed. These are some people here, and maybe there are another group of people who are used as guinea pigs. According to Edward's previous confession, the two roads that will branch off from this laboratory will lead to completely different areas. They chose to split into two groups. Robin checked the one with experimental subjects, and Batman went to the other alone. Edward said groggily in his confession, "The place that road leads to can only be entered by that guy himself. I have never been there, but I am not stupid. I have some guesses. That may be the final experimental base of this madman, which is also his hometown." In Edward's words, Dr. X is a somewhat typical but also somewhat special character. He asked Edward to help him provide a steady stream of supplies and occupy a huge space under Gotham to use the supplies for experiments. But he just looked down on simple human body modification. What he liked to talk about most was to create monsters of another spiritual level that surpassed human body modification. This is also the reason why Batman and Robin were half believing and half doubting the speculation of the Giant Legion. As the guardian of Gotham, Batman has seen many monsters. He has no tenderness or fantasy for inhuman monsters. If he can save them, he will naturally do his best. If he cannot save the monster's sanity, Batman gathered his thoughts. The steel cast gate stood in front of him. Chapter 5, Successfully created a monster. Dr. X had never felt this so clearly, although he had never doubted the fact that he would meet the monster he created since the step of designing the experiment, and he had indeed carried out every step of the experiment. He still couldn't help but have such a feeling after finally meeting this monster. In front of him was a monster. The monster stared at Dr. X with his shiny black eyes, with soft white skin, slightly upturned eyes, eyelashes like bird wings, and a slender and thin body. The monster was covered in white clothes, like a magnificent abyss barely disguising its strength with white cloth. Dr. X was unconscious. He only had time to use his remaining consciousness to retract his greedy eyes, pinching his palms with his fingers, and the skin tissue was almost pierced by his round nails. The remaining pain called for his leadership as the designer of the experiment. Only in this way could he barely suppress his inexplicable and sudden greed and love. The monster still stared at Dr. X. He seemed to be unaware of Dr. X's little move. He stared at the other person with cold and indifferent eyes, without any vivid emotion. At this moment, it was more like the eyes of a delicate doll than a human. Dr. X instinctively felt a little fear. Although he avoided the other person's sight, goosebumps still appeared on his neck involuntarily. The irrepressible love rose up with the cold sight, just like falling in love with a poisonous snake wrapped around his neck. But then, instead of physical desire and fear, what rose in Dr. X's heart was the ecstasy of reason. It was so right. If even he, as a creator, could be fooled so easily, wouldn't it be a piece of cake to deal with others? Once he thought of it this way, the old man felt elated. He seemed to have seen himself standing at the top of the darkness and the biological world. The guys who mocked him in the past had to stand under the stage and applaud with red ears. What a wonderful scene. He couldn't think of it for too long. As a scientist, his rigorous instinct and endless love made him unable to control himself and shift his gaze and all his thoughts to his outstanding work. And his monster stood quietly. When he was silent, the boy was dressed in white, like an angel with brilliant light but pure and white on the mural. Dr. X lowered his voice unconsciously. "Good boy, come with me. We have to change places." The boy looked straight at Dr. X. The monster had no objection and quietly let Dr. X lead him away, leaving the nest where he was born. His soft flesh and blood body stepped on the cold metal floor, and his steps were a little messy. But soon, the legs and feet of the two human bodies learned Dr. X's posture and walked more and more fluently in the world. They left the central incubator, followed the metal passage, passed through multiple branch laboratories, and finally arrived at the office where Dr. X's ambition was brewing, also known as the core laboratory. The building made of special materials has excellent sound insulation. Whether it is the whispered conversation between Dr. X and the boy, or the loud roar of the huge humanoid monster behind the branch laboratory, they are all hidden under the thick walls. In the branch laboratory, there are secret passages all facing one direction. That is Dr. X's Coliseum. Research products need to be evaluated in many aspects, and the Coliseum was originally an important part of Dr. X's preparation for the trial level of the little monster. In his original idea, he would place the research product in the Coliseum, open the connecting gates between the branch laboratories and the Coliseum to provide a continuous and adjustable super-large physical fitness test site. The monster is likely to have super physical fitness. This is his original idea and is also regarded as the most important level. He will pay special attention to the physical fitness display of the research product, and record the opponent's various limb data and combat intensity. This will be extremely important test data, but it is not important now. Dr. X forcibly suppressed the corners of his mouth that kept trembling and trying to rise, and his eyes were already uncontrollably glued to the boy's thin back. This was the 4th minute he had spent with the boy. The love that could no longer be suppressed kept rushing into his head, like a flood. All kinds of sticky and dark thoughts grew in his heart. A sense of guilt and dark possessiveness began to emerge in his thoughts and various plans. Dirty thoughts naturally flowed out like muddy water in a swamp on a rainy day. It was natural for muddy water to stick to rain boots, and the brain began to become natural. These dirty thoughts were indeed from my own thoughts. The darkness led him to think so and led him to move forward into the abyss. His bulging eyes locked on the boy's white neck. The grand vision began to be stained by muddy water. Dr. X had strange ideas. His thoughts on the experimental subjects, from the initial mechanical indifference and expectations, gradually developed in the direction of more personal desires. Possessiveness took root in his heart. Even if it hurt the boy himself, he wanted to get closer to him and attributed it to love and redemption. However, this love was not love in the secular sense. and redemption was just his own entertainment. Putting dark thoughts closer to beautiful words was the best excuse for himself. However, if this line of thought continued to develop, it would obviously develop in a worse direction. Perhaps it would turn from a small puddle into a dark pool of mud. However, before he could continue thinking, a sound suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Ding! A crisp sound, the sound of their body hitting the metal door, followed by a special silence. Dr. X, who was particularly concerned about the boy, immediately pulled out of his thoughts and looked at the movement in front. The little monster stood silently in front of the metal door of the core laboratory. His bare feet just hit the solid directly, leaving a large area red, so he stopped and stared at Dr. X stiffly. Dr. X clicked his tongue, entered his fingerprint, and opened the door of the core laboratory. The boy immediately moved freely, as if he was supposed to be in this laboratory. He walked in quickly, looked left and right, and even tried to do something. Dr. X held down his arm and said, "Stop it." The ambiguous thoughts were slightly reduced. He finally looked at his masterpiece with some clarity. It was extremely beautiful, but hidden under the beautiful shell was perhaps a young and dull baby. Dr. X could not tell with his naked eyes how much consciousness the masterpiece had left, nor could he confirm the specific condition of this little monster. This allowed him to fully restrain his possessiveness and private feelings. "You are actually interested in a piece of white paper that bumps into your feet when you walk?" He couldn't help but laugh at himself. "This skin is really amazing." The little monster's hand was held down, and he could only stare at Dr. X's old face with blank eyes. Dr. X clearly saw that even though he used very little force, the little monster's white arm was pressed with dark red marks. The physical appearance is in very poor condition. He dragged the little monster's arm and pressed him on the cold operating table. The little monster could hardly keep his balance with one hand. He was thrown under the blazing operating light almost staggeringly. He blinked uncomfortably and saw the silver-white knife lighting his physiological tears, and the cold look of Dr. X. The middle-aged and elderly man in a white coat hunched his back and bent his waist. His palm, which was so old that his veins were bulging, tightly grasped the scalpel. He moved slowly down along the cheek of the boy on the bed, to his neck, to his chest and abdomen, and finally slid to his thin wrist. He stopped at the place where the veins on his wrist were throbbing. The warm touch danced on his fingertips, and he was so vivid that he didn't look like an experimental subject who had just left the nutrient tank. "Good boy." Dr. X narrowed his eyes and whispered softly, "Let me get to know you well." He raised the knife. "Should I say it?" Robin on the other end of the communicator muttered. "This is much bigger than I thought." Now I am sure he is going to make a giant army. In front of Robin appeared a nutrient tank carrying countless experimental subjects. The green light reflected on the ground through the tank, inexplicably creating a weird and mysterious atmosphere. When Robin approached the nutrient tanks, he confirmed that they were almost all ordinary humans whose muscles had been transformed into alien bodies. The culprit was undoubtedly the nutrient tubes connecting the human muscles. When he explored the back, more sufficient evidence emerged. The large venue connecting several laboratories was hidden behind the iron door. Even if he didn't enter the door to check, he could clearly understand that it was used for the arena. Robin searched everywhere, recalling Edward's confession, and barely found the control center. Unfortunately, but not unexpectedly, these switches require special passwords. Batman confirmed, "If it is a way without using a password, can you open it?" "If you mean to smash this damn iron door with one punch, then I'm sorry, I can't." Robin waved at the almost useless switches, "But if you can give me some bombs, I can blow up the arena." Batman, "Great, then you can find the bombs yourself." "Wait." Robin scratched his head and actually stated his thoughts seriously. "If we can create some chaos, for example, if someone uses the equipment here, according to the design of the switches here, I may be able to take this opportunity to replace his right to use it." Batman repeated his words, "Create chaos." "But this is a rare opportunity." Robin shook his head, a mature expression still showing on his young and tender face. "Maybe I should find Edward and let him spit out something more. He has already vomited very cleanly in his mouth." "Then it depends on you, Bat. I'll find a way to take these people away." Robin crossed his arms and looked up and down at the structure of the entire laboratory. Chapter 6. Are you sure this is a strategy game? Hayes opened a small chat window from the desktop and asked a friend who recommended this game to him with doubt. The friend's avatar was gray and had not been online for a long time. He did not respond for a while, so he was the only one asking in the conversation window. Hayes was not in a hurry. He closed the chat window and turned his attention back to the game interface. When the chat window was closed, the game interface was still trying to play the plot. It's incredible. In the laboratory full of experimental supplies, Dr. X stood in front of the protagonist's operating table and repeated this sentence for an unknown number of times. What was displayed was a pixel man with exclamation marks constantly popping out of his head. Perhaps such descriptions and actions can make the viewer feel cute, but as long as the eyes glance around, such behavior and words will immediately cast a terrifying atmosphere. In the room full of experimental instruments, in addition to the protagonist lying on the operating table and Dr. X in front of the table, there was a bag of medical protective bags on the ground. The bag was bulging, as if it contained a living creature or meat. The bag was tightly tied, but the whole bag fell to one side. In the hand of the pixelated Dr. X, who had an exclamation mark on his face, was holding a sharp scalpel. People who were not aware of the situation would have all kinds of associations with this picture, but the player Hayes, who witnessed the whole process, could only remain silent with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Questions popped up in his little head again. Is this really a strategy game? He subconsciously clicked to check the chat window again, but the friend on the other side of the social software still did not give a reply, and the chat window was silent and gray. Dr. X in the game window held the handle of the knife, and an exclamation mark appeared above his head again. If this is really a pure strategy game, Hayes sighed, it's probably an unusual work. He stared at the protective bag on the ground in the game, thinking that maybe it was a game that could only be played with an age limit. Not long ago, the bag was empty and neatly placed in the disinfection cabinet. After a few minutes, the species separated from the flesh and blood were pressed into the bag by the scalpel. It's incredible, Dr. X's pixel man continued to say, and then he finally made a new move. He put down the scalpel. A few minutes ago, the scalpel was picked up by the same hand, and the sharp blade cut the boy, who was slightly fragile under the blazing light. The moment the knife light touched the body, blood naturally gushed out, becoming a dazzling red on the game interface. However, strangely, this blood red did not flow naturally. Instead, it twisted and quickly formed a meat-like object, struggling to wriggle on the chopping board. New creatures are born from your flesh and blood. This is part of the game plot. Hayes saved the game in advance and did not act rashly for a while, but observed Dr. X's many actions with a cold eye. It was not until the wriggling flesh and blood was born, Dr. X quickly tore off the protective belt and threw the still rapidly growing meat into it, that Hayes clicked the mouse in shock. He clicked the mouse and clicked the bag. The bag showed a description font. You can sense a familiar smell in the bag. As the words appeared on the bag, the pixel man suddenly sat up from the bed and reached out to the protective bag. Generally speaking, clicking on an item to display instructions is a common form of RPG games. But this game seems to link viewing instructions with the game character himself, so Hayes's character showed a strange action of suddenly sitting up, suddenly reaching out to the direction of the bag. It can be said that this design will make players feel more involved, but in a game with a high degree of freedom, it looks a bit like artificial mental retardation. After all, before the pixel man opened the bag, Dr. X naturally pushed him back to the operating table. The operation is not yet completed. Dr. X warned you. Where are you going? This simple act of cutting the body cannot be considered as surgery at all. Dr. X didn't know this. He was probably reminded by this action, and immediately fiddled with the handcuffs on the operating table and locked the pixel man with a clang. When Hayes clicked on the item again, he could only see repeated instructions. The pixel man on the bed followed the mouse, but was handcuffed and looked like he was waving in the air. It was really a bit stupid. A new dialog box popped up above Dr. X's head. What are you doing? What are you doing? Dr. X, wearing a white coat, said, frowning, with layers of hair on his head that were almost knotted, and the traces of time were always exposed on his face. Compared with his old age, the boy on the operating table was full of youthful and tender breath. Hidden under the eyes of scientific research was his greedy eyes. While examining the condition of the boy's muscles, he was full of selfish thoughts. This should not be the behavior of a top biologist. This crossed the line. The light of the scalpel had intertwined with the red on his hand not long ago. This cruel act was not inconsistent with the selfish thoughts in his heart. The selfish thoughts in his heart were not normal care and sympathy, but the embodiment of his dirty thoughts. He classified these as love, which was not recognized by any normal person. It was a ridiculous self-directed and self-acted behavior. It would be more straightforward to say that it was greed. The so-called scientist thinking reminded him of his dark thoughts and made him focus on the research process rather than his personal selfish thoughts. But the desire in his heart was too deep. Fortunately, the cut flesh and blood immediately began to wriggle and grow after leaving its mother body, and kept churning under his hands. This surprised even Dr. X, who was prepared, and made him sober up. Monster. This is a monster. He subconsciously followed the countermeasures in his memory, threw the sticky lump into the protective bag, and then tied it tightly. And now, after putting down the scalpel, the coolness definitely faded from his hands, and the warm touch beside his legs became more obvious. The protective bag was drooping against Dr. X's legs. Although there was no movement on the surface, it was visibly expanding and dilating, and the area of contact with his legs was getting larger and larger. Just like in response, the little monster on the operating table was still waving his limbs, knocking against the cold bed. Dr. X looked up coldly, sizing up his actions, and asked again, "What are you doing?" The little monster seemed to have sensed something, and the amplitude of his hands and feet struggling became smaller, and he looked in his direction slowly. The little monster didn't speak. The laboratory seemed to fall into a strange silence, with only the sound of the bed hitting the ground and the bag beside the legs rubbing against the ground. Dr. X and the little monster stared at each other for a while before he could see something from the pair of black pupils. The little monster had a pair of extremely clear and clean eyes. When he opened his eyes wide and looked at people, he was like a cold spring in the mountains with a pool of clear water, so clear that people could see everything contained in it. Coupled with his delicate face and thin body wrapped in white clothes and white pants, standing in front of such a little monster, one would probably have the illusion of meeting an angel who is not tainted by the world. Such a beautiful person, but his limbs are tightly bound by handcuffs on the operating table, and his white wrists are stained with rust and dust from the handcuffs, which adds a sense of taboo. But that's not all. This delicate little monster is still struggling on the operating table with his hands and feet, but his hands and feet are tightly handcuffed, so he struggles for a long time, like a dog who can't swim and turns over his white belly to swim on his back, with a stupid and naive posture. A guy who looks like a beautiful woman suddenly learns to swim on his back on the bed without warning. This action doesn't look very smart. Doing mechanical backstroke movements, his dull eyes look at Dr. X with empty eyes. Dr. X kicked the protective bag on the ground with his toe. "You want this, Dot?" The little monster was still silent, but his backstroke movements gradually slowed down. Dr. X then stepped on the bag, slowly bent down, pulled open the drawstring, and exposed a small opening of the protective bag. The protective bag had stretched to a considerable size at this time. It was no longer an empty piece of meat, but a large mass with distinct joints. The protective bag, which was not very big, was bulging. Dr. X knew something. He was prepared in his heart, so he tore open the bag as calmly as possible and looked inside. In the bag, where light could hardly penetrate, a dark black and pale white appeared from the small opening. Black and white. It was a pair of eyes. A pair of eyes appeared out of thin air from the bag and met Dr. X's inquiring eyes. Sure enough, Dr. X's heart inevitably jumped, but he also felt a sense of pride. The little monster on the operating table lay flat on his back, unable to see anything. He straightened his neck, stopped swimming on his back, and looked over there. "Dr. X, you felt something," right? You and this guy are related in this way. The little monster didn't understand. The little monster was in a daze and continued to poke his head around the bed. Dr. X didn't intend to let the little monster answer anything. Judging from the little monster's current performance, he had a general understanding of the other party's mental state. The little monster is probably in a very pessimistic state. It cannot move or speak normally, and naturally cannot respond normally to human interaction. It sounds like a bad thing, but for the creator, it may be more of a good thing. Dr. X narrowed his eyes and tightened the seal again. The eyes in the bag were roughly poked in, and a gurgling sound of water was made in an instant. He lifted the bag halfway. The little monster finally saw the shape of the bag, and the lifeless eyes regained vitality, as if a hint of expectation could be seen from them. So this guy started backstroke again. Dr. X. He coldly ignored the little monster who was still dancing and swimming on his back, ignored the expectant eyes following behind him, and dragged the heavy bag to another corner of the laboratory. There was a large pit where an unknown solution was placed. The old man in the white coat put the bag next to the pit. Then, with one foot, he kicked the bag down. The flames jumped up and quickly engulfed the bag with flames. The fiery red light reflected in the old man's pupils, and the bag seemed to make a violent and unusual sound for a moment. A very small sound, but soon, it returned to silence. Dr. X took out a record book from the bookshelf. The white coat was draped over his thin and old body, but at this moment, he showed an unusual scholar's posture. He picked up the pen and wrote. Beauty. Reproductive ability. Cells. Unlimited. The pen paused. Dr. X turned his head and glanced in the direction of the operating table. The tip of the pen stopped for a moment, but he continued to write. Note. Experimental subject number 1 is young and has a poor brain. Chapter 7. X is very inquisitive. He is not satisfied with simply cutting flesh and blood. On the contrary, as an avant-garde scientist dedicated to genetic engineering, he is happy to obtain wisdom and more accurate data from any emerging high-tech. But this experiment was extremely difficult. Blood samples cannot be extracted, failed to preserve cell fragments, failed to switch to general procedures. Without the ability to extract samples, most more accurate scientific research cannot proceed smoothly. Even Dr. X, as the creator, can only try to conduct experiments in an indirect way without extracting materials to study the characteristics of the little monster. This undoubtedly brings a lot of trouble to the research progress. It should be the work of someone who knows everything about it. Now, in addition to some known factors, Dr. X actually needs to advance the steps little by little, like studying a new organism, and understand the characteristics of the other party little by little, and then make records in the book. He couldn't help but sigh, but this breath was not completely full of loss and dissatisfaction, but mixed with a little joy. He was happy for his masterpiece. After all, this is a little monster. I should have known that you were like this, and I have actually confirmed this for you. Dr. X smiled thoughtfully. He approached the little monster on the operating table and bandaged his wounds gently. Then the current failure should have been expected. The little monster didn't speak. He hadn't uttered a single word since he was born, and except for imitating the gurgling of the things in the protective bag not long ago, he had never spoken any human language. Even now, when he was repeatedly taken for blood, he just lay quietly and obediently on the bed, staring at the ceiling with confused eyes. Then, after the blood entered the new protective bag, he flapped his arms and learned to swim on his back. So obedient and silly. Dr. X showed a hint of pity. Good boy. The experiment can be extended. These are nothing. We can still get to know each other well, whether from the scientific aspect or. He dragged out the words long and slowly, and his pronunciation was vague, sticky like spoiled honey, lingering, and added some ambiguous feelings that shouldn't have been there to his old voice. Before he finished speaking, his bulging hand raised up, along the bandaged wrist, stroking the smooth skin, little by little, along the veins, as if to linger on the boy's face. The little monster made a sound. This guy seemed to be still immersed in imitating the sound of the thing in the protective bag, and he would murmur and imitate it from time to time. Dr. X's old hand also stopped with the sound, lingering in the air. He looked down at the boy on the operating table, and the unknown meaning in his eyes gradually dissipated, replaced by a little sneer. Just a blank sheet of paper. He retracted his hand that was stroking upwards, and tried his best to look at the little monster indifferently. Although his heart was still churning with love, his proud pride and self-esteem were still barely maintaining the remaining boundaries, preventing him from having irresistible feelings for a stupid child. He claimed to be a smart man and looked down on such an ignorant blank sheet of paper. Little monster. Shut up. Dr. X tried to regain his cool and arrogant attitude. Stop yelling like that, you shouldn't make the same noises as those rubbish. But the little monster didn't seem to understand at all, and yelled Gigi very vigorously. The actual highs. He was handcuffed to the bed and couldn't use the direction keys, so he frantically pressed the only option Gigi to try to trigger the plot point. Dr. X. He held his head. Enough. Stop. A huge exclamation mark appeared above the pixel man's head, and the whole screen seemed to jump up with the exclamation mark. He stopped pressing the options, stared at the dialog box that popped up on the interface, and tried to enter a short string of words. What should I say? A pop-up window appeared above the game character's head, showing, Little Monster, G. It seemed to be talking to Dr. X, mumbling in a rhythmic manner. Heis, is this what he entered? A line of system fonts slowly slid past below to dispel his doubts. After testing, the intelligence does not meet the average requirements of the language learning system, and the system is temporarily closed. Translated, it roughly means that the intelligence is too low to speak. Dr. X and the game also realized this quickly. The monosyllabic tone of G is a word that any child in the world can easily learn. It is reasonable that the little monster, whose intelligence seems to be lower than that of ordinary people, would follow suit. However, due to his contempt for garbage and the hidden desire for private possession in his heart, Dr. X did not want the little monster to continue to shout like this. He had to change the word. He hesitated before saying the ambiguous word, and his pride as a creator blocked it in his heart. He finally put aside other ideas and picked up a word that he had thought of before the experiment. Learn from me, Dr. X said to the boy on the operating table. Look at my mouth shape. Come, say father. The little monster looked at him confusedly and followed him vaguely, but when he spoke, he was talking nonsense and could not be understood at all. Dr. X was a little irritated, but love was at work, so he tried to be patient and changed a word with a similar meaning. After repeating it for a long time, he finally made the little monster learn it. He stood in front of the bed and looked down at the little monster. The little monster wanted to show off his learning results. He opened his eyes wide and started to speak. The little monster, Dad. He finally learned the first sentence in his life. Language learning system is turned on. The system panel is updated to give Shizzy new prompts. Shizzy checked the panel and found that there was a new free control system. He could enter the words he wanted to say in the input box, and it would appear in the plot as the character's interactive language, which greatly increased the character's freedom. But the restrictions are still harsh. Detection of intelligence below the required value. When creating a character card, the charm is maxed out, and the disadvantages of not having any intelligence are fully revealed. Because the intelligence is lower than the game average, the controllable character cannot use the language normally, and the learning ability is also far lower than that of normal people. At present, the only words he has learned are G and Dad. In short, for the current character, even if Heis inputs a long string of messages that can be communicated normally into the dialog box, the character in the game will only express the ups and downs of the language that has been acquired, that is, the ups and downs of the tones of G and Dad. Dr. X has already taken the time to teach several words that he thinks are very simple, but the character itself just can't learn them. Dr. X repeats the words. Character, G Dad. Heis game interface. Intelligence is lower than %. Learning failed. Heis himself. Dr. X. In addition to calling you a little monster, it is also completely okay to call you a little idiot, right? Despite saying such derogatory words, Dr. X, as a researcher, still maintained great patience and enthusiasm, trying to pick out a few other words from his vast knowledge base and teach the little monster in front of him who had great expectations. However, detection intelligence is lower than the required value. Learning failed. Dr. X, who has 5 doctoral degrees, taught for a full half an hour. But the little monster only learned one unexpected word. Little monster. Pa pa pa. The gray-haired old man tasted the taste of failure so vividly for the first time. Sitting in front of the computer desk, constantly clicking on the system prompt, learning failure, Heiss couldn't help but admire his patience. Dr. X endured it again and again, and swallowed his anger, holding his breath and said, "Learn this." Dash. Boom. A violent explosion suddenly interrupted his words. Dr. X stared and turned his head to look. Several huge red warning fonts appeared on the screen of the laboratory manager system. Heiss's game interface also began to tremble. He clicked on the computer in the distance, and the system helped to relay the warning content on the computer, but the cost was that the character began to swim on his back again. Warning. Warning. Foreign enemies invaded. Laboratory number 15 was destroyed. Foreign enemies invaded. Laboratory number 8 was destroyed. Destroyed. A series of red characters flashed on the computer screen, reflecting a dark red light in the laboratory. Dr. X's face turned completely black, and the red light jumped dangerously on his face. Dr. X put down the experimental equipment and carefully turned on the computer monitoring system. The screen was covered with white fog, and some of the laboratory images could not be viewed. It was not sure whether the physical shell or the data was damaged, and the external situation was unclear. This was his office, but the outside was also his home, where some of his efforts were gathered. Dr. X could not let go of the outside so easily. His eyes were cold. Putting aside his identity as a doctor, in terms of physical fitness and defense ability alone, he was just a frail old man, without a strong counterattack ability, and even knew very little about military industry. The physical resistance ability of the entire underground laboratory could not be compared with some super anti. Dr. X's favorability is greater than ? The child on the operating table kicked his legs and started to swim on his back again. Dr. X retracted his gaze. He clicked on the computer twice, and a new passage suddenly opened in the corner of the office that was originally a wall. Dr. X no longer looked at the little monster. He said, "Come with me to take a look." Experimental subject number 2. The test value is qualified, and the mainline assessment has been passed. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 8. Experimental subject number 2 is also Dr. X's masterpiece. Of course, this status is lower than that of the little monster. The birth of experimental subject number 2 is based on the old man's clear understanding of his weak body. In order to protect his ideals and to have some fun, the old man created a strong and tall guard who could block bullets for him during a gunfight. For this purpose, he injected a collection of drugs from the branch laboratory into experimental subject number 2. Branch laboratories are mostly research in giant strength and muscle strengthening. Most of the people in the nutrient tanks that Robin saw were used for experiments with this tendency. After all, in the face of imaginary dangers, most people desire the most intimate resistance from their own bodies, and muscular men can more or less bring people a sense of security or threat. So he tried many methods to strengthen various parts of the body on the various experimental subjects that were confused, and finally gathered these advantages on experimental subject number 2. After countless drugs were injected into the muscle layer, the weak and skinny child finally transformed into a tall, mighty, and amazing giant man. After completing the injection, Dr. X laughed at subject number 2. He said, "You are like the Captain America I created, aren't you?" Subject number 2 lay silently on the operating table. His strong arms were tied by thin handcuffs, but he had no intention of breaking free, as if he was a tamed hedgehog in the wild, with a layer of hard thorns plucked out, and his face was as empty and indifferent as ever. "Oh, maybe we should change the name to Captain Gotham." Dr. X laughed more and more, gasping for breath, and said with his back to his old waist, "No, let me think about it. You are as obedient as a dog, Wouldn't it be more novel to call you Captain Dog, without any room for rebuttal or negotiation? Subject number 2 received this insulting name, although after that, only Dr. X would occasionally call him Dog when he was in a good mood. Other than that, the general name of subject number 2 was still retained, but subject number 2's vague consciousness sadly knew that this insulting name had completely replaced his forgotten memory and became an ugly brand engraved on him. This shouldn't be the name of I. He retained this consciousness, but the rest was still in chaos, until he received an order. Passing through a special passage, he came to Dr. X's core laboratory. Following Dr. X's instructions, he approached the ambitious old man, escorted him out of the laboratory, and went to the outside to check. The familiar incandescent light reflected on the floor. When approaching, subject number 2 clearly saw a figure, a child's body, lying quietly on the operating table, occasionally twitching and shaking his limbs. A thin body, a small one lying under the blazing light. The limbs were handcuffed, which was why the child kept shaking slightly. Subject number 2's heart was slightly touched, and a trace of clarity was briefly restored in his eyes. But that was only a short moment, and it returned to chaos again, until Dr. X gave him another order. Do you care? Any words of Dr. X were orders to subject number 2. He followed Dr. X obediently, looking at him with an empty and confused look. Your heart rate has changed, Dog. Dr. X smiled. Don't hide from me. The clock on Dr. X's wrist flashed. His watch was connected to the hearts of several important experimental subjects, as well as the bombs placed inside their hearts. This was one of the reasons why the experimental subjects obeyed him. Experimental subject number 2 lowered his head obediently. They were walking on the path leading out of the core laboratory, their heavy bodies stepping on the steel, making a dull sound. They followed the path and came to a steel gate. Dr. X stopped and paused. Experimental subject number 2 followed him silently and stopped in front of this small iron gate. His body was as huge as a mountain, but next to Dr. X's skinny old bones, he looked as weak and humble as an ant. Are you curious? Dr. X suddenly spoke. Experimental subject number 2 was confused and didn't say a word. But the more he didn't say a word, the more excited Dr. X became. It doesn't matter if I tell you, you should have been the best brothers, Dr. X said with a smile. You are both my experimental subjects, but your brother is much stronger and more special than you. Do you know that? Experiment number 2 was confused. Brother? Of course. Dr. X pinned a surveillance camera on the close of experiment number 2 and patted his shoulder in a friendly manner. It's time. Help me go out and see what kind of guys are destroying this home. Dr. X pointed him in the direction. Your brother and I will wait here for the good news you bring. Experiment number 2 was pushed out. The small steel door opened briefly and was ruthlessly closed again. In a daze, he walked towards the direction in his memory. In one of the branch laboratories, the broken nutrient tanks were emitting green light. The man marked as the experimental subject collapsed on the ground in a daze. Robin half knelt to feel his breathing. The weak hot air blew out of his nose and echoed between his fingers. Still alive. Robin breathed a sigh of relief. He took back his hand that was trying to detect the man's breathing, and instead supported himself under the man's armpits on both sides. With a little force, he lifted the man up. He half-dragged the man and finally placed him in the triangular wall of the laboratory. There were already many people who had been moved here, lying in this corner in a mess, all with their eyes closed and unconscious, with a little green nutrient solution on their bodies. They were all victims of this conspiracy, experimental subjects rescued from the nutrient tanks. The explosion continued, and the crackling sound was like the electric sparks of leakage splashing out from the wire plug, full of the smell of danger. But Robin was not afraid of this sound, because the current scene was originally a huge movement made by him and Bat together. One was to take over the control system here and release the hostages, and the other was to The violent sound of breaking through the air accompanied by the change of the wind field was heard almost in the blink of an eye, and the giant appeared behind him with extreme speed and great force. Robin turned around in time and flexibly, dodging the punch while looking sideways at the appearance of the attacker. A giant, with muscles and extraordinary speed, It is no exaggeration to say that he is a large killing machine. It is difficult to find any traces of age on his muscular face. "Hey," Robin said while dodging. "What should I say? Good evening." The giant's empty eyes did not hold any emotion, and naturally he would not be moved by Robin's words. The only thing he knew was to swing his fist forward. Robin avoided the crowd in the corner. His good physical fitness allowed him to dodge every punch, but as the number of attacks increased, the intensity of the punches increased proportionally, and even he felt a little tired. "Big guy, are you still sensible?" The giant, or the number 2 experimental subject, did not say a word. Punch, chase. The number 2 experimental subject kept repeating these two actions, and the monitor was firmly clamped in the corner of his clothes, flashing red dots at intervals. That was the logo used by the monitor. OK. As soon as he noticed the red punctuation mark, Robin immediately tightened the small intercom next to his ear and whispered quickly and quietly. The seduction was successful. On another road separated by several walls, Batman bent his legs to hide his body, and the muscles in his legs gradually tensed up, showing his readiness. "Got it," Batman replied. Getting beaten was not Robin's purpose. Any normal person would probably not use explosions as bait to lure people to hit him. Their real purpose was on the other side. Batman sighed. Dr. X, who had left the second experimental subject, stood not far from the steel door. He was short and in white clothes, with age spots and bulging veins, and gray skin, like an ordinary weak old man, the kind who was powerless. But Batman knew that was just a superficial feature. In Edward's confession, this was a crazy lunatic. He seduced humans, conducted human experiments wantonly, and used the money from the sale of human bodies to buy experimental equipment, thereby forming a cycle. Countless ordinary families have been torn apart and suffered terribly. The abnormal death rate in Gotham has increased, and the number of children wandering on the streets has gradually increased. This is an out-and-out scumbag, and a very resourceful scumbag. He carries several biological poison products all year round, Edward said angrily and fearfully. He also controls the lifeblood of the experimental subjects. The life and death of everyone depends on his thoughts. But Edward didn't know how he controlled this. He could only make some vague guesses. He knows the experimental subjects very well. This allows him to use them better. Edward reluctantly revealed a trace of pity. After all, these experimental subjects were all ordinary humans before. Scumbag. Through lurking observation, Batman confirmed that the experimental giant that Dr. X brought out when he heard the noise did have a certain degree of self-awareness. Although it is difficult to see, every time Dr. X mentioned another experimental subject in the core laboratory, in the intimate name of brother, the giant's stiff face would soften unconsciously. He still has some human emotions, which is why he can achieve special pauses in these places. The setting of giants and powerful men, as followers who mostly obey orders, obviously increases the danger to Dr. X by dozens of times. There is no need to increase the difficulty, nor is there an absolute conflict with the giants who have a certain degree of consciousness. After the giants were sent out, Batman took action and slapped Dr. X's head directly, but was stopped. As expected, Dr. X still had a backup plan. The alarm device from somewhere was brought by the giants and added to the corridor without electronic surveillance products. So the partitions were added, and the fists hit the partitions, and the fragments immediately fell one by one. I guess. Dr. X stared at Batman's gradually emerging figure. His voice was as low as a hissing snake. "It's our Gotham Guardian." "Yes." Batman was silent. The old man faced him, calmly, and took a step back. And with his action, countless doors opened on the side of the corridor, and layers of giants walked out of the doors, with their heads shaking and their eyes dull, swaying and blocking Dr. X. "You can admire my work for a moment." Chapter 9. There was a violent vibration outside the door, and it seemed that the sound of physical fighting occasionally came from outside the door. In order to help players strengthen their sense of immersion, the game interface shook in a timely manner, just like the shake function in a certain Penguin account, which made people upset. Since Dr. X left with the second experimental subject, The player should also enter a new plot. Enter free action time. The exploration range is expanded to this laboratory. Please explore the plot on your own. Hearing the news, Hi Shizzy clicked on the computer on the distant desktop. The black-haired little man began to swim on his back again. Warning. The system helped him relay the font on the computer screen. A new warning message floated on the computer panel. 2 more laboratories were destroyed. This information was quietly squeezed in the center of the computer like a 1,000-layer cake, waiting for the owner to check and deal with it. When Dr. X left, he did not lock the computer screen and shut it down. Hi Shizzy tried to use this computer. He clicked on the browser that was faintly exposed below the warning and pressed the mouse continuously. Nothing happened. Only the system jumped on the game interface diligently and responsibly, popping out several prompts in a row. Start character operating system. Detect character strength is lower than average requirement. Detect character status, imprisoned, cannot move freely. Finally, the system displayed the conclusion in the center of the interface, with a red word representing no and a prompt box, blocking his attempts to click the browser again. Failed to use. He could only cross out the conclusion prompt box, and searched on the free action operation interface, and finally triggered the switch to unlock the free movement state. But there are also requirements. Dr. X's handcuffs are useless. They cannot block the pull of extreme power, but this is only one of Dr. X's defense measures, so everything has meaning again. Strength is greater than or equal to 90 to release the imprisonment state. Highs. He has a good memory and clearly remembers every value he filled in after careful planning, including the value filled in the character card he designed before. If he remembers correctly, the strength value of his character card is. High silently moved his wrist and clicked the character panel with the mouse, confirming the information again without giving up. The panel ruthlessly shattered his hope. Strength. 2 round numbers appeared on the strength column of the character panel, as if mocking the player who had hope. That's right, he put all the numbers in. Charm, resulting in a string of garbled characters in the back position of charm, and the other items were all zeros. Isn't this retribution coming? If he lost the ability to move in the free action round in an RPG exploration game, Heis would definitely resolutely reload the game and avoid being locked. But this game seems to be different. Although it is a strategy game, the main storyline focuses on skills. Even if the points are not up to standard, there seems to be a high degree of freedom to get through. High degree of freedom means instability. Although his limbs were locked because of checking the item introduction, it is hard to say that this is not a basis for success. Dr. X is therefore confident in his IQ. In addition, Heis personally tends to continue without reloading the game. As he originally thought, the reload function should be an assistant rather than a constraint for players. For most people, working hard to pass the game according to their own ideas will have a better gaming experience. As for the missed plots, after experiencing the plots, you can become a CG collector and explore them one by one. Isn't the most attractive time for a game when the player knows nothing about it? After some thought, Heis clicked on all the items that can display the introduction again, trying his best to improve a certain level of information under imperfection. After completing this big project, he breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to skip this round of free action. The time action theory give a countdown of several minutes. After completing these things, the countdown was not even halfway through. Heis clicked the skip option. You are powerless and cannot break free from the iron handcuffs by your own strength. Dr. X left, and you did nothing for a long time and finally fell asleep. Winning with fewer people has always been Batman's strong point. Although the giant servants are coming in a menacing manner, their muscle strength is indeed amazing, and it is not difficult to deal with them. He has many clever coping moves, but the focus is not on the simple fight, but on the old man in the white coat hiding behind the giants in the distance. Dr. X naturally didn't think that these giants could easily kill Batman. If it was so easy, why would he devote himself to studying the #1 experiment subject? I invite you to appreciate it for a while was indeed the truth. Letting his experimental results work hard to hold back Batman who came to catch the mastermind is exactly what he said. The best way to appreciate fist to fist and flesh to flesh in person. If he could break 2 ribs of Batman, it would be even better. But he didn't hold too much hope, although the #1 experiment subject, the little monster, currently has an alien ability. This is definitely not his highest point, nor is it a part of his plan. What's more, he changed his previous idea. Dr. X hopes that the little monster can completely defeat Batman and return to him intact. He absolutely does not deny his greedy possessiveness of the little monster in his heart. This kind of feeling he has never experienced before fills him with a brand new feeling and makes him change his action plan. Of course, his own things must be completely in his own hands. Even if it is a wreckage without vital signs, he will never give it to outsiders. Then the best choice is to run away. Dr. X turned and ran, but Batman didn't give him this chance. With a fierce punch, the fist hit the jaw of the giant in front fiercely. The absolute strength and skill made 2 long bloods fly into the air. The giant couldn't control his backward steps and knocked down many people behind him. Several explosions sounded one after another, as if they were right next to his ears. The veins on Dr. X's forehead bulged, and his legs ran faster again. But he still couldn't help his physiological reaction and subconsciously cast a glance at the nearest explosion. He shouldn't look. The Batarang with a very long rope silently hooked into the crack beside him. There was no idea when the bomb had penetrated the steel bars, revealing a relatively fragile stone wall. With just a glance, Batman kicked the edge of the passage fiercely, and with the strength of the chaotic crowd, he quickly approached Dr. X as if a real black bat was clinging to the wall. Several explosions played a sufficient role. At the moment of approaching Dr. X, huge rocks suddenly fell, blocking the giant's steps. The smoke bombs also made the giants with low intelligence lose their direction and fall into the heavy white fog. Dr. X gritted his teeth, took out the potion at the fastest speed in his life, and was about to smash it on the ground. With his other hand, he tightly grasped the handle of another door that was close at hand. It only took a moment to pull it open and then crash into it sideways. As long as he could get in, he could control the bombs on his body and use the large number of giants left in the passage to blow up the entire passage. In this way, Batman would naturally have no way to survive, and he could easily lead the little monster to the final victory. As long as he could get in, as long as he could leave this passage, as long as he could separate from Batman, he would have a chance. But unfortunately, he was afraid he had no chance. The Batarang that was originally inserted into the stone wall beside him was pulled back in an instant, and Dr. X's legs were tripped. The trembling old hand couldn't even hold the door handle tightly, and he fell hard. The potion in his hand flew out in a graceful arc with the force of the pouring, and was caught steadily by the person behind him. The dark shadow blocked the light and enveloped Dr. X, who was struggling on the ground. This crazy old man finally had his hands tied behind his back, losing all his ability to move, and could only crawl on the ground like a worm. He even wanted to shout at the giant or the door, but as soon as he opened his mouth, it was blocked by a piece of cloth. Batman was very leisurely. When he passed through the group of giants, he did not forget to pull a piece of cloth off them. The mastermind behind the scene simply fell to the ground. No matter how he rolled, how unwilling he was, or how hideous his face was, the outcome was determined. Batman stood in front of him, the mask covering any of his expressions. It was impossible to tell whether he was in a good mood or not just from his tight jaw. This contest was like a dessert after a meal for him, not worth mentioning, and he should always pay attention to the next thing. For example, the situation on Robin's side. Batman, this is solved. From the headset, the whistling wind of the fierce fight and the violent panting of the communicator Robin can be heard. I have to say, he is a bit difficult to deal with. Before he finished speaking, another punch came straight to the vulnerable part of the head and eyes. Robin covered the headset and quickly turned around to avoid it. He is very different. Whether it is the size or the fighting skills, I feel like I am fighting with a piece of steel plate, not a normal human being. Batman, so, having said that, Robin raised his eyebrows and smiled. But I can handle it. The confidence and passion unique to teenagers are revealed without reservation from simple words. The young years and vigor always give people a special temperament. Under the mask, Batman's brows relaxed slightly. Batman, okay, I'm in the core laboratory. In addition, Batman said, if necessary, talk to him and try to remind him of family affection and the things about the brothers in the laboratory. Family affection? Brothers in the laboratory? Robin blinked, and he felt that he understood something. Leave it to me. Dr. X was tied tightly to the corner of the door. The special binding technique made him and the big stone behind him almost like a family. He couldn't move a finger, and the cloth ball stuffed into his mouth in time made the world much quieter. The core laboratory uses a fingerprint lock. In order to escape, Dr. X has unlocked the handle. Now he only needs to turn the handle to walk in easily. This is the core laboratory. As Batman once guessed, Dr. X is secretly studying the secret giant army. This has been confirmed by the experimental subjects along the way and the group of giants just now. So what is the core laboratory studying? Is it further research on giants, or some other plan? In any case, this must be the nest of all Dr. X's ambitions and the gathering place of all the muddy conspiracies. Batman pressed the handle. He walked in. Bright lights. Under the illumination of sufficient light, even the smooth and cold machines reflected a sense of tranquility. The floor was shiny and glossy. Clusters of knife lights piled up made the laboratory full of a strange atmosphere of modernity and danger. This included the strange steaming pit and a thin white on the operating table. White. His muscles quietly tightened. His footsteps were silent, and there was no sound when he stepped on the floor. The blazing light illuminated the black shadow of a bat, which approached the center of the laboratory little by little. The lonely operating table. The deep black swallowed the pure white. The dog swallowed the sunlight, and the white clothes were obscured by the shadow. The closer he got, the clearer the figure on the operating table became. Thick black hair, snow white and almost transparent skin. Blue veins were clearly visible even in a calm state. Thin and small, with handcuffs firmly locked on his limbs, and the only dark red color added to his wrists and ankles. It was a child. But he was definitely not a simple, ordinary child. Even if he was an innocent victim, he was placed in such a special place and occasion, and was dragged into the sticky and dirty conspiracy and could not get out. The child slept with his head sideways. Therefore, Batman walked to a position where he could look down at the operating table, and then he could really see his face. It was hard to describe what kind of face this was. The most beautiful and gorgeous face. The long curled eyelashes cast a light shadow on the face. It was obviously a delicate facial feature of a human, but combined with a small mole on the corner of the eye, it became a masterpiece of God, and the ultimate attraction and tension were reflected here. This is a collection of supreme beauty, a projection of endless desires, a luminous body that everyone pays attention to. This is the masterpiece of God, or God's selfishness. Batman's wrist trembled slightly. The uncontrollable murderous intent suddenly and uncontrollably emerged, very suddenly, because, behind the extreme beauty, he inexplicably and intuitively sensed another extremely dangerous breath. That is, inhuman feeling. Before Dr. X could sort out the research materials before he left, the cold wind from the passage blew the papers that were not put back in place and sent them to the eyes of the big black shadow. Research object. Test subject number 1. Research characteristics are as follows: top beauty, charm that makes people crazy, and power of God, proven. Extremely strong reproductive ability, proven. Can reproduce unlimitedly with body cells. Inhuman power. It has won the recognition of professionals. The murderous scroll that appeared out of nowhere and carried a suspicious Batman's hand touched the bat dart. Chapter 10. There is no reason to sleep too long in a game with high degree of freedom. Players need to explore more plots to have a satisfying sense of freshness. After skipping the option, there is a short black screen and plot prompts. After a short sleep, you have gained sufficient physical strength. Do you want to wake up? Heise chose yes, without hesitation. As the option disappeared, the black gradually faded, replaced by the familiar incandescent light and core laboratory layout. All surgical instruments were placed in their original positions, and even the internal computer screen remained in the red state of warning. Everything seemed to be in the state before going to bed. without any change, except for the extra black and sticky little man next to the operating table. Enter the new main plot. The game interface flickered, and in the blink of an eye, the 2D style gradually disappeared from sight. The pixel style that had appeared in the battle wheel replaced the overall style of the game, and the plane perspective changed to a bird's eye view from the roof. The black-headed little man was covered with white linen and lay on the operating table with his limbs spread out, like a sacrificial offering, fragile, thin and pitiful. In front of the operating table, a dark figure stood alone. The operating light made the shadow under his feet very long, so the two peaks on the black figure's head became clearer in the shadow on the ground. This was also an old acquaintance, the pointy-eared villain. This dark-looking pointy-eared pixel villain had left a deep impression on Heath in previous plots. Invincible, he had appeared as the confrontational boss of the last level when the previous character card encountered a battle round, and defeated the extremely powerful number 2 character card with absolute combat skills. Even if Heath reloaded the file and played again, he could not escape the plot kill, and in dozens of replays, the number 2 character card experienced the same terrible ending the same number of times, and was used as a failed experiment. In the tragic way of self-explosion, Dr. X was forced to open a ray of life to escape, becoming a completely disposable tool, holding good intentions. But the pointy-eared man himself was not the culprit who caused his self-explosion. Even as an enemy in battle, when facing the underage black-headed little man, the pointed ears were also kind, exploring his actual mental state, and did not kill him in the battle round. Invincible and kind-hearted, with dazzling pointed ears, this is the deepest impression that the pointed-eared little man has left on Heath. The pointed-eared NPC appeared at this time and stood abruptly beside the operating table. Heath sat up unconsciously, and the sufficient energy of the strategy game filled his limbs again. He regained 100% interest in playing and began to carefully look at the details of the environment of this plot. The system plot is still playing. You regain consciousness, and a strange man in a black tights appears beside you. He is staring at you closely. Heath quickly looked at the overall environment. The sudden appearance of the pointed ears must carry a special plot. With the identity of a mortal enemy, he was able to sneak into Dr. X's core laboratory. This must have happened. Why was the pointed ears not discovered by Dr. X? Why was the character not ordered to self-destruct this time? He rolled the mouse and looked at the pixel map more carefully. A mortal enemy freely broke into his heartland. A person like Dr. X would probably feel more disgusted and irritated than eating a mouse alive. If he could move freely, he would obviously drive the pointy ears away. But Dr. X was nowhere to be seen. The strange man put one hand behind his back. His eyes briefly flashed with surprise and obsession. Heath studied the pointy-eared pixel man for a while, but he really couldn't see what 3 parts coldness and 4 parts evil charm from the blurry pixel eyes. He only saw a mosaic. The earphones faintly came with a gasp that seemed to be a body colliding and struggling. Heath put on the earphones. The professional gaming earphones on his head could pick up any subtle sound. This was a device that Heath bought specifically for a wilderness shooting game, which made it easier for him to pay attention to the details in the game venue. Therefore, he would not doubt whether he was hallucinating. He absolutely believed in his ears. Someone was talking. He once again stepped up the speed of searching the map, carefully scanning every corner, and finally fixed his sight on the open door. The steel door that had always been tightly closed was now wide open. From the color at the bottom of the door, he could see some pixel modeling of the outside, and a small piece of white connected to the outside, a small blurry white pixel. It seemed to be connected to something outside, not broken, a long strip. Try to identify it. Heath had a bad idea. It couldn't be. The plot was still playing automatically, and it continued with the plot above. Love, disgust, disgust. Heath, his eyeballs moved down, and his eyes slowly moved to the jumping plot bar, waiting nervously for it to finish this plot. Disgust, hatred, anger, fear, and a strong murderous intent from the bottom of his heart? I want to kill you completely in a physical sense. He will take action. Heath. He felt that his tense nerves were like a skipping rope that was stretched to the point of breaking, and it might be broken by this plot at any time. Heist is absolutely sure that this pointy-eared man can do this. The character's hands and feet are bound by steel, and his strength and intelligence are completely zero, with no counterattack ability. On the other hand, the pointy-eared man is tall and strong, as tall as two pixel men stacked together, and his combat skills crush a character card with peak strength. If you really want to kill him, it's probably easier than killing a chicken. Chickens can still run, dash. Hold the thing in your hand tightly. The plot doesn't wait for anyone, just like the executioner on the guillotine, quietly counting down the time for him to leave. The calmness makes people unconsciously feel urgent. Do something. Heist frantically brainstorming. If he doesn't want to reload or give up this character card, he must do something now to avoid the upcoming death. Think carefully. What can be done? The character's action status is imprisonment, and all points except charm are 0. The only skills he has mastered are probably gurgle gurgle, dad, and pa pa pa. Highs. This is basically nothing. The plot is still progressing slowly. The bright lights in the laboratory allow him to observe more clearly that the pointy-eared man's hand behind his back seems to be holding a metal weapon, which vaguely reflects pixel light. It can be imagined that if this weapon is inserted into the character's body, it will definitely be a dead end. He moves closer to you, and moves one of his arms behind his back. He may do something to you. It is urgent. A decision must be made. Before making the final struggle, Shizzy confirms the nature of the pointy-eared man and tries to find a reliable solution from the introduction. The character lying on the bed slowly wakes up, and begins to swim softly on his back in the direction of the pointy-eared man. The pointy-eared man cautiously stops half a step, and the introduction box pops up above his head. The owner of Wayne Enterprises, the representative of the world's top financial power, and the eternal guardian of Gotham, the master of military power, has won. As for the benefits of money, Bruce Wayne is indeed one of the most qualified people to answer this extravagant question. Heist silently glanced at the upper right corner of the interface. That is where the character's assets are displayed. In fact, he didn't need to look at it at all, and he knew that there were only 2 distinct zeros on it. After all, as Dr. X's experimental subject, no NPC gave him a salary for fun. Dr. X himself didn't ask him for a living allowance for teaching and educating people, which was very good. As a proficient strategy player in various RPG development and management simulation games, Heist fully understood one thing, that is, he silently pulled over the character language system in the corner and started inputting characters into it. What he meant was, input, dad. You lie on the operating table and call out to the black, pointy-eared man in front of you very loudly. You say, Dad. It means that the rich NPC is the best daddy for the player. If you don't recognize your daddy now, when will you? Are you waiting to be stabbed to death by Big Daddy? ! Batman fully realized that he was in an uncontrollable state of madness. His thoughts drifted away, and his mood inexplicably fell into irritation and hatred. Love and disgust seemed to be 2 ends of black and white, but they perfectly filled his heart together. Clear logic could not be used, but instead he fell deeper and deeper. Although he was very vigilant about the child on the operating table, this should not contain hatred, which was obviously very abnormal. The murderous intention wrapped his arm, making him unconsciously touch the bat dart. Although the child on the operating table was beautiful, he was pale, and his arms were not even half as thick as his. He was like a chick that didn't eat well. Even if it was out of the eggshell, it was still not as big as an eggshell. It was well behaved and pitiful. The bat dart was very sharp. Just a slight scratch was enough to open a big hole in the slender neck, and then the gurgling blood would flow out quickly, and the breath of life would also completely dissipate with the blood. He moved forward uncontrollably and took a step closer. The child on the operating table woke up. Perhaps he sensed danger, but he began to tumble in strange positions, like a little turtle that couldn't turn over, tossing his limbs on the shore. Another step forward. Stop! Batman screamed in his heart, and his arm swung the batarang uncontrollably. He used all his strength. His muscles bulged, and his unparalleled faith allowed him to break free from the control of anger. His eyes gradually became clear, One arm was still out of control, but the other arm was ready with 100% strength. As long as the batarang fell, the target should not be on the child, but on the other arm that was trying its best. But the child spoke. He stopped backstroke, and tried to raise that beautiful little face, shouting at him heartbreakingly, "Dad!" Batman's precisely calculated brain short-circuited for a second. Chapter 11. Having a son suddenly is not a happy event. It is a complete shock. After stopping thinking for a while, more thoughts and considerations came to his mind. Batman had to think about the reason behind the strange child calling him father. Although he is a rich and romantic man who accepts all beauties, Batman is sure that he has taken relevant protective measures on the issue of his offspring. His usual cautious style is reflected in many aspects of life, but he can't deny it directly. In a dangerous city like Gotham, which is full of mud, Batman has made countless enemies as a guardian and a variety of villains. Many eyes have been fixed on him openly and secretly. Even the Bruce side who rarely takes care of things may not guarantee that there are no enemies in business and politics who are targeting him. Thinking of the laboratory full of biological surgical devices, he subconsciously had an incredible guess. Could it be biosynthetic, gene stealer? Many answers emerged in his mind. Not necessarily. It could also be just one of Dr. X's plans. Simple speculation is useless. He needs solid evidence to solve this doubt. Batman lowered his eyes and picked up the research paper that fell on the ground. His movements of leaning over and raising his hand were coordinated and natural. His other arm was no longer difficult to control and could be used freely. After trying to break through the sudden hatred and being startled by a dad, Batman regained clarity of mind. The hatred and disgust that had surged inexplicably before, and even the strange love, all dissipated with a clear mind. Having those emotions, the feeling of unconsciously touching the bad dart, was like a light dream. When people wake up, the dream will immediately dissipate, away from the uncontrolled feeling. Recalling the appearance just now, it was as if it was another stranger with uncontrollable emotions, full of dark and thick bad emotions. But this person appeared on him and replaced his consciousness. His eyebrows tightened, he raised his hand slightly, inserted the scattered page of information back into the research book, and gently turned the paper with a black glove. Quickly scanning the content, black words on white paper, he turned his attention back to the description of the research characteristics of the experimental subject in the research book. Two words caught his attention: unlimited reproduction and body cells. This is the exact description of the experimental subject. This does not seem to be a description of human. He assumed that the information here is true. Then perhaps, after the bad dart pierces the skin of the experimental subject, the cell division and reproduction will quickly occur. If this situation continues, the final result may even be a brand new human. If it can really be called a human, after all. This kind of object has no limit. It can infinitely reproduce at the cost of only a small number of cells, and it is extremely difficult to wipe it out with ordinary people's methods, because ordinary gunfire will only help it to give birth to more of its kind. Dangerous creature. On the back of the paper, the next page connected to the research book faintly reflects the traces of ink. The quality of this book does not seem to be very good. The font recorded by Dr. X on the next page can stick to the previous one. Batman twisted the paper and turned to the next side. Dong dong, a strange sound. The sound of human limbs hitting steel plates came from beside him. Batman glanced to the side. Even though he got rid of his crazy state, he still ignored the child on the bed and stopped looking at his face. He even put away his sharp weapon and went to the side to check the information. This seemed to give the child a magical illusion that he could put down his sharp weapon and give up the means of attack by calling him Dad. The child thought he was in a safe state. This is probably not a good tendency. After all, naughty children are spoiled step by step. For example, now, the child realized that the crisis was over, and he started to dance with his hands and feet. His elbows kept hitting the hard bedboard, and in a few seconds, his already red and swollen wrist joints became even redder. But he didn't seem to feel anything, and he was still swimming on his back with great interest. Batman looked at his behavior for a while. From his knowledgeable brain, he could instantly come up with many reasonable and well-founded guesses, such as the child was trying to break free from the chains, but the action seemed to be wrong. Maybe he wanted to urge him to open the restraints through the sound, but it seemed that the posture was too weird. Or maybe, well, Batman did not really understand what this guy wanted to do. The actual Heath, click on the data, and try to check the data with the pointy-eared little man for details. But Batman didn't know this. From his perspective, the child just started to swim on his back for no apparent reason. So he paused slightly in twisting the paper, and turned to the next page as if nothing had happened. So the confusion seemed to be answered. Due to the lack of research time, Dr. X's handwriting was not neat but rather sloppy, revealing a hint of uncertainty. He attached a very small note after the final report. On the black and white paper, Dr. X wrote the following note: experimental subject number 1 is young and has a poor brain. There is no record after that. Batman didn't know what to say about this. He cast his eyes on the child on the operating table again. The child had been struggling randomly until now. Ignoring his appearance and carefully observing his eyes, he could feel the dullness and stupidity from inside. When he closed the research manual with only blank pages left, the child's struggling stopped, and looking at his figure, he called out "Dad" again. Batman retracted some of his views on Dr. X. He originally thought that this was an extremely ambitious biological genius. Although he never returned to the road of crime, his lifelong achievements and biological research results so far should not be underestimated. He was a typical intellectual criminal. But now, these impressions have to be discounted. Batman put back the research manual, and opened the surveillance video of the laboratory during this period through the desktop computer inside the core laboratory. Intending to observe it briefly on his own, he wanted to use his own observations to make a judgment on the whereabouts of this child, rather than relying on a few thin research data notes. Batman felt that this note was really not up to standard. Dr. X lying outside the door. Experimental subject number 2 is indeed another masterpiece of Dr. X. Different from those ordinary giants, his body has been specially modified, full of strength but very flexible, able to attack quickly without losing strength, and even has some thinking ability between the moves, instead of just attacking each other. In a fight, even for the agile Robin, he is a tough enemy worth a headache. But fortunately, Robin was not fighting alone. He had a general understanding of the experimental subjects here, and he also had important information from Batman on the other side. Therefore, he would never lose. What he needed to worry about at this time was not how to defeat this difficult guy, but how to make good use of the information given by Batman and complete the task hinted by Batman. Hey, wait! Robin jumped back flexibly, barely avoiding the fist that was coming towards him. The collision between the fist and the wall had already cracked the outer steel. The stone wall was hit again, deeply dented, and a lot of dust and small stones flew out. The second experimental subject probably didn't understand, and without any pause, he closed the distance and punched again. Listen to me. Robin dodged to the side again, no longer fighting him head-on, and saw the right time to throw out the primer in one breath. Do you have a brother, in the laboratory? The second experimental subject briefly slowed down the force of the punch, and then hit it freely. This relaxed force, like the subtle changes in the strength of teeth when eating food, is manifested inside and a little bit outside, and is almost imperceptible to people. But Robin noticed it. Robin, who was closely watching every reaction of the number 2 experimental subject, would never miss this great opportunity. He immediately struck while the iron was hot. Is that your brother? Do you know him? The fist continued to chase, brushing against Robin's face, bringing a gust of cool breeze. Robin thought about how to phrase it. The experimental subjects here were originally ordinary people. You should have had a normal life, normal emotions, and, whoosh, the sound of a fist breaking through the air. Robin continued. A normal body. Bang! The sound of fists hitting each other. Robin's body did not move. He looked sideways calmly. The fist of the number 2 experimental subject took the initiative to deviate from the direction at the last moment and hit the stone wall next to Robin's head. After the number 2 experimental subject maintained this action for a few seconds, He finally retracted his arm like a normal person who was conscious. Robin's face was inevitably stained with a lot of dust because of the previous action, but the boy's eyes were as warm as spring, and he just wiped the dust lightly. Subject number 2 turned around. "Please be nice to that child." "Where are you going?" Robin took a few steps forward and tried to get closer to him, but this was stopped by subject number 2 throwing a stone. In order not to stimulate his emotions, Robin did not move forward, but stood still. "We are here to save you. You are from Gotham. You should know us. We will save all innocent people. You don't have to." Subject number 2 repeatedly made gestures to stop him, but since he was emotionally stable, Robin did not need to touch the safe distance between people, so he stood there and explained to him earnestly. But the obedient man not only did not turn around, but also walked further and further away. "I know you, and I also know a lot of superheroes. I used to love watching this, but don't come near me. You are too late." "Robin, why do you say that? Batman has subdued Dr. X, and your monitor has long been out of use. Modern medicine can also try to save your body." When tying up Dr. X, Batman promptly cut off the controller connected to the monitor on the number 2 experiment subject. The monitor on the number 2 experiment subject's clothes has long stopped flashing red dots. "No, it's too late to say these. What you did will only make him more confident to do some crazy things. My heart is already reminding me." The number 2 experiment subject turned his back to Robin. His physique was too tall, and the top light could not even illuminate the whole person. It could only barely illuminate his back, and his front was in a silent gray. Robin had a bad premonition. He stepped forward. "Wait, what do you mean?" the number 2 experiment subject said. "I just ask you, you big heroes, to help these children. Don't be like me again." Subject number 2 had a vague memory. He could remember a little bit of his family's laughter, the lights at midnight, and the hot aroma on the dinner table, but he could no longer remember the faces of those people he cherished. Many experiments had made his memory a mess, and he could only be lucid occasionally, such as when he saw the restrained child in the core laboratory, and now at the last moment of his life, the pale, small child was lying on the cold operating table, just like his past experiences. The heart could vaguely hear the thumping countdown, and subject number 2 moved away from the little guardian of Gotham. He turned his head: "Please." Beep. With a sudden loud noise, the originally tall human was instantly turned into fragments and huge dust, sweeping out with hot and violent air waves, and stones flew everywhere. Outside the door of the core laboratory not far away, Dr. X was unable to make any sound for help. Almost at the same time as subject number 2, he was blasted into an inanimate object like a stone by the terrible shockwave launched by the heart. Chapter 12. Before this sudden explosion on both sides, Batman was checking the surveillance. The computer in the core laboratory has internal surveillance only, which should be used to monitor the experimental subjects and record the experimental process. Batman does not plan to stay here for long. After all, he can copy the surveillance video and go back to the Batcave to check it slowly, rather than adding too much uncertainty in someone else's unknown territory. But he needs to investigate the origin of this child. The child's physiological characteristics are too strange, and his behavior is quite confusing. But it cannot be simply characterized as evil because they are all straightforward and simple. He is still very young. This makes it difficult for responsible adults to feel at ease. Batman is a responsible adult, or in other words, his sense of responsibility is much stronger than that of ordinary people, otherwise he would not be willing to shoulder the mission of protecting Gotham, and for this reason, he is now investigating things related to this child. He found the surveillance records of the day according to the number of days recorded in the experiment book. Dr. X was very attentive to the things in the core laboratory of his old nest. Not only did he use the latest version of surgical instruments, but he also bought the latest international version of the surveillance cameras used inside. The video images and audio were so clear that it was like watching a single-lens blockbuster. After quickly browsing the records, the video started from dozens of minutes ago. That was when the child first appeared in the laboratory today. He was still wearing a white shirt and white pants. He was thin and small, like a carefree little poodle. and followed Dr. X in. He also looked left and right happily at the various equipment in the laboratory, and even touched them with his hands. He was completely like a curious and lively child, jumping in front of the camera, but this was quickly stopped. Dr. X held down his moving hands, and with this force, he dragged the little child away and pressed him to the operating table in the center of the laboratory. The child struggled slightly with his hands and feet, but he couldn't get rid of the old man's iron-like hands. Batman frowned. He now felt that the punches he gave Dr. X were a bit light, and he should have added a little more force. Then, the child was lying on the operating table, and Dr. X subdued him to take out his flesh and blood for research. Although the flesh and blood were sealed in a protective bag as soon as they were taken out, they were finally kicked into the pit without mercy and dissipated. In the high-definition surveillance video, the changes in the protective bags were particularly clear. At the beginning, it was just a small piece of ordinary flesh and blood, and the protective bag looked empty when it was put into the bag, but later the bag gradually became saturated and bulged to fill a large bag, like a Sterculilichnifera that gets fat when it encounters water, and before Dr. X threw it into the pit, the bag had already bulged out various edges and corners, just like human joints and limbs protruding inside, pushing against the outside of the soft bag. And all these weird changes happened in less than 10 minutes. The description of unlimited cell reproduction in Dr. X's research book seems particularly terrifying and scary when observed by human eyes in real life. What finally ended this abnormal reproduction body was the blazing fire in the pit. The flames completely devoured all the anomalies, including the little bit of flesh and blood handed over by other researchers later. Those anomalies could not even make a spark in the flames. Batman made a partial conclusion. It seems that flame is the nemesis of all anomalies, and this is not the result of the experiment, but Dr. X seems to have known it through some means, so that he can prepare the fire pit and protective bag in advance. This sounds a bit strange. Before the experiment was carried out on the experimental subject, he had already determined that the experiment would cause the characteristic of fear of fire. Maybe it is necessary to look through the surveillance or data records from earlier. Batman kept the doubts in mind and prepared to answer them when he found the answer. In addition, there are other special new discoveries in the surveillance video. In the video of a certain period of time, the child lying on the bed suddenly began to flutter. The posture was very strange, as if he wanted to flutter to a place. After being stopped by Dr. X with handcuffs, it became more and more like a poodle swimming on its back in the river. The limbs were dancing wildly, and the movements were basically the same as now. Bang, bang. The sound of hitting the bedboard continued even when watching the video. This child is indeed full of energy to a certain extent, able to swim on his back for so long. In fact, it is still. Heis clicked on the computer and tried to check the surveillance video with Batman. Heis, what is the NPC doing? Let me see it too. Once the pointy-eared NPC was defined as lawful and good, Heis felt that generally speaking, NPCs with this stance in the game have a high tolerance. For example, the guards at the gate of the city wall and the attending physicians in the hospital, they are lawful and good, and they probably won't get angry if they are ridden on their heads. It's like lying on the operating table with Dr. X. As long as he recognizes his father obediently, Pointy-Ear will put away the knife and do his own thing. He is really a very easy-to-talk person. Heis's misunderstanding has increased. JPG. The child in the video is also hitting the bedboard, and the video has reached a clever synchronization frequency inside and outside. It is probably this action that inspired Dr. X, so the old man wrote a rather sloppy definition on paper. Not good brain. This absurd conclusion has actually been proven. Batman witnessed everything that happened in the video. Dr. X had a bold idea when faced with a child who was talking nonsense and imitating the cuckoo of a protective bag. He tried to teach the child to speak. Faced with a variety of words, the child was confused. After half an hour of careful teaching by Dr. X, who has 5 doctoral degrees, Batman watched the child learn a new skill, namely Paji. In addition, the child also learned 2 words, one cuckoo and one dad. Batman: Hazel, who was watching along: It can't be helped if his intelligence is 0. He was a little worried that the pointy-eared NPC would think he was a fool, although according to his intelligence, he was indeed. Batman was indeed speechless for a while about this situation, probably because he really felt stupid, and then focused his attention on another special angle: Dr. X. It's not just the child's brain that's wrong in this video. I'm afraid there are also Dr. X's every move. Teaching language is definitely a very troublesome thing for Dr. X, and it is also a very condescending thing. After all, in his eyes, the experimental subjects are not considered human beings, let alone such a delicate thing as teaching them to speak. But Dr. X took the initiative to teach the language, and even taught tirelessly for a long time. Even if it was explained as an intelligence test, the effort to teach for another half an hour after finding it difficult to teach did not seem like a cold practical test. Instead, it seemed like a personal emotional behavior with hard work. This was not normal. Batman started watching the video again from the beginning, and this time he changed the person he was observing, that is, Dr. X. Just like the investigation of a case in a detective novel, he found special factors in Dr. X's behavior in the video, just as he thought. Personal feelings. Dr. X's research behavior was filled with too many unnecessary sticky emotional actions. For example, multiple skin contacts, physical caresses, and an inexplicable possessiveness of the experimental subjects, and his attitude clearly distinguished the levels of the experimental subjects from the reproductive bodies. These all revealed intriguing news. I'm afraid that Dr. X has a different kind of feeling for this child, that is, a love emotion full of possessive desire. It's not impossible. Batman calmly cast his eyes towards the operating table. In his sight, the child was still happily learning backstroke, and his actions were full of clear silliness. Fortunately, his extremely beautiful face concealed a lot of his silliness, and cleverly changed most people's perception from "wow, a fool doing backstroke" to "oh, a beautiful woman can be so cool in captivity play." Batman thought. Dr. X's research manual was indeed between reliable and outrageous. Although he was a researcher, he concealed some of his knowledge in the records, such as flame and the like, and wrote down the appearance description of extreme beauty. But he did not mark it. This beauty is quite tempting and can greatly shake people's will. Batman's will was shaken uncontrollably when he came in. So, he suddenly fell in love with a blank paper-like test subject. Dr. X was obviously also fooled by this trick. Batman installed a small plug-in for the surveillance video here, and then slowly left and walked to the operating table. He deliberately turned his sight away, not looking at the child's face on the operating table, and the knife in his hand flashed. With a swoosh, the child's limbs on the operating table were freed. The handcuffs were destroyed by the batarang. Detection task status: free. Self-exploration: the backstroke was freed, and the child did a sit-up and looked at Batman in confusion. He was small, with a pretty face and clear, dull eyes, black hair and white skin, especially like a life-size BJD doll. There were still some scars on his body from the experiment, and the white clothes were thinly put on his body, giving him a feeling of being fragile, full of the atmosphere of, "Ah, I am so weak, so pitiful, and so helpless." Batman picked up a newly opened mask and put it in front of the child. Masks are indispensable in the laboratory, and they are easy to find. You get the prop: medical mask, charisma 20, strength 1, equip. Since the pointy-eared little man specially helps to open the handcuffs and handed him this prop, it is obvious that he hopes the character can wear it. Although he didn't understand, Hazel wanted to try the prop equipment function, so he obediently checked the equipment. The pointy-eared man didn't leave, but stood in front of him, staring at his every move, as if thinking about something. So the character followed the instruction and obediently picked up the mask in front of him. Intelligence test is lower than the required value. Get debuff: 100% error rate in using props. So, the character put the mask on his head in front of Heath and the pointy-eared man, Batman, who had a premonition. Heath. When the two were speechless, there was a violent explosion outside the door, and dust and smoke filled the room. Dr. X is dead. Chapter 13. Robin held a piece of cloth and walked towards the core laboratory. The explosion of the number 2 experiment was too sudden and the explosion was intense enough. Robin searched for a long time at the scene and finally found a piece of cloth. The boy felt mixed emotions. Although he had only a brief exchange with the number 2 experiment, they played naturally and frankly, and their words touched each other's hearts, which was enough for the young boy to regard him as a friend with whom he could communicate. But this friend was gone just like that, and left in such a tragic way. It was really uncomfortable. After all, this friend probably had a very painful experience, which turned him from a normal person into a madman who obeyed orders. As a result, he finally woke up, but got such a terrible ending. It's too late, the friend said during the exchange. Although it is still unclear what too late means, Robin is definitely not a person who will easily give up. He will continue to investigate. It is to give himself and a definite answer to the word too late. Before leaving, the friend asked him to help the children who were also victims. Then this time, he won't be too late again. Robin thought, he will never let the same tragic ending happen to a child with a similar fate. This time, he can definitely do something to prevent it. He was full of enthusiasm. So, he was going to the core laboratory now, meet up with Batman, exchange information and take the next step. Batman hadn't communicated with him for a while. Robin was a little confused, so he got on the communication on the way over and called Batman to ask about the situation. The other end of the communication did not respond immediately, but paused strangely for a while before reopening the communication. Robin held his breath and listened. There seemed to be a rustling sound on the other end of the communication, which soon disappeared. "Robin?" But he didn't wait long. Batman responded to him in a low voice as usual, indicating that everything was going well. Robin scratched his head. He didn't think too much, and continued to report the situation to Batman. "Something happened over here, Bat." Robin couldn't explain everything in such a short communication, so he said briefly, "Subject number 2 self-destructed." But this was not something he could control. What did Dr. X do? He actually heard some movement in the distance. Did Dr. X also plant a bomb over there? Did he escape? Batman paused for a moment, then said slowly, "Dr. X is dead. Also died from the self-explosion just now." Robin, he was really shocked. "Then what is this?" The other end of the phone said calmly, "We searched all the items Dr. X had carried, and indeed restrained any of his movements, but in the end, he still self-destructed on the basis of being unable to move." Robin further confirmed, "Can you find anything?" Batman: Although the explosion was severe, it can still be judged based on the remaining metal products. I'm afraid that a remotely sensed bomb has been implanted in Dr. X's body. Robin tightened his fist unconsciously. The situation of Dr. X's human experiment workshop, which had been gradually becoming clear, was shrouded in thick fog because of this sudden explosion, and became confusing again. Dr. X built the workshop underground, set up a giant army and layers of checkpoints, and even if there was any movement, he would let the second test subject go out with the monitor to explore the way. All these actions show that he cherishes his life. Moreover, Dr. X's experiment seems to be still in progress, and many test subject records in the branch laboratory are only half done. Such crazy antisocial biological scientists always care about the results of his experiments. After all, they always want to do something big that will make the world tremble. So here comes the question, how could such a scientist who cherishes his life and has not finished his work put a bomb into his body and give the other key to trigger the explosion to someone other than himself? Robin had some guesses in his mind. I am afraid that the final answer to this missing person case and the real culprit behind it has not been successfully revealed. They still have work to do. Rescue the test subject. Find the real culprit behind the case. Maybe after returning, I will have to interrogate Edward to see if there are any other clues. There are still many things to discuss with Batman to prevent the next bloody incident from happening again. The underground laboratory was bombed and some rocks collapsed. The road that Batman took was blocked by Dr. X's self-explosion. Robin walked through a small path blown out from the side of the number 2 test subject, and was covered in dust before he could reach the secret door of the core laboratory. The secret door was not closed tightly, or it might be that the door frame was loosened by the explosion. It was half closed, and Robin pushed it lightly and it opened. The bright light immediately followed the open door and spread over him. Robin, who was used to fighting with the number 2 test subject in the dark, couldn't help but feel sore eyelids, and quickly turned on the light to soothe his eyes. Then, he followed the light and looked at the brightest place. It was the operating table. The bed on the operating table was wrinkled, as if someone had just slept there, but now it was empty. He shifted his gaze again, and naturally came to the familiar tall black shadow. The stretched muscles were fully revealed under the black tights and the big cape. Even through the general shape and the vague shadow, one could fully feel its strong sense of security. Robin's eyes unconsciously moved down and looked at the place beside Batman. Oh! A little white hat? The unexpected new discovery made Robin energetic. He observed carefully without saying a word, the little white hat that suddenly appeared beside the dark Batman. Judging from the appearance alone, this is a small, thin, pale-skinned child. The wrist is as thin as a thin bamboo in winter, which can be easily broken by the snow. The reason why Robin thought of the little white hat at first sight was first because he didn't know the other party's name, and secondly because the other party was indeed wearing a white hood. Perhaps it is not correct to say that it is a hood. To be precise, it should be a mask hat. That's right, he couldn't see the child's face. Most of the small face was hidden under the wide medical mask. The drawstrings on both sides of the mask were wrapped around the ears several times before they were hung, revealing only a pair of black eyes. In addition, the child was wearing another mask, which he wore on his head as a hat. Because the mask was very large, it unexpectedly looked like a European maid's hat when worn on the child's head. What kind of novel dress was this? Robin didn't quite understand. He turned his attention back to Batman, and after making sure that Batman didn't wear a mask and hood as outrageous, he doubted his life even more. So why is this dress like this? Does this child like such an alternative dress? Wait, where did this child come from? A series of questions were about to become a knot in Robin's mind. He said directly, "Bat, what is this?" Batman was originally looking down at the dust under the door. He had heard the movement of Robin coming a long time ago and glanced at him lightly. But when he heard this question, his eyes drifted for a while. Batman briefly introduced him. Dr. X's experiment number 1, the victim in the operating room. As soon as he heard the keywords related to operating room, Robin immediately turned his attention back to the little white hat. In the communication with the experiment number 2, they mentioned the experiment in the operating room, and at the last moment of his life, the experiment number 2 had begged to help the children in the laboratory. Robin agreed, and he had no choice but to do it. So his eyes suddenly changed from curiosity to pity for the poor little thing and the person entrusted to him. Robin looked at the thin body and thought that this was probably the sequelae of the experiment. Pity and protective desire were about to overflow. The little white hat stood there blankly, his head followed whoever spoke, and he almost turned into a propeller, and his eyes became more wooden. It was not until Batman noticed his little movement and gently pressed his little head that was shaking left and right that the little white hat stopped moving in a daze. "I don't know what he is thinking. Attitude towards you, friendly. He secretly took out the candy from his body. He wanted to give it to you, and he wanted to help you straighten your mask." Robin thought that little White Hood's head looked very nice to touch. His hands were a little itchy, and he thought the silly child was really lovable. In addition, the mask on his face was worn quite firmly, but the one on his head was very casual, and many black hairs secretly stuck out from it, like a cat with its fur standing up. Robin unconsciously stretched out his hand and tried to help little White Hood straighten his hair. He was halfway through his hand when Batman stopped him. Robin stretched out his hand, which had not yet touched the hair, and sent a confused look to Batman with his eyes. Batman retracted his arm to stop him, and simply said, "Don't take off his mask, and don't look at his face." "Robin, if you don't want to touch his hair, you can't look at his face either." He carefully thought about the deep meaning behind Batman's behavior and words, and looking at the room full of surgical instruments, An idea came to his mind. Could it be that this child's face was injured because of the experiment? Thinking about the experimental subjects he had seen along the way, and then thinking about the giant as tall as a hill, Robin felt that it was very possible, and looked at Little White Hat with more affection. However, Robin still didn't understand the mask on his head. Maybe it was a personal hobby. He didn't intend to take off the mask on Little White Hat's face. After careful observation, he saw that Little White Hat's head was indeed not injured, so he helped to adjust the mask on his head. He didn't take it off, but just helped to straighten the hair that was blown out and smooth the wrinkled edges of the mask. He looked more like a person. Neatness increased. Charm 1. Why is this mask on my head? Robin muttered while adjusting it. I didn't even wear it properly. He also asked Little White Hat, why do you want to match it like this? Little White Hat stared at him, blinked his eyes and said nothing. Batman watched Robin help the child adjust the mask, rubbed his fingers slightly, and seemed to be able to feel the faint furry feeling through the gloves. A few minutes ago, Batman tried to take off the mask on his head, but was rejected by the child who screamed, "Gee, Heather, one more mask means one more strength point, don't take it off." He was very satisfied with the 2 points in strength. Since the other party refused, Batman had to let him go. Just to prevent the child from wearing another mask on his head, he helped the child put it on his face, wrapped it around his ears a few times, and adjusted the hat by the way, before removing his hand. In the end, it still didn't work. Batman silently withdrew his gaze. Chapter 14. Batman temporarily gave the child to Robin. The two of them discussed for a while and both were sure that there was a real culprit behind the scenes who was still hiding behind the ashes and dust and plotting secretly. All the conspiracies and tricks had not been truly solved, and there was even a tendency to repeat. Such a tragedy should not happen again. So the two of them split up into 2 groups. Robin had to work with the police to rescue the giants in this area and find more victims in the ruins. Batman went one step ahead to search for the criminals within the maximum range that remote sensing could reach, and went back to further interrogate Edward. He also made a decision that surprised Robin a little. Take this little white child back? Robin repeated Batman's words and confirmed carefully. Are you talking about the Batcave? Or, Batman glanced at the Little White Hat. As long as the Little White Hat didn't hold his head down, he liked to walk around and shake his head left and right to look at people talking. His posture was a little stiff, just like an artificial little mentally retarded. He said, Batcave. Robin blinked. He was really a little surprised at Batman's decision. In his opinion, according to the previous methods, since the child is just an innocent victim, he should be handed over to the police, and the police should contact the hospital and family members. The Batcave is a place that goes against the conspiracy and intrigue. There are no furry pillows and no warm lights. It is not the best place for children to rest and recuperate. On the other hand, the Batcave is their important secret base, and its importance and confidentiality are self-evident. Robin's eyes became serious, and the look he gave to the Little White Hat was no longer a simple meaning of ease and care. He had a vague definition of the Little White Hat again. Perhaps the things involved behind the Little White Hat are extremely complicated. Don't take off his mask, Batman repeatedly reminded before leaving. If the mask is broken, then don't look directly at his face, and be sure to cover his face. Robin is not sure about the reason behind this for the time being, but he has always been a very trustworthy partner. No problem. Remember to explain to me when you come back. Batman nodded, supported the child's shoulders, gently pushed him forward, and sent him to Robin's hands. The Little White Hat staggered closer to Robin. Robin nodded and reached out to take the Little White Hat. Batman turned to leave, and his long black cape swung out a graceful arc. Batman handed you over? ? Batman needs to track down the real culprit behind the scenes, and the branch line is open. Please choose whether to follow the branch line. Hazel's eyes lit up. Since he has successfully entered the main line, the branch line under the main line is not like the previous branch line with a certain death ending, but rather an extracurricular assignment to enrich the main plot. Branch plots often play an important role in supplementing the main plot content, and special CGs will appear from time to time. Therefore, when a branch line appears in an RPG game, most players will choose to follow the branch line. What's more, compared to Robin, whom he just met, the lawful good Batman who has met several times is more trustworthy. Hazel was eager to choose, yes, and tried to explore the branch content with Batman. Game masters will not forget to flexibly use the internal functions of the game. After confirming to follow up, he pulled over the dialog box and began to recognize his father skillfully. Hazel typed, "Dad, Dad, Dad." Little White Hood opened his mouth and shouted, "Dad!" He is always quick to recognize his father. JPG. As soon as Robin touched Little White Hood's soft hair, his palm suddenly felt empty. Little White Hood pushed his hand away and walked a few steps in the direction of Batman, calling with a childish voice, "Robin?" He stood here for a while. It was really the first time he heard Little White Hood speak. His voice was very cute, and his appearance was also very cute. It would be even cuter if he hadn't suddenly recognized Batman as his father. Batman's figure remained silent and froze for a moment, and then continued to walk as if nothing had happened. Robin easily pulled Little White Hood back after he took 2 steps with one hand, and asked him with interest, "Why are you calling me Dad?" Little White Hood was stopped in his tracks, stomping his feet in vain and pushing his arms out. But Robin's arms were like a mountain, blocking him heavily. Seeing Batman leave, you hurriedly followed him, but Robin blocked your progress. Little White Hat screamed "Dad!" and almost freestyled, but couldn't break free from Robin's arm. Heights frantically pressed the direction keys. "Let go of me. I want to do a branch line." Detection strength is less than the required value. You lost the route. Batman left and can't break free. "Hey, don't follow." Robin stopped him with one hand, as if he was hanging on the horizontal bar, and he could still use one hand to touch the candy and dangle in front of people like coaxing a child. "If you listen, I'll give you candy, okay?" "I want to give you candy." "Candy. It has no effect, but it tastes sweet and is very popular with children." Seeing that he couldn't break free, Heights pretended to accept the prop, candy, and pretended to accept the candy. Robin really let go of his arm and watched Little White Hat grab the candy in his hand, and when he completely let go of his blocking arm, Little White Hat slipped and was about to run towards Batman. Heights pressed the direction keys frantically, rushed towards the branch line. However, trigger the battle wheel. The system suddenly pops up a window, indicating that a new plot has been entered. Heiss closes his eyes. He already has a bad premonition. Check the strength value. Failure of the strength confrontation. The bad premonition has come true. Robin's physical fitness is 10 times that of yours. You can't run faster than him. Heiss, so, what is the need for a strength confrontation in Strength 2? Robin grabbed his collar easily, and the mischievous smile that he unconsciously revealed at the moment, and the movements that required preparation, made it difficult for people not to doubt. He actually knew that this Little White Hat was going to sneak away, but Robin had a bad intention of watching the fun, and he didn't say it out, and had to wait until this time to tease the Little White Hat. The Little White Hat was like a cat with its neck grabbed, dancing and trying to escape the punishment, but could only swim freely in the air again. After paddling for a long time, my goodness, he didn't take a single step out. The Little White Hat was going to get angry. "Dad, Dad, Dad." Any method must be tried. Apart from 2 points of strength, virtue, and intelligence, are completely useless, so Heiss can only think of using charm. Otherwise, when will the points of this round come in handy? Heiss gritted his teeth and clicked on the charm skill. Robin also looked at the Little White Hat in front of him. The Little White Hat fluttered for a while, probably knowing that there was no hope of escape. Mew's eyes rarely showed a stern look, raised his hand and touched the mask on his face. Robin narrowed his eyes. He still remembered Batman's advice. Don't look at the Little White Hat's face. This rule has never been abandoned when entangled with the Little White Hat, so he always pays attention to the mask on the Little White Hat's face. Robin tightened his fingers. If the Little White Hat wants to take off the mask, he is afraid that he will have to hold the Little White Hat firmly, instead of playing like this. Although he doesn't want to leave a bad impression on the Little White Hat, if it really comes to that. The Little White Hat grabbed the edge of the mask. Whitecap's eyes have never been so wide open, as if the protagonist of an American TV series is in danger. He also calmly transforms into a new century warrior, not a dull experimental subject, and is about to use his killer move. He slightly exerts force on his hand and pulls down along the edge. Robin reaches out his hand, and just before he is about to push Whitecap down, he stops. The mask Batman puts on you is tied on your ear. It's a knot. Heather, I've been tricked. Batman's departing figure has long been integrated into the darkness, and it is difficult to follow the direction he left. Direction lost. The progress of the side quest is reset to 0, and the main quest continues. Robin, oh, his shoulders trembled slightly, and he closed his mouth and gritted his teeth, trying not to laugh out loud, because Whitecap looks like he is going to turn into stone. Whitecap can't pull off the mask. Not only that, but he is also pulling it randomly when pulling it off, which makes the knot tighter. It is estimated that even if Batman comes back, he can only use the bat dart to cut the line to barely let his face out. Poor little White Hat was completely stunned. Still trying to pull a rope, he tried to break it. Test strength is less than the required value. 2 points of strength were not enough for little White Hat to tear off the mask. Dr. X died with honor. He really cared about the quality of the core laboratory items. Ahem. Robin coughed twice, trying to break the awkward atmosphere and give the stone man Little White Hat a little self-esteem. Come with me, Little White Hat. The adults have to do something more important. Little White Hat lost his soul. Even though his whole face could not be seen, he stood there. Most of his face was covered tightly by the mask, revealing only a pair of eyes that looked hopeless, and he was wearing a mask as a hat on his head. This look was really funny and cute. Since he could no longer chase Batman and couldn't break away from Robin, Little White Hat could only become a good baby. He would go forward when Robin said to go forward, like a defeated and decadent cat, who failed in a fight and fell into the water, crying and taking a bath obediently with mud all over his body. Robin is really a very careful boy. He did a good job in contacting the police and copying materials, and even handled the details very seriously, which makes people feel very relieved when it comes to delivering tasks. As for taking care of the cub, he did a good job. Whether it is caring about the cub's mental health, deliberately taking Little White Hat to avoid bloody places with experimental subjects, or carefully choosing roads with good road conditions to make Little White Hat walk more easily, these meticulous cares are really important manifestations. Robin held his hand, fearing that the road was too long, and talked to Little White Hat from time to time. Come back. Why do you call Batman Dad? Little White Hat said listlessly. Gee, Robin, call me brother too. Come, let me hear it. Little White Hat. Podgy podgy. Little White Hat seems to have learned new words without a teacher. He can greater than dot less than. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 15. Robin also noticed this. Robin has always been a careful person, including when Little White Hat speaks. He is also very careful. During the long journey, he had long discovered that Little White Hat could use extremely limited words. He only knew 3 words. When Robin made him unhappy, Little White Hat would COO randomly. When Robin mentioned Batman, Little White Hat would mutter that, and when Robin tried to talk to Little White Hat about something else, such as his name, hobbies, and name, Podgy Podgy would come out of Little White Hat's mouth randomly, and no one knew what he was talking about. And the latest it is a manifestation of unhappiness. Once he doesn't want to continue the conversation, or the conversation makes him very dissatisfied, Little White Hat will, like a little kitten humming and not drinking enough milk. It is both annoying and funny. Robin thought it was very funny. You call Batman Dad, is it because you can't say anything else? Hazel, I was discovered. Then Robin saw that the Little White Hat snorted at him, and then said Dad in a somewhat rhythmic way, but it was really hard to understand what he was saying. Robin, oops, it's even funnier. Take you out of the underground laboratory, There are still many surviving experimental subjects in the underground laboratory. As the police's excavation progresses, they have ushered in the dawn of hope. The handover of was completed smoothly without any noise. While the handover task was in progress, Shizzy explored several of the laboratories for the first time in a long time. The equipment in the non-core laboratories is several levels lower in risk. It is very basic experimental equipment, and there are not even a few bottles of dangerous chemicals. The most important thing is probably the nutrient solution for the experimental subjects, but that thing has not been detected to be any dangerous. It is purely to preserve the nutrients of the experimental subjects. Because of this, Robin deliberately gave the little white hat some space to play. Although White Hood is still not allowed to run around out of sight, Robin is more free with children than Batman. He allows children to touch things in the safe area of the laboratory. As long as they don't touch dangerous chemicals, he won't forcefully stop them. White Hood finally got rid of the free swimming state. He can step on the ill-fitting black boots, make a snap sound when walking, and touch things here and there in the laboratory like a little duck dragging its webbed feet. By the way, these boots were found by Robin for White Hood. White Hood has no shoes on his feet. The perverted old man Dr. X wants to drool at his little feet every minute and every second, and treats people as experimental subjects, so he won't let him wear shoes. Batman's relationship with White Hood is basically limited to the core laboratory. White Hood didn't even step on the floor for a few minutes before he got a knot on his face and was handed over to Robin for care. When it was Robin's turn, he hadn't even walked out of the core lab before he realized that little White Hat's feet were empty. If he continued to walk like this, he might bleed. So he went to the branch lab to find a pair of boots and put them on little White Hat's feet. Little White Hat was young and had a small frame, so he couldn't find shoes that fit him. Robin couldn't conjure up a pair of children's shoes, so he had to let him wear larger shoes. He stepped on them and they made a snapping sound when he walked. After all, these shoes really didn't fit. Heist didn't have any objections. Anyway, he could run by pressing the direction keys whether he wore boots or not. But, nameless boots, foot equipment item, can reduce health damage caused by walking. Strength 1. Heist immediately equipped boots, without any objection, and watched with pleasure as the strength value on the panel changed from 2 to 3. A little strength value is also strength. Little White Hat shook his feet and looked down at his boots. Although his eyes were still dull, he seemed to still reveal a hint of excitement, and he kicked his feet lively. The boots were too big and couldn't keep up with the movement, so they fell to the ground lazily. Robin focused a little on Little White Hat. Seeing that he had no intention of running away and was still interested in shoes, he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. He felt that Little White Hat was really pitiful and cute. He could actually be so interested in a pair of ordinary boots. The remaining cloth strips of experiment number 2 were still on him. Robin thought about these experimental subjects and the simple Little White Hat, and his disgust for Dr. X increased. His fingertips slid, and the middle axis of the mouse drove the computer page up and down. In the laboratory, Robin found the relevant information of experiment number 2. In the branch laboratory computer, there were also some personal information of the experimental subjects. By searching for the experimental subject numbered 002, he could quickly get the profile of experiment number 2 with a photo. Experiment number 2's real name was Neil. He was born in an ordinary middle-class family in Gotham. However, in the past few years, the family's economic situation has been seriously flawed. His father died of illness, and the family was broken up. Neil had to drop out of school and work in various part-time jobs. Finally, he was abducted to the experimental subject while working, so his life ended there. Black and white words simply define a person's complete and short life. Neil's resumes for various jobs have recent photos. He is completely different from the giant figure. He is dark, thin and capable. There is inferiority in his eyes, but also full of hope. However, in the battle some time ago, Neil's facial contours have been filled with muscles, and his body is as burly as a beast using hormones, giving people a strong and human impact. Robin was silent for a while. He sighed heavily and clicked on Neil's family tree. Neil's family structure is very simple. He was born and raised in Gotham and is the only son in a family of 3. Since his father died of illness and Neil disappeared, his mother has been hospitalized for illness and the situation is unknown. Test subject number 1 is not Neil's family member in terms of blood relatives. He was asked to take care of him together, probably just because of the sad feeling of sympathy. The cloth on his body seemed to be unconsciously hot. Robin originally planned to give the cloth to Little White Hat, but at present, it would be better to give it to Neil's mother in the hospital. But will this affect Neil's mother's condition? Robin thinks this needs more consideration. He tapped the keyboard and exited Neil's profile page. The excavation and rescue progress of the external police continued to advance. It would probably not be long before they could successfully send more people to rescue the victims. And Little White Hat was still touching various items in the laboratory, occasionally looking over to look at the computer, and then running to play with the experimental equipment. He was very happy. Robin glanced at Little White Hat, thought about it, and searched for subject 0001 on the computer, and clicked to visit the personal profile of subject number 1. A unique profile appeared. Sequence: 0001. Original name: Hi Shizzy. Description: none. Remarks: none. Injection serial number: special backup number 01. Need to pay considerable attention. Be sure to pay attention, except for the injection serial number and original name. The profile almost does not provide any information. The description is extremely brief, compared with the detailed descriptions of subject number 2 and other subjects. It is simply the opposite of the world. Very special. Including photos. Originally, when browsing, Robin had already blocked the page where the ID photo should appear, to ensure that he would not see Little White Hat's face. But he did not expect that the profile page of subject number 1 did not include the photo at all, and even the text description was blank. Little White Hat. No, now it should be called Heis. What kind of dirty people's plan is behind him as a test subject? Robin has no way of knowing for the time being. The sound of the laboratory in the distance gradually increased, and the sound of stones being carefully taken out and people entering overlapped, adding a lot of lively popularity to the gloomy underground laboratory, and the voices of shouting and talking increased. There are people here. Report. There is one here too. Where is the doctor? Let the doctor in. The voices in his ears kept getting closer, and Robin immediately turned off the computer, restored the items to their original appearance, glanced back, grabbed Heis who was still knocking, and was about to leave through the secret passage where he came in at the beginning. The back collar of fate was grabbed again. JPG. Robin picked it up at first and felt that something was wrong. First of all, the weight of the child seemed to have become much heavier in a few tens of minutes. Secondly, the sound of carrying him and walking, with a lot of small plastic and steel collision sounds. These sounds that shouldn't appear, are close to him with the steps. Robin? He can still carry him, but he doesn't quite understand why this change has happened. So Robin carried him and checked with the light of the ceiling light that was not broken. He found that Heis, who was wearing a thin lab coat, had a small pocket in the front of his waist for no reason, and his steps were much heavier. He stopped suspiciously, lifted Heis, and shook it gently. Heis, who was suddenly breathing in the air at high altitude and was still shaking, %X when Robin lifted Heis gradually to high altitude and shook it, the sound of metal collision and paper flying sounded again, and this time the source of the sound was very real. Robin lowered his head and looked in the direction of the sound. 2 boots hit the ground heavily. No way. Robin frowned, carried Heis with one hand, grabbed the boot with the other hand, and looked inside. Wow, the boot was bigger than Heis's foot, so the remaining space was fully utilized. The thermometer, blood pressure monitor, and blood oxygen tester were all stuffed into the boot. Robin was furious. It was a blessing that Heis was so light, otherwise he would have crushed one and it would have been a pain for him. In order to prevent a pile of masks from being left on him, Robin had to pick out the edge of Heis's rolled clothes, and successfully took out a stack of unopened masks from his body, revealing the source of the sound of the plastic paper. Robin had a heart attack. You put everything in your pocket? Are you a kangaroo? The kangaroo is not as strong as Heis. After all, it has no boots to stuff. The little man in the white hat began to swim on his back in the air again. Thermometer, a medical item for measuring body temperature. Maybe it can be used someday. Blood pressure monitor, a medical item for measuring blood pressure. Maybe it can be used someday. When Hai saw these marked items that could be picked up, he was eager to throw them into the prop backpack, but he didn't expect that because his clothes had no pockets and the little man's intelligence was not up to standard, he couldn't find a bag that he could carry with him, so he stuffed it into any place he could fit on his body. Even his boots were used, but it didn't matter, as long as he could take the props with him. Heist clicked on the prop. "Give me the props back." The little man in the white hat kicked his legs and swam more vigorously. Chapter 16. Alfred Pennyworth, the butler of the Wayne family. He is called Alfred for short. Just like every dark night, this shrewd and capable old butler is waiting for the return of the owner of the manor in the gloomy Batcave under Wayne Manor. Today is no exception. He saw the familiar red and green figure at the right time as he wished. Oh, today seems to be special. This familiar red and green figure seems to be carrying a special little guest. The old butler has been through many battles and did not show the slightest surprise at this sudden situation. Instead, he greeted him as usual. "Alfred." The red and green figure is Robin. He carried a little guy in one hand, and the little guy was still fluttering on his shoulder, while Robin carried a bag in the other hand, which was bulging with something. The old butler looked out and did not see the big black shadow. The plan has changed. Batman is going to track down another real culprit behind the scenes. He will probably be back later. Robin noticed the old butler's actions and immediately explained to the old butler, "And I will follow his instructions and bring Hazel back first." As he spoke, he gently put the struggling kid on his shoulder. Oh no, it should be Hazel, on the ground. The little white-hatted kid named Hazel was obviously very brave. He swam down on his back and arrived at a cave where he didn't know where he was. He ran happily to the other side of Robin and reached out for the bag. Robin pressed Hazel's head. "Oh, no, I can't give it to you yet." "Hazel, Robin." He thought that this guy who couldn't speak was probably scolding him, but Robin would not bother with such a little kid. He still held the bag high mercilessly, ignoring Hazel's rubbing on his long legs, and handed the bag to the old butler without hesitation, and said to Hazel, "Be obedient, I'll give it to you later." The old butler took the bag. The bag was indeed heavy, just like its bulging appearance, which gave people a shocking sense of power the moment it was received. The old butler then slightly opened a small opening and saw that it was full of portable medical equipment and plastic-sealed masks. Old butler? The old butler briefly imagined about the relevant content of Wayne Industries' entry into the medical industry. Before the old butler could think about which part of the medical equipment manufacturing industry to enter, he suddenly felt his trouser legs tighten, and two claws grabbed his trouser legs. The old butler looked down and saw that the little white hat changed his target. Instead of flapping Robin, he grabbed his trouser legs and stared pitifully at the bag in his hand. As a super butler with great experience and accomplishment, he stood straight. Before Hazel changed his target, there was not even a wrinkle on his trousers. He was straight, so he did not give Hazel any chance to climb. The old butler held the bag and looked up at Robin. "Master, I think maybe you should explain it to me a little bit." He glanced at the limp one under his feet, and deliberately did not say Robin's real name. "Robin, it's like this, Alfu." Robin truthfully relayed the information obtained from the laboratory and Batman's special instructions to the butler, and then spread his hands. "Other arrangements will have to wait for Batman to come back, but to be honest, I don't know what he is thinking." "I see," the old butler nodded. "Then it seems that this Master High Shizzy will stay for a while." "Robin." "Indeed." They exchanged glances, and the old butler immediately walked to a counter, and High Shizzy, who was holding the old butler's trouser leg like a huggable bear, was also successfully brought to the counter. The old butler calmly rummaged in the counter drawer. He touched what he wanted. Then, taking advantage of the moment when High Shizzy lowered his head due to the pain in his neck, the old butler quickly took out another bag full of items from the cabinet and exchanged it with the bag full of medical equipment in his hand. When High Shizzy looked up again, the bag in the old butler's hand had become another bag of things. High Shizzy, who had been looking down at the game interface, the old butler held the bag calmly, leaned down slightly, and spoke to the white ball on his legs. Master Shizzy, the little white hat, who could only show his eyes, looked up at him. The old butler smiled and coaxed, "Here, the bag is for you." The little white hat was angry. "Gigi, I have seen it all on the game interface. You didn't actually return the props to me, and you came over to deceive me to give me another bag. This NPC is too bad." But no matter what he said, the little white hat still opened his hands and hugged the bag that was delivered to his door. No matter how angry he was, he couldn't refuse the props that were delivered to him. "I'll give you a bag of items. Open it." Little white hat shook the bag, and the bag was not tied too tightly, so it opened easily, and an alluring aroma wafted out. Where did the aroma come from? Little white hat looked inside suspiciously. Fragrant bread roll, added delicious cheese, fatigue is reduced by 1 after eating. Sweet cookies, crispy and delicious, fatigue is reduced by 1 after eating. Wow, you don't know until you see it. It turns out that there are all delicious snacks inside. In terms of the introduction function, the simple, fatigue is reduced by 1, seems to be much better than. Maybe it can be used someday. After all, although Robin carried him for a long distance, Heis also ran on his own in the middle. Poor strength too made him easily run out of energy after running a short distance. Heis immediately wanted to click eat, but unfortunately the mask on his face was tied up, and he couldn't loosen it all the way, let alone now. He wanted to put these foods into the prop library, but unfortunately he only had boots to put things. Heis hesitated for a moment. Anyway, he is a player. Anyway, this is a game. So, no. The old butler gently but firmly pressed down on Hazel's hand. This short hand, just now, tried to hide the fragrant biscuits in the boots. The old butler narrowed his eyes. "This bag can be given to you, Master Hazel." He put the biscuits back into the bag considerately, and then stuffed the whole bag into Hazel's arms again, so as not to let the food go into the boots again. Hazel suddenly had another big bag, so he could only scratch his head in confusion, staring at the bag in his arms and drooling. Robin stood behind and watched the whole process, laughing silently. After laughing for a long time, he raised his eyes and met the old butler's gaze again. He couldn't help but tremble all over, feeling that something was wrong. The old butler said slowly, "I think the young master should explain a little more about the various issues related to Master Hazel, for example, his unique little decorations." Robin followed the old butler's finger and saw the eye-catching mask hat. So this time, it was Robin's turn to scratch his head again. "Well, Edward, the person who gave evidence in the Dr. X incident, the person who provided materials to the underground laboratory. According to him, he was threatened by Dr. X and forced to trade materials with the underground laboratory in exchange for the smooth operation of the industry and his own safety. He also provided some human bodies, and the entrance to the secret passage of Dr. X's underground laboratory was indeed provided by him. From this point of view, it seems that he is indeed a reliable person who has been squeezed dry of information. But this judgment has to be questioned after Dr. X and Neo were both forced to self-destruct and die. Is there any truth hidden in his mouth? What does this person know? This is what Batman wants to know. Before, Batman remained cautious as always. Even after the interrogation, he did not let Edward go easily, but threw him to the police station and locked him in the police detention room. However, when Batman arrived at the police station, he saw that the lights were bright and the crowd was in a panic, rushing in and out. They didn't seem to be busy with the underground laboratory, but rather they seemed to be in a hurry for something terrifying that was happening right next to them. He went to the detention room secretly and saw that it was empty, with only large patches of blood remaining. "I knew you would come," a steady male voice came from behind. Batman turned slightly and the person who spoke to him was James Gordon, the chief of the Gotham Police Department. Gordon and Batman were old acquaintances, so they didn't exchange pleasantries. He simply said, 15 minutes ago, Edward, who was locked up in the detention room, exploded without warning. After a rough treatment and testing, it can be determined that it was a small human body bomb. The explosion was relatively small, and even the wall of the detention room didn't collapse. But unfortunately, The bomb was placed in a vital part of the human body, and Edward immediately lost his vital signs, and even his body. Gordon paused for a moment and didn't describe it in detail, but he also understood that this level of description was enough for Batman to understand the situation. The underground laboratory was successfully found, and the people were rescued. Gordon asked his old friend Batman, "So what is the reason for devoting so much effort to solving this minor character?" The light bulb in the detention room was blown out in the explosion, and the room was dark. Only the light from the corridor lamp could barely shine on the threshold, casting an incandescent light on the backs of the two people, which made the backlit faces look even darker. Batman was silent for a moment, and slowly said, "Then I'm afraid this is not a real minor character." Among the personnel related to the entire underground laboratory, only Dr. X and Subject Number 2 died because of the sudden explosion, and the other subjects were intact. Dr. X and Subject Number 2 were at the same level as the murderer behind the scenes, which was understandable. After all, these two were the most important participants in the underground laboratory. But what kind of information did Edward, a minor henchman, have that he was judged by the people behind the scenes to be equal to Dr. X and Subject Number 2 inches? Gordon looked at Batman. "I'm sorry, but as of now, have we lost our clues?" Batman shook his head. Gordon was surprised. "Oh?" The dark shadow with pointed ears stretched out his arms and fingers. Gordon curiously leaned over to check, but found that there was only a badge on the palm. The badge had a gold border and a silver base, which looked extraordinary. "I picked this up in the most suitable place to detonate an underground bomb." Gordon: "So, you want to track down the organization that the badge belongs to?" Batman: "Yes, and he also has a little witness." Chapter 17. If a smart person wants to show his wisdom, he needs to carefully plan a case, or concentrate on studying a certain achievement, or be superior in intellectual puzzles, or even need to be in a place where the intelligence is generally lower than his, in order to successfully show his wisdom. This is obviously very troublesome, but if a fool wants to show his stupidity, it is much simpler. He just needs to play normally. This is also true for Heath, who has zero intelligence. After all, as long as he opens his mouth and makes mysterious languages such as Paji and Gji, normal people around him can easily understand that this is a little fool. Although it is understood that Heath has many shortcomings in intelligence due to Dr. X's experiments, it is still difficult to really try to get along with him. Although Heath was carried back by Robin, he was a victim of the laboratory after all, not a prisoner taken to the Batcave for interrogation. So the old butler and Robin agreed that they needed to treat the child with the courtesy of a guest. But the disadvantage of zero intelligence is no greater than this. When the old butler tried to give the child a casual and comfortable outfit instead of a pale and empty lab coat, the child always managed to put the clothes on the wrong place, such as around his waist. He fully demonstrated to the old butler his strange brain circuits and his intelligence, which was probably a bit problematic. Robin laughed. "Tell me, do you want to go to the forest to be a primitive man?" Then he was glanced at by the old butler. He immediately quieted down. The old butler is worthy of being a senior butler. He is not only good at taking care of the family, but also very skilled in taking care of children. He was not surprised by Hashizi's unusual dressing ideas. Instead, he spoke more kindly, like talking to a baby. "Okay, it seems that Master Hashizi needs my help." Little White Hat tilted his head. "Gee." The old butler did not take off his two masks. He just took off the lab suit with the method of catching a furry puppy, and then took off the daily clothes around his waist, spread them flat on the seat, and smoothed out the wrinkles on them. Little White Hat was like a shaved poodle. Once the curly hair was shaved off, his white back was exposed to the air without reservation. His body temperature dropped suddenly, and he sneezed immediately because he was not used to it. Chew. Perhaps because he had never seen the sun, his skin was surprisingly white. Even compared with the white lab suit he took off, it matched his childish and soft body, and at first glance, he looked like a ball of snow. The old butler was helping him change his clothes. When his fingertips touched his shoulders, the soft touch and the extremely white visual effect made him look dazed for a moment. Old butler, passive effect trigger, will confrontation. His hand trembled slightly for a moment, and his brain went blank for a short time. The old butler suddenly stopped moving, and Little White Hat, whose upper body was still empty, raised his head and took a look. Then, the Little White Hat tentatively reached out his hand and tried to take out a cabinet behind the old butler. This guy seemed to still have a special liking for the medical equipment in the cabinet. But he failed. The old butler successfully held his hand again. Success! The old butler's eyes regained clarity again. He remained calm and firmly held the hand that Little White Hat was holding toward the counter. He slowly moved his hand back to the front of him, moved his feet, and stood sideways between Robin and Little White Hat. Then, he once again showed his outrageous speed beyond ordinary people, and his arm almost flew out of the shadow. He immediately put clothes on Little White Hat. Comfort +1. Little White Hat suddenly changed from a naked country dog to a cute little white dog in the city wearing normal clothes. He was very interested and grabbed the collar and looked at it randomly. "Hazel, let me see the properties of this clothes." The old butler's expression flickered, but he quickly regained his composure and quickly adjusted the edge of the clothes. His movements were more like taking care of a messy dog. Only after doing all this did the old butler finally withdraw his feet, and Robin, who was thinking about it, was able to see Little White Hat dressed neatly again. Where on earth did such small clothes come from? Afu? Robin didn't pay attention to the small incident about dressing just now, and his focus was completely on the yellow pullover that fit the Little White Hat. The old butler, "Please believe in my professional ethics, young master." Robin was very puzzled. Does the butler's ethics include these? To be honest, he doubted the old butler's words. Robin had reason to suspect that the butler who could find such small clothes immediately might have some expectations for the Wayne family's newborn. Thinking about it this way, it was even more likely. A black big bat that looked destined to be alone popped up in Robin's head. I'd better stop thinking. The light yellow really shows the skin color. The contrast between the yellow like a little duck and the porcelain white skin immediately looks like cheese with cheese added. And the sweet and delicious feeling of a baby is almost coming to your nose. The white mask on his head is still in place, but the Little White Hat seems to have successfully transformed from a pitiful little experimental subject to a cute little cub at home. The old butler thought for a moment and said, "Wait, something is missing." He then rummaged through the counter again, and like Doberman, he magically found a small yellow cloth hat of the same color, with a silly duck printed on the front and wavy ruffles on the corners. The old butler very humanely asked the little white cat for his opinion. "Would you like to wear this one?" Little White Hat tilted his head. "Gee, Alfred wants to give you a prop, duck hat. A beautiful yellow hat, +1 charm and 1 virtue. Hazel, this is a prop that can increase virtue that I have never seen before. Hurry up and send it up." Little White Hat opened his hands with joy, and the old butler understood and happily helped him put on the duck hat. Robin was stunned. "There is this too." He saw that he was almost done, so he came over with great interest, turned left and right, and admired the freshly baked costume from all directions. Robin was a teenager after all, and he was most interested in the hat and this set. He reached out his hand and saw that Little White Hat didn't react, so he took the initiative to touch his head, rubbing the soft hair of the child through a layer of mask and duck hat. Little White Hat turned his head and stared at him. Robin said, "Speaking of which, should I call you Little Yellow Hat now?" Little Yellow Hat stared at him. Humphrey. Little Yellow Hat with the duck hat on really looked like a little yellow duckling. The touch of rubbing his hair was very good, and the way he hummed at people could only feel cute instead of being offensive. So Robin hummed again. "Humphrey, dash. The badge has a gold border and a silver base, and the overall shape is round, with a totem engraved inside. But this totem seems to be hand-polished, and the technology is not particularly good." Gordon borrowed the badge, poured lead powder on the paper and copied it, and then the general shape of the internal pattern was revealed. Unlike the animal pattern on ordinary badges, this pattern is more like 2 arrows, appearing separately at the 2 ends of the circular edge, and the faint lead gray in the center seems to also outline a cross icon pointed by 2 arrows. The meaning is unclear. Gordon thought for a long time, but he couldn't find a trademark similar to this pattern from his memory. The design concept of this trademark is completely incomprehensible. It is hard to imagine that some organizations would use such a logo. Batman said, "These two arrows must represent some meaning." Gordon nodded. "The badge happened to appear in that place. It must be related." Gordon, "Maybe the person who lost the badge didn't intend to discard it. This badge is expensive and the craftsmanship is also unique. He may go back to look for it." Batman, "Yes, I have roughly placed something." Gordon turned his gaze to Batman. Looking at this dark old friend, he couldn't help but laugh. "So, what can I do to help you? Do I need to explain it in such a roundabout way?" Batman's eyes flashed with a smile. "No, I am indeed here to show my discovery. And I think we should also target the internal personnel of the police station to see who has a little relationship with this pattern." Gordon, "Just that? I guess there is more." Batman avoided answering. Since he was unwilling to talk, Gordon had no choice but to touch his sparse hair and rummage through his coat pockets, pulling out the keys to his house. "It's time for me to get off work." Gordon grabbed the keys and waved his hand. "Today we have solved a case anyway." "Great. We'll talk about overtime tomorrow." It meant to send him off. Then when Gordon blinked again, the huge bat shadow silently merged into the darkness and disappeared from sight. The police chief started to scratch his hair again. Okay. He touched the keys in his hand and thought that it would be more comfortable to go home and chat, without stopping halfway and keeping him on edge. Thinking of home, his mood also improved unconsciously, and he happily went out to drive and drove towards home. However, his thoughts this time were wrong about Batman. It was not that Batman came here on purpose to keep him on edge, but that what he came here to do was, first, inconvenient to say, and second, it could not be said by Batman. In a database in a police station where the lights had been turned off, the screen flickered with a blue light, and the big black shadow that had left appeared again, tapping the last enter key on the computer keyboard. From some of the small words on the computer screen, it can be seen that this is a police website for population management. After the enter key was pressed, everything returned to its original state. Batman has completed another task. Gotham's population files have quietly changed, and a little boy's name has been added. The file classifies this child in the population file of a long-disrepaired orphanage, identifying him as a child of the orphanage and one of the missing persons during this period. This name will also be entered into the list of victims of the underground laboratory case in a stable manner during the overtime work of the police officers during this period. Hastes. Batman entered this name. This small task of adding a name really has nothing to do with Batman, and Batman should not come forward to mention it. It is even more inconvenient to tell the Gotham Commissioner directly, which will attract unnecessary attention and associations from others, because it is about to be linked to another famous person in Gotham, namely, Bruce Wayne. Chapter 18. The Batcave has always been the dark place of light, a secret cave that fights endlessly with the boundless darkness of Gotham, and the Wayne family's deepest secret base. It has never been associated with warm sunshine, let alone softness and sweetness. Generally speaking, this is the case, but there are always exceptions. When Batman returned in the Dark Knight, his face was calm, his steps were steady, and his movements seemed to drive the airflow. At first glance under the moonlight, it looked like a big bat with a black ape walking on Earth. He stepped into the Batcave. Then, his steps were slightly hesitant. Batman was extremely sure that he could clearly smell the aroma of food that should not appear here, including the smell of different ingredients such as candy, bread, fruits and vegetables. This was very abrupt, although he had made corresponding mental preparations and was sure that something would happen in the Batcave because of this little guy. Such a strong smell of food still made him stop involuntarily. This was not within his mental preparation. However, seeing is believing. No matter how strange the changes are, he, the person who made the decision, needs to check them out in person and then make the proper judgment again. Batman took a few steps forward and completely entered the range of the Batcave. He could clearly observe every movement in the room without any obstacles. Observe carefully. There were not many changes in the furnishings and structures inside the Batcave. Everything seemed to be normal, except for a few stools that were moved after use, and the conspicuous yellow colored near the counter. Batman. He immediately took a few big steps and approached the changes. The few people who were already in the Batcave. The old butler and Robin were also here, circling around this bright-colored cub. Robin hadn't even changed out of his combat uniform, and the mask was still on his face, but the corners of his mouth raised high still revealed his good mood at the moment. Ha 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 ha. He laughed so hard that he could hardly breathe. Although the old butler standing aside was not as exaggerated as Robin, his eyes narrowed happily and he looked at the cub lovingly. It was obvious that he was in a good mood too. Oh, Bat. After laughing, Robin finally had time to pay attention to Batman, who had just come in, and turned sideways to wave. You are finally back. Robin made way half of his body, so Batman could see the small bright yellow surrounded in the middle more directly, clearly and completely. It was a child that he had just met not long ago and left a deep impression on him. Tens of minutes ago, when they met for the first time in the underground core laboratory, this child gave Batman a big surprise and gave him the identity of a dad. And in terms of physiological characteristics, it also opened Batman's eyes and found that there are such strange physiques in the world. So, after a little thought, he decided to take this stupid and poor experimental subject home to avoid unnecessary accidents. And now, while Batman was busy with this child and the underground laboratory, Robin and the housekeeper obviously cooperated and gave him another big surprise. This originally skinny, poor child in a simple lab coat suddenly transformed into a super cute little duckling in the neighbor's house, wearing a duck hat and a yellow velvet sweater. He also wore a mask, and a mask, and a mask. Batman took a closer look. Wow, this little duckling had 3 more layers of masks on his face since he left. Excluding the answer that Robin and the old butler had such an outrageous aesthetic and dressing hobby, Batman looked at the pile of things around the little duckling. Most of the piles were paper bags, as well as some fresh and tender fruits and plastic candies. The rich sweet and salty smell of bread wafted out of the bags. If you touch it up close, you can still feel the stable feeling after heating. There were also opened shiny candy wrappers in the trash can. Obviously, these foods were used by someone during this period. The knot on the little duckling's face has not been untied, and he even has several more layers of masks. It is unlikely that he ate it. A pair of eyes were barely visible above the mask. The eyes were tough and a little pitiful. The culprit said carelessly, "Hey Bat, when can you take off the mask on his face?" "Little Yellow Hat hasn't had dinner yet," the old butler said dignifiedly. "In fact, if the young master hadn't taken out the food I put back, I don't think young Master Heath would be as hungry as he is now." Batman. Robin touched a piece of bread and ate it. "So, it's time to give Little Yellow Hat a meal." The boy was still planning to be happy, and waved the bread in front of the little duckling. Batman glanced at him coldly, and then he raised his hands in surrender and sat aside. "Heath, happy?" Little Yellow Hat's eyes narrowed happily. The old butler saw that he was happy again, and his kindness suddenly surged. He touched Little Yellow Hat's duck hat without making a sound, so fast that the 2 guys with amazing physical skills almost thought it was an illusion. Little Yellow Hat, gee. He felt a coolness on his head, as if there was wind blowing, and as if someone gently pinched his duck hat. Batman. Alfu. "Yes, sir." The old butler looked normal. "In the past period of time, I helped the little guest change into more comfortable clothes, and replaced his small bag according to the young master's wishes. But because I can't take off the mask, I can't give Master High-Shizzy food. Master High-Shizzy is too eager to eat dinner, so..." The old butler paused tactfully. "In order to keep my appearance correct, I added a layer of mask without authorization." Batman looked at the Little Yellow Hat. "1 layer?" The old butler. "Originally, it was like this, but the waiting time was too long, and it was difficult not to increase the number." While they were talking, Robin came back. He carefully touched the mask on the Little Yellow Hat's face. In fact, the Little Yellow Hat likes it very much. The Little Yellow Hat is still young after all. Although he is thin, there is actually a small piece of baby fat on his face. It feels good to poke it, and Robin can't help but poke it a few more times. He has never touched such a cute Little Yellow Hat so closely, and he likes to play with this child. The Little Yellow Hat was really fooled. and snapped open Robin's hand to protect his mask and face. Mask, Charm -20, Strength 1. The effect of this item can be stacked, in order to avoid a miserable 0. Heist doesn't care how he dresses up, and he uses the props as long as they can be used. Even if there is a pig head mask and a dress in front of him, as long as it increases the value enough, of course he will equip it on his body. Batman can't understand the player's idea. He was silent for a moment, but still supported the little yellow hat and took him to the corner. Before the little yellow hat got off the bed, the old butler skillfully took out a pair of duck socks and small yellow boots and put them on the little yellow hat. Robin was amazed. "Did you buy them in sets, Alfu?" Batman was in the corner, blocking the old butler and Robin, and quickly cut off the mask on the little yellow hat's face, then put on a new thing. Batman equips you with props: an ordinary mask, a black mask that covers the upper half of the face to reveal the eyes and mouth, but has no special features. Charisma -25, the yellow hat suddenly lost a lot of strength. Heist couldn't help but feel upset when he saw the strength value return to 0.1. Even if you are a rich daddy, even if I have already recognized you as my daddy, why do you have to make trouble with the strength value? This NPC is a bit overbearing, but the yellow hat still can't speak, and can't perfectly convey Heist's anger and sadness. The excitement of seeing the daddy after a long time turned into full of indignation at this moment. It just so happened that there was no obstruction in his mouth, and there was no mask to obscure his voice. "Heist, give me the mask back, Daddy. Having money can get a lot, but it may not necessarily get the love and strength of your silly son." The yellow hat, "Dad dad 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 dad, dad 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 dad." The yellow hat's mumbling of recognizing his father reappeared again. The old butler watched from a distance, pretending to sigh with emotion. "Master, the child has grown so big." Batman, "Alfu, this is the big black bat, and I don't know how many times he has been speechless tonight." Robin didn't see anything, just watched the little yellow hat shout "Dad" again, and was pushed to him by Batman, and then he happily took the little yellow hat back to the counter. When the little yellow hat saw him, he became angry again. "Dad." Robin was not angry. He raised the bread. "I think, eat." The little yellow hat ate the bread in one bite. Robin slowly said the second half of the sentence. "Between bread and Dad, I'm afraid bread is more important." Heath agreed with his idea, stopped calling Dad, and watched the comfort level rise rapidly with pleasure. "The strength value is lower than the required value. You choked." The little yellow hat. The long-armed and long-legged boy immediately brought water. "Eat slowly. Adults have adult things to talk about." Heath is naturally not Batman's biological child. The old butler actually knows this very well. He can only be a child with special abilities, but this child can be their adopted child. Strictly speaking, he is to be the adopted child of Wayne Manor, Bruce's son, Bruce Wayne. The richest man in Gotham City, a handsome and romantic playboy, has all the inheritance rights of the Wayne family. He is undoubtedly a rich man in the world. It is also another identity of Batman. He already adopted a foster son, Dick Grayson, in this identity. It doesn't seem surprising to adopt a child out of kindness. It just needs to make up a good story. Extreme beauty control ability, and unlimited reproduction through cells. The old butler listened to everything. This is indeed a bad result. "Batman, he is just an innocent victim." "Old butler, you can't send him to Arkham Asylum, nor can you easily let him live in an ordinary family. Otherwise it will be a tragedy for him and his new family." Batman looked at the old butler quietly and said nothing. "Okay, I understand." The old butler smiled and said, "Master Heath doesn't have a last name. I think Wayne is a good choice. I will try my best to remove his ability." "Wayne may not be suitable for him," Bruce Wayne said, "but for now, I'm afraid this child can only have the last name Wayne." Chapter 19. The mask Batman brought back was practical, but it didn't look good on the little yellow hat. It covered the upper half of his face with a black mess, and there were 2 holes for the eyes. Because the mask was too big, the 2 dull eyes were barely visible below the holes, and even the eyebrows were almost exposed above. Batman pulled 2 more pieces of tape on the holes to barely cover the eyebrows and other facial features. But in this way, The little yellow hat looked like he had a large piece of white in his eyes. When he ate something in one bite, he would make a strange expression like this. Carrot. It was like he was looking down on all his subjects. Dick, who was looked at by such eyes for the whole dinner time. Poof. Anyone with a little aesthetic ability would not think that this is a look that should be given to children. The old butler was the same. On the surface, he looked at the little yellow hat happily eating bread, but when the little yellow hat finished the bread and wiped his mouth, the old butler calmly took out a children's mask with a little yellow duck printed on it and put it on the little yellow hat with his eyes closed. The old housekeeper has equipped you with props. Little yellow duck mask, a children's mask with yellow ducks. The fabric is soft and breathable, and it will not affect your breathing when you wear it when you sleep. Charm -5, Virtue 1. It is difficult to say which is better, 3 points of strength or 1 point of virtue. The little yellow hat looked at the trash can with struggling eyes. There were 3 trash cans thrown away. If I pick it up now and put it on my face, wouldn't it be possible to have both strength and virtue? It sounds great. The little yellow hat was eager to move, but the old housekeeper is worthy of being the old housekeeper. He can always feel the unspoken needs of everyone intimately, just like the little yellow hat's eyes are erratic and his mind is wandering at this time. He doesn't even need to look in the direction of the little yellow hat's eyes to understand his needs, so he moved a little step to block the little yellow hat's sight. The little yellow hat looked up, the little yellow hat fluttered to his feet, stepped on the little yellow duck shoes, and reached out to get closer to the trash can. Power confrontation, failure. Alfred blocked your hand from touching the trash can. The little yellow hat shook his captured arm, signaling the butler to let go. But the old butler not only did not let go, instead, he pulled his arm and slowly pulled him to the side, leading the little yellow hat away. Heist didn't understand the NPC's idea. He pressed the direction key a few more times, but his strength was too low and he couldn't get rid of the old butler's pace, but this made him more determined to increase his strength. Think about the previous basement and the previous side quests. It was because of his low strength that he had very few active rounds and could only passively follow the main storyline. High-end game players will not be satisfied with Ni, which is too ordinary, so he has to work hard to get this mask. The little yellow hat scratched the mask, but the old butler and Batman are from the same family. The way of tying the knot is exactly the same, so he can't actively use the super high charm skill. In addition to language skills, High seems to have no other way to break free. So, the little yellow hat looked serious. It's better to try hard than not to try. Let's ask the Big Daddy for help. This way he can escape in the chaos. But before shouting, the system suddenly popped up a new prompt. Alfred wants to take you to open up a new map. Wayne Manor. The little yellow hat was stunned. The old butler pulled him again, and the little yellow hat seemed to have opened up his Ren and Doom meridians, and followed the old butler happily. New map, new map. The old butler looked at him and smiled even more. They passed by Batman and Dick, who were talking about something. Batman, after moving in, strictly prevent physical injuries and mask falling off. Dick took another bread. Teenagers of this age always have an appetite like a bottomless pit. He ate the soft and fragrant bread and listened to Batman talking. Walking out of the passage, the old butler took the little yellow hat out of the Batcave and arrived at the ground manor with luxurious furniture and excellent decoration. This new map is really big. Not only does it cover a large area, but it also has several floors. It is a place for players with poor directions to get lost. New map, Wayne Manor. Intelligence greater than 90 can open the route map. Intelligence is lower than the required value. Highs. He glanced at the pitiful panel and suggested that the system should not open this kind of shrimp and pig heart prompt next time. The old butler led him to a room and asked the little yellow hat to wait for a while. The little yellow hat had a dull expression and looked so good, innocent and obedient. But as soon as the old butler entered, Heiss immediately clicked the direction key frantically. Run away. As a result, he pressed the direction key and was stopped by Dick, who had just come up before he ran far. Dick looked at the little yellow hat with a smile. Where are you going? He really had a special liking for the little yellow hat's head, and happily pinched his duck hat, then looked into the room and saw the old butler busy in the room. Dick understood it immediately. Oh, Alfu is cleaning the room. Dick scratched his head. "Don't you think Alpha can find another duck for you?" "Never mind, it's not bad." He carried the little yellow hat downstairs and placed it on the soft sofa. The sofa was very soft, and Dick played with the child by dropping him from above the sofa. As a result, the child was too light, and even though Dick didn't put him on the sofa from a high place, he was bounced up by the sofa. Dick was so scared that he quickly held the little yellow hat's head to prevent him from flying out. "Dick, how much do you weigh?" "Little Yellow Hat, Pa." Every time he talked to Little Yellow Hat, Dick always felt that he was the only one talking to himself, which was not a good thing. Dick thought about it, and also rubbed against the sofa and took out a remote control from the table. He fiddled with it for a while. This thing was not something he used often. After all, he had to work hard on Batman's physical training and go out on night patrols. He rarely watched TV with others. Dick pressed twice and turned the TV to the educational animation channel. A duck and a big dog immediately appeared on the TV. The dog was much bigger than the duck, but looked like a young puppy. He lowered his head and asked the smaller duck, "Duck, do you know what 3 equals?" The duck showed a wise look. The duck said it didn't know. The dog nodded. "Okay, then I'll tell you, it equals 6. The duck showed a wise look again. The dog, "Duck, do you know how to spell good morning?" The duck, the little yellow hat in front of the TV also. Dick didn't notice it at all. On the contrary, he was quite proud of himself, thinking that he hadn't watched TV for so long and could successfully find an educational film suitable for children. The little yellow hat was fed up with the wise duck and dog. He thought it was more interesting to walk around here than to watch this stupid animation, so he stood up by the armrest of the sofa. But before he stood up, watching age-appropriate animation, Intelligence 1, Hazel, sometimes he really felt that this system was against him. The little yellow hat had to struggle, and his legs trembled for 2 seconds. Then he sat back to watch the stupid cartoon. For the sake of intelligence, he could endure it. Dick thought the little yellow hat was very happy watching it. After the episode of Ducks and Dogs was over, he played the second season of Ducks and Dogs for him, and devoted himself to taking care of children in his own way. Fortunately, the old housekeeper arrived in time and saved the little yellow hat, who was surrounded by ducks, dogs and intelligence. "The room is tidy, Master Hazel." "Yes, the child needs more rest." Dick nodded and comforted the little yellow hat. "Wait until tomorrow to watch it." They accompanied the little yellow hat upstairs. The little yellow hat was young, and some of the stairs were quite old. Hazel had to press jump and forward to go up, which looked very difficult. Dick rolled up his sleeves and carried the little yellow hat up. The little yellow hat's room was placed in a room near Batman and Dick. The old housekeeper hadn't seen such a small child in the house for a long time. His long unused skills came into play again, and he tidied up this empty room in a short time. He changed the curtains to bright yellow, made a soft mattress and duck quilt on the bed, and used duck head soft stickers to cover the sharp legs of the cabinets to ensure that people living in this children's room would not be easily injured. The floor of the room was also covered with furry carpets, so that even if Barefoot jumped around in the room, it would never be bright. There were many childish plush toys in the corners of the room. After Dick helped the little yellow hat brush his teeth, the old housekeeper also magically took out an extra-large duck pillow and let it accompany the child to spend a quiet night. The old housekeeper said considerately, "Do you need a bedtime story?" The little yellow duck looked at him stupidly and closed his eyes. It meant rejection. The old housekeeper leaned over, tucked the corners of the quilt on both sides of his neck, put his duck hat on the cabinet on the side, and then left the room with Dick. Dick gently closed the door for him. "Good night, Hazel." The little yellow hat watched the door close little by little, and the light coming from the corridor gradually disappeared, and closed his eyes obediently. "Wait for dozens of minutes. You are lying on the bed and can enter the sleep state. The sleep state will restore 50% of the comfort level and automatically jump to the next day. Do you want to enter sleep?" The little yellow hat suddenly opened his closed eyes. "No, it's a good night. Of course I have to explore to my heart's content." Hi Shizzy equipped shoes and socks, and took back his duck hat on his own initiative. The panel immediately increased several values, ensuring that his state was at a temporary peak value. He then tiptoed cautiously to the door and clicked the handle. The door was quietly opened. The corridor outside was dark, the lights on the top had gone out, and the whole house was very quiet. Everyone seemed to be in a dormant state. The little yellow hat looked around for a while, confirmed that there was no one, and ran away. He overestimated his strength and underestimated the position assigned to him by the old butler. Before he touched the stair handle, a nearby door was pushed open. Shizzy subconsciously turned his perspective to look over, and before he could see clearly, a tall shadow stood in front of him. The light was still on in the open door, and the face of the person could be seen clearly by the light. The little yellow hat was still wearing a duck mask. He looked up stupidly and saw a sharp-edged and hard-lined adult male face. The owner of the face was squinting and looking at him without emotion. Hazel felt guilty for some reason. The little yellow hat stretched out his hand to poke the person, and a familiar long string of introductions immediately appeared above his head. Bruce Wayne of Wayne Enterprises. Oh, it turned out to be his Big Daddy NPC. The Big Daddy looked at him for a while and said slowly, "What do you want to do?" Chapter 20. Although Daddy had changed out of his tights and cape, and his face under the mask was quite tough and handsome, Daddy had his own aura, and even if he was wearing ordinary clothes, he could still exude a kind of imposing aura without anger. Hazel thought about it, but he couldn't figure out how to reply to this question. But when he dragged the dialogue box and wanted to hesitate to input the dialogue, he suddenly realized it. What a fool! He didn't need to think about how to answer. After all, even if he input it in the dialogue box, the character couldn't say it at all. Little Yellow Hat started to play dumb and talk nonsense. "Dad, COO. Bruce." He looked at Little Yellow Hat's thin clothes, thought about it, went to the room to get Little Yellow Hat a furry coat, and put it on him. "Bruce thinks you are cold." Little Yellow Hat obediently followed Daddy's manipulation. "You feel very hot." Plush coat. Charm. 1. This coat doesn't match the season very well. Little Yellow Hat wearing a fur coat looks like a round white dumpling from a distance. Since he was caught by the Big Daddy, according to his habit of not bringing anyone with him when he went into the branch, Heist didn't think that tonight's free exploration would be successful. He thought dejectedly for a while, and a white dumpling slowly moved back to the room. 1 step, 2 steps. I guess even a clockwork toy car is faster than him. Bruce stared at his back and was silent for 2 seconds. "Can't sleep?" Bruce asks you a question. The Little Yellow Hat stopped and looked a little depressed. Gee. The light in the room shone on the man's side face, making the man taller and his face stained with gentle light and shadow. It seems that he is not as cold as in the previous meetings, and is much easier to talk to. Is he tired? After all, he is the Big Daddy NPC in terms of economy, so he should show some concern. Little Yellow Hat. Gee. Bruce sighed softly. Perhaps it is because the father and son are of the same mind, even if they are just foster father and son. Bruce and Dick's hobbies are strangely close. Bruce also reached out and touched the Little Yellow Hat's head. The hands of an adult man are very big, and they are placed on the little head, giving people a sense of security that is as if the sky is covered and the sun is blocked. The Big Daddy is very majestic, so the Little Yellow Hat didn't dare to make a fuss like Dick did. He just gave him a humph and had to let him touch his head obediently. The Little Yellow Hat was sent back to the room. The furry coat was taken off and hung aside. The Duck Hat ran to the cabinet alone again. The Little Yellow Hat threw off his shoes and got into the quilt, staring at Bruce outside the bed with big eyes. The dim little lamp was turned out, adding some gentle yellow light to the Little Yellow Hat's sight. It was not dazzling, but it made people feel at ease. Bruce turned off the big lamp on the top of the room, found a small night light, and placed it at the head of the child's bed. "Bruce thinks you're afraid of the dark." The tall man stood next to the small lamp, thought quietly, and moved a stool to sit by the bed. On the bedside table was a small collection of children's stories prepared by the old housekeeper. Bruce flipped through it casually and said in a low voice, "Want to hear a bedtime story?" The Little Yellow Hat blinked. Gee. Bruce glanced at him. The man's slender fingertips slid across the pages of the book. Bruce lowered his eyebrows and looked through them. He couldn't help but laugh when he saw the familiar stories from the pages he kept turning. All fool likes to buy a set of clothes, but he didn't prepare children's stories. This small collection of stories was something he had seen when he was a child. Bruce remembered that before everything happened, his parents had also read the stories in this book to him with gentle eyes in front of his bed. When he thought about the things in the past, it felt like a long time. Bruce came back to his senses and scanned the entire collection of stories again. He picked out the simple stories that were most suitable for children to listen to from the many stories and recited softly, "A long time ago, everything." The little yellow hat listened very attentively at first. He even had the energy to pretend to sleep, closing his eyes for a long time, and suddenly opened them to see if Bruce, who took a breath in the middle of reading a story, had left. Bruce looked back calmly. Little yellow hat, gee. He pretended to sleep several times, but Bruce didn't show any intention of leaving. Instead, his eyes got bigger and smaller, and he gradually closed his eyes. "Did you enter the sleep state?" "Yes." After listening to several stories, Hazel said, "If you don't skip, you will really fall asleep." Seeing the child's breathing becoming more and more stable, and gradually falling into a sweet dream, Bruce stopped reading the story and closed the storybook. He turned the light of the small lamp to the dimmest, then took 2 steps at a time, carefully retreated to the door, and closed it. After closing the door, he stood at the door for a while. He was not sleepy. Going down the stairs and the passage to the Batcave, Bruce saw a familiar figure, bending over to do something. It was Alfred. The old butler put on gloves and tied a knot in the bag in the trash can, ready to throw it out. However, he turned around with the trash bag and saw Bruce, and smiled calmly. "Master." Bruce nodded and watched him send the trash bag up and walk back. He was a little confused. Generally speaking, the old butler would deal with the garbage in the Batcave the next morning. It was obviously unreasonable to deal with this bag of garbage at this time. However, the old butler's question interrupted his thoughts. "Master, when is this press conference going to be held?" The press conference that the old butler asked about was the press conference about the adoption of Heather. When the Wayne family is so rich, even a new addition to the family is a topic that people talk about with relish. Holding a press conference to recognize the child can make the identity of the new child in the family more recognized. Bruce, no hurry. He has already added Heath's name to the police station's population data. As long as the police release the list of victims, Bruce Wayne can legitimately adopt the child back, and he can also use the name of psychological trauma to decline the reporter's request to take off the mask. But the most important issue is not here. Adoption is not a problem. The problem is how to properly help the child after adoption. After all, the child is too young. Although Dick was also this age when he was adopted, Dick was already very self-reliant at the time. His physical fitness was like his parents', and it was effortless for him to exercise. He looked completely different from this little yellow hat. The old butler waited for Bruce's next words. "Master, I'm thinking," Bruce said, "how to solve the problem of masks." "You can't let people wear masks for the rest of their lives." The old butler understood what he meant. The one who tied the bell must be the one who untied it. "Sir." Bruce turned his back. "Yes, you are right." He walked quickly to the computer screen, and his big hands pressed the mouse and keyboard again. His eyes were sharp and he looked very awake. He didn't show any sleepiness at all. The old butler reminded him tactfully, "If I remember correctly, sir, since the missing persons case happened, you haven't slept for many days." However, Bruce had already clicked on the relevant information copied from the underground laboratory and began to check it bit by bit. He replied casually, "It's okay." However, he suddenly thought of something. "Bruce, Afu, why don't you deal with the garbage tomorrow?" "Oh," the old butler smiled, "because I am worried that soon there will be a little guy like you who is as troublesome as you, sneaking down to rummage through the trash can." Bruce, after confirming, "Sleep," the game interface briefly went black for a moment, simulating the visual effect of eyelashes fluttering before sleep. But soon, the black screen was replaced by the game screen, and the system prompted a new plot. Day 2, task status, free, can explore on your own. You sleep well, comfort level is full. Heist pressed the direction key, and the little yellow hat obediently climbed up from the big bed. According to the general process of RPG games, He controlled the little yellow hat and put on the clothes he took off, and the panel suddenly became much better looking. Equipment, of course. There is also the duck hat that he has been thinking about. However, when equipping the duck hat, Heist touched the little white mask on his head that he had not taken off last night, in order to avoid causing further discomfort and resistance to the child. The old housekeeper did not take off his white mask, but obediently let him stay on the child's head. But even so, the image of the old housekeeper as a mask predator has been deeply rooted in people's hearts. Heist couldn't help but drag the mouse to hide the little white mask deeper into the duck hat. It's really terrible. Several times when I went out yesterday, I was suppressed by various NPC forces. Heist thought for a moment and felt that it was probably because of the plot. Maybe the first day is a background introduction, and various NPCs are needed to help players understand the world view of this game, so the player's activities are restricted as much as possible. When the background introduction is almost done, he can explore the world more independently. However, in addition to this, Shizzy has a doubt. When his friend recommended it, he said it was a strategy game. But after playing for so long, not only is the game time basically 1-to-1, but he can't even see half of the characters that can be conquered. They are all a group of grown men surrounding him. What's more, with the age of his character, if the strategy is successful, the target must go to the cell for a day trip. Strange. Could it be a game for cultivation and strategy? While he was muttering in his heart, his hands did not stop moving, and he pushed the door open. This time, no one outside the door caught him. Sure enough, a great time for free exploration. The little yellow hat turned around stupidly at the door twice, and ran away. The stairs that were originally difficult to climb were no longer a problem in the free state. At most, he just pressed the jump and forward keys a few more times. The Wayne family is really rich, and his eldest father is indeed rich. Even a corner of this mansion is filled with the wealth and luxury of a big family, and it also has an artistic and humanistic atmosphere, which can make ordinary people who see it drool with envy. Little Yellow Hat ran up and down for a long time, but he couldn't run the whole house. He only wrote down the bird's eye view of the half of the house he ran in the manuscript. Although there are ways to increase intelligence, it is not a shortcut after all. Generally, places with bird's eye views are often accompanied by decryption or pursuit and escape battles. Rather than sitting and waiting for death, high-end gamers and people with poor directions choose to just remember the map. However, when Little Yellow Hat ran to the first floor, he was caught by Dick, who had been waiting for a long time. "You woke up early in the morning and ran around upstairs." Dick lifted Little Yellow Hat up by his armpits. "So energetic?" Little Yellow Hat kicked his legs. "Let me go, I can't do it." Poor Little Yellow Hat. At such a young age, he had suffered enough from being a mentally handicapped person. He couldn't even say a complete sentence. He could only kick his legs and shout, "Pa, pa, pa." But fortunately, there was the old butler. When Little Yellow Hat shouted the first "pa," the old butler dressed neatly and appeared in front of Dick without anyone noticing. Master Dick, who bullied the child, felt something was wrong. When he turned around, he saw the old butler looking at him with a smile, and he couldn't help shivering. He weakly put the child back on the ground. Little Yellow Hat suddenly gained the ability to move freely, and his spirits were lifted up. He fluttered his two short legs and ran forward, and went into the dining room. The dining table was full of sweet food, and the warm sunlight sprinkled in, like a thin layer of icing on the bread. Little Yellow Hat sneaked over and wanted to take 2 loaves of bread and put them in his pocket. As a result, he was caught again, and the old housekeeper lifted him up and put him on a child chair with a small guardrail. In front of him was a child fork and a small plate. There was even a small cup of hot milk. The Little Yellow Hat held the fork and suddenly felt that this fork was good. Afu. Dick had finished his breakfast and sat aside. While watching the Little Yellow Hat fiddling with the fork, he asked lazily, "What exactly do you want me to help you with?" The old housekeeper helped the Little Yellow Hat cut a small piece of bread. "It's not a difficult task, young master." It just requires you to spend some time recently to teach young Master Shizzy to recognize a few more words. It will be used in occasions such as press conferences. Dick was stunned. He didn't understand what this meant at first. When the little yellow hat took a big bite of bread and sipped a cup of hot milk, Dick had a vague scene in his mind. Think about it, at a press conference or banquet, with flashes flashing and adults drinking and chatting. A reporter looked down and saw a little yellow hat following Bruce's butt. The reporter asked, "Mr. Wayne, is this your newly adopted son?" His serious father had to pretend to be an unreliable romantic prince and happily admitted, "Yes, this is my new son." The reporter suggested, "Let Mr. Wayne say hello to everyone." So, under the attention of everyone, the little yellow hat was held high, with clear and stupid eyes, and the first word he said was, "Pa pa pa." Dick shuddered again. As normal as he was, he thought the scene was too weird. He approached the little yellow hat, poked the child's cheek through the duck mask, and said, "This is not okay. At least you should say hello everyone." The little yellow hat's mouth was bulging with food from the old butler, and his dull eyes tried to show a hint of confusion. He didn't quite understand this guy who suddenly talked nonsense. "Don't pay any attention to Master Dick, Master Hazel." The old butler ignored him and asked the kid in the child's chair with a smile, "Would you like another glass of fresh milk?" Chapter 21. Dick waited until the little yellow hat finished breakfast before he started his teaching career. It sounds like he has been waiting for a long time and it is particularly boring, but it is not. Dick thinks it is fun to watch this kid eat. Because he cannot show his whole face, the little yellow hat has to eat with the mask on. But this also faces a problem. The little yellow hat is still wearing the breathable mask from last night, and the food cannot be stuffed into his mouth through the mask. Although last night, Bruce provided a feasible method for the little yellow hat to change a mask, covering the upper half of the face and only showing a mouth, which can maximize the guarantee that the complete face is not exposed, and can also prevent the people around from being affected. But this is somewhat troublesome. The mask that Batman brought back is still a little too big, and it is uncomfortable to block the child's face. The old housekeeper is experienced in taking care of children. As long as he makes the requirements clear to him, he can come up with many convenient and inconvenient ways to quickly feed breakfast. For example, now, when the child opened his mouth to ask for bread, he pulled the mask up slightly, just stuck at the bottom of the nose that was tied in a knot and could not be pulled up anymore, revealing a mouth that was biting the air, and then quickly pulled down the duck hat to cover the child's eyes. Little Yellow Hat's eyes went dark. JPG When Little Yellow Hat put the bread into his mouth, the old housekeeper stopped in time and put the mask and duck hat back in place. Children can't eat too much, and these actions can only be repeated a few times. For the old housekeeper, it is not a physical job at all. Little Yellow Hat was eating with fear. "Didn't you notice? He grabbed my duck hat. Didn't he see the white hat inside?" When the old housekeeper took away the plates and cups, Dick took him to the sofa in the living room. Little Yellow Hat was still trembling and secretly touching his head to make sure that his white hat was still on his head, like a little hamster who kept checking whether the melon seeds in his pocket had fallen to the ground. "Okay." Dick patted his duck hat and rubbed the white hat underneath, pretending to be ignorant, which scared the little yellow hat who was concerned about his hat and made his eyes widen. "It's time to go to class. Good kids can't be distracted in class." Although he was worried about his white hat and wanted to continue the unfinished exploration in the morning, he was still shamefully moved when he heard Dick say that "teacher is a language teacher who came to your door on his own initiative." To be honest, although it is very comfortable and convenient to mumble and fool people when encountering things, but when you really encounter something or need to communicate, it is really inconvenient to have only 3 language points. For example, he can't express his needs to NPCs well, which is very troublesome. So for Dick, who came to teach language skills blatantly, a glimmer of determination flashed in the eyes of the little yellow hat. "It's decided to be you, Teacher Dick." You accept Dick's teaching request. Dick turns on the TV for you. Dick helps you switch to the Duck Duck Dog channel. Dog says, "Do you know, Duck Duck?" Teacher Dick said, "How about this, you just watch this episode, and then I will teach you the words you should learn in this episode." Okay, Little Yellow Hat. Little Yellow Hat looked at his intelligence panel, which was still in the single digits, and felt that this was useless. But Little Yellow Hat didn't say anything. Little Yellow Hat sat on the sofa for 15 minutes and watched this episode of Duck Duck Dog. Dick paused the TV, took out his mobile phone, typed a few words that the cartoon just taught on his mobile phone, and held it up to show Little Yellow Hat. Do you still remember this sentence? Dick coaxed. How should we greet good friends in the morning? Across the game interface, Hazel could actually clearly distinguish that the other party's mobile phone had written in large letters, which clearly said good morning. But people can see it clearly, but their intelligence can't keep up. Intelligence test, not up to the required value. Little Yellow Hat tried hard, but his intelligence was so low that he could only start to mumble, go, go, ? Dick thought he had written it wrong, and looked back at his phone. You read it wrong. Read it more completely. Little Yellow Hat tried hard. Go, Dick. This time it was his turn to be silent. Dick began to wonder if he had an accent when he said this sentence. But he was at an age where he would not give up easily, and he had promised Alfu to teach Little Yellow Hat a few words. Even if he encountered self-doubt and setbacks at this time, he would not give up so easily. Moreover, he also ignited a raging fighting spirit. It was just some daily words. Why couldn't Dick teach it? Dick secretly clenched his fists, took a deep breath, smiled warmly again, and slowly repeated the sentence with Little Yellow Hat several times, vowing to let Little Yellow Hat learn to say good morning to people today. Bruce went out very early. The victims rescued from the underground laboratory were sent to the hospital. Because the number was too large, the medical system of the public hospital could hardly support it, and many people were sent to private hospitals run by individuals. Among them, there was a private hospital invested by the Wayne family. Dr. X and Edward really knew how to pick on the weak. Most of the people they kidnapped were from the middle and lower classes of Gotham, and many were lonely people from the lower class, who were the kind of people who disappeared without anyone noticing. It can be imagined that if the number of victims was not excessive, it would probably take a long time for people to notice them. However, on the other hand, this also facilitated Bruce's adoption drama. Bruce only needed to show everyone today that the rich man was going to the private hospital to see the poor victims, and then he could continue to adopt Hazel. After all, according to his character of a rich and silly playboy, it was reasonable for him to see the cute and pitiful victimized orphan and adopt him into the Wayne family out of kindness. As for the reporters wanting to shoot the shots in the hospital, declined politely. The new child of a wealthy family still had to keep some appearances. The appearance would have to wait until the next day at the press conference. However, this news still shocked the people of Gotham. What? The Wayne family adopted a child again. The reporter department also quickly became active. They were like big cats that smelled the smell of mice. They wanted to find out the matter immediately and publish it in their own newspapers first. The disappearance case during this period was just a big gimmick, which gave them a headline for a long time. Now that the victim has been rescued, it is another big news that everyone likes to see. The editors of various newspapers and magazines quickly held an emergency meeting. Wayne adopted a victim, which is theoretically related to this incident. If we report this and the rescue incident together, will it sell better than the one next door? The reporters nodded one after another. Who doesn't want to listen to some gossip about the rich when they are happy? In just half a day, the reporters who wanted to achieve performance and bonuses showed their skills. The envelopes and papers of invitations and inquiries were filled up like they were free. The mailbox of Wayne Manor was even overflowing, and the papers fell all over the floor. The old butler and Bruce set the time for the press conference. It is tomorrow morning. It is easy to set the time, but there are many things to do for this. The old butler has to arrange the location, invite reporters from all sides, and handle various affairs within a day. Even with the help of Wayne Enterprises, it is still a big project. After all, the only teenager who can teach the little yellow hat to speak with peace of mind is Dick. However, although the task was given to Dick, the old butler worked at home and was always concerned about their learning progress. After breakfast, when the old butler went out to deal with the envelopes in the mailbox, he listened to the movement in the living room with concern. "Dick, you have to do this, then this, And then this little yellow hat, Hook. While preparing lunch, the old butler answered a call from a reporter from the newspaper and observed the two children in the living room from the side hall. They were still sitting on the sofa, and the TV was still paused on the segment of Duck Duck Dog. Dick's hair was a little messy, scratching his ears and cheeks and saying something to the child in the duck hat. "Dick, come on, repeat after me." "Little yellow hat, go." The old butler watched them and felt something was wrong. After he hung up the phone, he thought for a moment, turned around and went to the Batcave to recheck the video records copied from the underground laboratory. This time, the old butler focused on the communication between Heath and Dr. X in the core laboratory. He quickly browsed. From the surveillance video, the old butler confirmed his guess that something was wrong. At this time, he returned to the living room again and saw Dick's hair was even more frizzy. He was fidgeting and repeatedly confirmed whether his pronunciation of the words was different from the pronunciation on TV. He felt like doubting his life. Obviously, the progress was not smooth. The old butler approached Dick and asked about his learning progress. Dick said haggardly, "Maybe I am not suitable for teaching." He didn't mean to be angry with the little yellow hat, but he had great doubts about his teaching model. The old butler looked at the little yellow hat. The little yellow hat opened his mouth and showed his learning results. "Go." The little yellow hat who said "go" vaguely was very cute, but the old butler could not let Dick fall into the self-destruction of teaching methods. He tactfully reminded him, "Master Dick, is your teaching method not targeted?" Dick blinked his eyes and did not understand the meaning of this sentence. But the next second, the butler stuffed a small videotape into his hand. The old butler gave another hint. "Maybe you can start teaching from the less difficult reduplication of words." "What does this mean? Do you want to start learning from reduplication of words?" The butler had already given the hint and turned away, leaving Dick holding the videotape in confusion, looking at the stupid little yellow hat, and then looking at the videotape in his hand. The old butler's hint would not be groundless. Dick first inserted the videotape into the TV base, and after waiting for a few seconds, he observed it in a serious manner. This was edited by the old butler from the core laboratory surveillance footage in the Batcave, focusing on the part where Dr. X taught the little yellow hat to speak. "Dr. X, percent at $. Dr. X, tell me about it." Half an hour later, White Hat lies on the bed. Pa. Dick, he knows that Dr. X is very good at scientific research and has obtained multiple doctoral degrees. He is an intellectual criminal with a high IQ in scientific research. Dick thinks he is not low in intelligence, but compared to Dr. X, who has devoted himself to scientific research at an old age and even committed crimes for it, he still admits that he is inferior. But even such a doctor, after teaching for so long, the result is only one. Pa. And if you think about it carefully, the little yellow hat was born from a nutrient tank. Although it is not certain whether he can recover his consciousness before the experiment, if we start from this point, the little yellow hat is indeed very young. Then, hasn't he been forcing the newborn baby to say hello to people for more than half a day? Dick suddenly felt deeply guilty and felt that the old housekeeper's suggestion made sense. At the same time, his teaching ideas became clear instantly. "Sorry, I made things difficult for you." Dick sincerely apologized to the little yellow hat. "I shouldn't have made it difficult for you to learn this sentence. Let's change something to learn." The little yellow hat looked at Dick and found a new children's cartoon Duck Duck on the TV channel. This time, there was only a not very smart little duck on the screen, and the young dog disappeared. "Come on." Dick regained his confidence. "Let's learn this next." The little yellow hat stared at the duck on the TV. The duck also looked at the little yellow hat with wise eyes. Then, its flat and wide mouth opened and closed, and a gentle female voice of a kindergarten teacher came out. "Hi," Dick repeated. "Hi, come, say it with me." The little yellow hat had empty eyes. "Ha." The monosyllable teaching that came and went echoed in the living room of Wayne Manor again. The housekeeper who passed by smiled with satisfaction, hiding his achievements and fame. Night. Bruce was dressed in a suit and tie, looking like a romantic nobleman. He got rid of a group of difficult reporters and walked back to Wayne Manor on the Moon. After entering the door, his lingering smile disappeared. replaced by the sobriety and calmness that was always hidden in his eyes. Bruce pulled off his tie at the door, casually glanced at the general appearance of the house, declined the old housekeeper's request to help him get things, and carried his suit jacket and bow tie by himself. Tomorrow, it will be the first time that Little Yellow Hat will face the media and the public as the adopted son of the Wayne family, which is bound to attract a lot of attention. There is also the trouble of Little Yellow Hat's special physique. Even if the victim is in poor condition, it is difficult to stop the mouths of those who are interested. They will start from all kinds of conspiracies and tricks, hoping to see the true face of Little Yellow Hat. However, Bruce's eyes are sharp and his mentality is calm. The Wayne family is not so easy to target. As long as they are willing to protect the children's faces from being exposed, they will definitely not let them succeed. When stepping on the first step of the stairs, Bruce's keen hearing seemed to hear the sound of babbling and the sound of footsteps on the floor. He calmly looked up and saw a yellow duckling looking at him from the top of the stairs. Very cute, Bruce thought calmly. Maybe he should try to get used to having a little thing appearing everywhere in Wayne Manor. So, this magical little thing gave him a great surprise. The duckling touched his duck hat and said to him in a baby voice, "Mama, if you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 22. Mama. Whether being called Dad or Mom, it was a new challenge for Bruce. Bruce's face remained unchanged, and he slowly approached the duckling with a calm expression. The duckling was unaware of the danger approaching, and happily shouted "Mama" twice more, just like a silly child who had just learned to use crayons to draw on the white wall. So, without a doubt, as soon as the duckling said the third "Mama," it was easily grabbed by a strong arm. Bruce took off his suit and was only wearing a shirt. The close-fitting fabric made his well-trained muscles faintly visible. Catching a duckling was easier than carrying a basket. Status change. You are currently in air, cannot move freely. The duckling kicked its legs in the air. Such a slight shake could not change Bruce's strength. Bruce glanced at his kid lightly, and turned to lead the kid firmly into the room on the side. Ha 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 ha. Before entering, he could hear the rampant laughter. Bruce raised his eyebrows slightly and looked inside. Sure enough, he saw a handsome boy with long arms and legs, laughing unconcealedly, almost laughing on the cushion in the room. There was no image at all, but it also showed the excitement of the culprit. Bruce grabbed a cushion and put the kid down. Then he squinted his eyes and said in a steady tone, "It seems that you are very happy. Ha ha, ha ha ha." Dick laughed so hard that he almost hiccuped, and his tears were stained on his long eyelashes. Who can hold back this? Mainly because Bruce's romantic appearance in the daytime, being chased by a little kid and calling him Mom, really gave people who knew him a strange sense of absurdity. Dick had another crooked idea in his mind. Sure enough, next time when Bruce dresses up as Batman, let the Little Yellow Hat chase him and shout again. It will feel even funnier. Thinking of this, Dick felt that the corners of his mouth could not help twitching again, and he coughed twice to suppress the overwhelming smile, so as not to laugh too much and let Bruce remember it. But he controlled his smile at this time, which can't be regarded as reining in from the brink. It is not an exaggeration to say that he reined in from the air. Because of Dick's previous laughter, Bruce had already stared at him with a half-smile. "Oh, is this then the result of your language teaching for a day?" Although Bruce's mouth corners were raised, as if he was letting him off, Dick felt a subtle murderous aura from it, and goosebumps exploded. He quickly added, "Not only that, I also taught a lot of other things." In order to avoid being stared at by Bruce's murderous eyes, Dick quickly caught the Little Yellow Hat, who was touching the objects in the room like a parent at a family party, asked him to stand still, and performed a few new words for Bruce. "Dick wants you to show Bruce your language learning ability." The Little Yellow Hat was not happy, and wanted to leave with his paws. "A mere language teaching NPC. How could I be so arrogant in front of my father in public? Hey, hey, hey." Dick grabbed the Little Yellow Hat's flying hands again, and pleaded helplessly, "Okay, little ancestor, "Since I have taught you for so long, please save my life." The little yellow hat turned his head and was about to push Dick away again. As soon as he turned his head, he saw the familiar, masked predator, at the door not far away, holding a snack plate and a small milk, and nodded at him with a smile. Then he shook the milk in his hand, full of temptation. The little yellow hat was instantly well behaved, and the hand that was about to push it away suddenly became limp. When the little yellow hat stopped doing this, Dick knew that this child was going to help him, and was instantly moved to tears. "Good kid, it's not in vain that I taught you for a day. You are really an obedient child." There was no way. Hazel pressed the direction key, and the little yellow hat got rid of Dick's restraints and took a step forward to stand in front of Bruce. Facing Bruce, an adult male as tall as a mountain, the little yellow hat had to raise his head high to see his face, so he annoyedly clicked his duck hat. There was really no other way. For the sake of sweet milk, he would help this NPC for once. Bruce looked down at such a small thing. He thought about it, took a step back, put one knee on the ground, and half knelt on the ground, so that the little yellow hat could watch his performance. Bruce tried to slow down his words to make his words sound gentler. "Come on, let me hear it." Bruce is waiting for you to show your language skills. Hazel dragged the dialogue box aside, hesitating and thinking about what to show. After Dick's hard work for a day, the dialogue box is no longer just a few simple words like gurgle, pa, and dad. After the old housekeeper's suggestion, Dick gave up long words and complete sentences, and chose to use simpler duck parenting videos, selecting monosyllabic onomatopoeia to teach, which greatly reduced the overall difficulty. Facts have proved that this is the right way to go. Monosyllabic and repeated words are indeed the best for Little Yellow Hat. In the remaining half day, Dick successfully taught Little Yellow Hat 5 words, which is more than 5 times the progress in the morning. At this time, Hi Shizzy clicked on the dialogue box again, and the options that automatically appeared below changed accordingly, adding 5 new words. They are, hi, yeah, no, mama, and bye. It can be seen that they are indeed the most basic types. However, they are also enough for some communication. It is worth noting that good morning is also at the bottom of the dialogue box, but it is in an extremely special gray state and cannot be used temporarily. After all, it is the result of Dick's patient teaching for a whole morning. Even if Hi Shizzy only learned goo, the system thoughtfully added it to the dialogue box and displayed the progress as 2/10. It needs to be completed before it can be used normally like other words. Hastes, Bruce said to you. It doesn't matter, just say whichever one you can say. Hastes was hesitant about which sentence to show, and was stunned. The mouse moved tremblingly to the mama option, recognizing the father might be a good way, but recognizing the mother seems to be more challenging and more exciting. Who doesn't want a male mother? The Little Yellow Hat's eyes rolled. Bruce had a bad feeling. He felt that this kid seemed to be brewing some bad water. He was silent for a moment, and then added, but there is no need to repeat what has been shown. Hastes, can this NPC read minds? The Little Yellow Hat kicked his feet rebelliously and said to Bruce, Mama, no. The combination of these 2 simple words made him look much smarter, as if he had the same IQ as normal peers. But Bruce still couldn't stop him from calling his mother again, and his eyebrows twitched. The old butler suggested that Heath learn languages, because if Heath could show a certain ability to speak independently, he would be more convincing in completing the subsequent press conference. Even if the progress was satisfactory, Heath could assist the investigation of the underground laboratory to a certain extent, which would be more conducive to solving his special physique. Bruce himself did not have much hope for this, but he did not object. When he rescued Heath, he had watched the relevant videos of Heath and confirmed that he had extremely limited learning ability at present. It was really a bit embarrassing to ask such a child to learn to express language fluently within 1 day, but the old butler had sufficient reasons and was convincing enough. In addition to the press conference and the underground laboratory, they would keep Heath for a long time, and it was very likely that he would grow up. During this period, they needed to take the responsibility of teaching the child to grow up smoothly. They could not indulge him not to speak just because he had poor learning ability. but should try to let him have the ability to choose whether to speak or not. "Master," said the old butler. "It's impossible that Master Heath wants to say something in some occasions in the future, but finds that he can only mumble." "It sounds a bit scary," Bruce agreed, but now, facing the little guy who looked at him blankly and said "Mama, no," Bruce still felt a headache. He was confident that with his and Wayne Enterprises' ability, no matter what happened at the press conference, they could solve it smoothly. But this confidence did not include the fact that at the press conference, a little kid shouted "Mom" to him in a suit and leather shoes, and then attracted the shock and attention of reporters. Bruce, sure enough, Dick taught him wrong. He sighed, picked up the little yellow hat, and put it in the hands of the old butler, who put down the tray happily behind him. As soon as the little yellow hat arrived in the hands of the old butler, he just wanted to kick his feet to get down. As a result, before his feet could shake twice, the old butler quickly handed him a bottle of milk. The little yellow hat suddenly had a bottle of milk in his hand, and he was satisfied, and happily bit the straw. He didn't care about the life or death of his teaching NPC anymore. After putting the yellow hat in place, Bruce rolled up his sleeves and put his arm around Dick's shoulders. He smiled and increased the strength of his hands, lifted him up, and dragged him towards the Batcave. "I think you taught quite well." Dick suddenly felt a gravity on his shoulders, and immediately smiled awkwardly. Yes, why don't I teach you something too?" Bruce said meaningfully. "About fighting skills." Dick Tony Stark, the absolute owner of Stark Enterprises, the leader of the military-industrial enterprise, a talented young scientist and one of the top richest people in the world, a playboy with a romantic side. These glamorous titles are concentrated on this one person. It is really a rare phenomenon. But in fact, Tony Stark is indeed a rare genius president, who has excellent talents in both business and scientific research. Tony is a genius among geniuses. There is no doubt about it. We are always tolerant of geniuses' tempers, not to mention Tony's bad temper. For example, he is arrogant, self-centered, unruly, and selfish. When these bad tempers appear in Tony, they subtly become characteristics, admired and even learned. But not everyone spoils Tony. For example, Pepper Potts, Tony's secretary, a decisive and fiery beauty. When Pepper opened the door with a thick stack of papers, passionate music filled her ears. She turned around and saw Tony sitting on a recliner by the window, with sunglasses on his nose, enjoying the beautiful morning sunshine. Pepper was immediately furious. "Tony, I should have told you that you need to deal with this document yesterday." Pepper finally found the thin contract from the pile of documents and threw it at Tony. "This document needs to be confirmed by the president himself. But I am not the boss. You are." The weight of a piece of paper is almost nothing. The paper that Pepper threw out with all her strength slid a short distance along the arc, like a paper airplane, and fell lightly into Tony's arm, and was lazily grabbed by Tony, who was lying down. Tony grabbed the paper and shook it lazily, without any intention of opening it to read. He didn't even take off his sunglasses, crossed his long legs in a different position, and casually said, "I will make you the boss now, Pepper. Help me deal with it." Pepper was about to be mad at the unreliable boss, but Pepper was worthy of being Pepper. She panted a few times and tried her best to calm down her anger. "In fact, you only need to take a look, then be so kind as to sign your name," Pepper said, "and I still need to deal with so many documents you missed." "Tony, didn't you finish it?" "Pepper, you are wrong, there are more." Tony finally took off his sunglasses. Wow. Pepper didn't want to talk to him anymore, put down the document, and was about to leave in high heels. Before leaving, she reminded him, "I will come up to get this one in a while." After signing, "Remember to add items to your itinerary in a few days. The boss has to go there in person." After the last word fell, the door of Tony's room was also closed heavily, isolating all external sounds. Tony shook the paper. "I still have to go there. So troublesome." He finally unfolded the paper and looked at it condescendingly. It was a business cooperation order without any novelty. The cooperation partner was Wayne Enterprises, which has been booming in the economic field in recent years. In terms of the order, It only involved some interesting scientific and technological aspects in terms of the cooperative products, and it was completely mediocre. Very boring, Tony commented. He had no interest in going. Tony had no intention of dealing with it since his interest was exhausted. But he really didn't want his good time to be disrupted by Pepper. Think about it. He was just basking in the sun now. What if one day when he was doing research, this dry business cooperation was presented to him again, which would be too much of a waste of his genius inspiration? Tony had a solution: just cancel it. As long as he went directly to the other party to cancel this unnecessary cooperation, he could save time for signing and going to the appointment, and he didn't have to be repeatedly reprimanded by Pepper. It was perfect. Tony snapped his fingers, sat up, and the recliner automatically folded into an office chair with a backrest. He stretched out his long arm, grabbed the phone, and called the number on the contract. The call was quickly connected. The call was answered by the switchboard secretary of Wayne Enterprises. Tony bluntly expressed his idea of canceling the cooperation. The secretary on the other side listened very well and agreed repeatedly, and things went smoothly. However, at the end of the call, the secretary added, "I will convey Mr. Stark's attitude to my superiors, but you may have to wait for a while. Wayne Enterprises is quite busy today, including the president." Tony was very satisfied with solving a troublesome matter, and even the interest in gossip came up. "Tony, what is more important than this?" Secretary: "Oh, today is the day when Mr. Wayne holds a press conference. He adopted a poor child." Hang up the phone. Tony was a little curious. He had heard of the president of Wayne Enterprises from the occasional conversations of people around him, and from the years when Wayne was at his peak in the economic field. The media always liked to use him and President Wayne as gimmicks. Both of them were in control of huge assets at a young age, and the lifeline of the company was controlled by the company. Coincidentally, they were both handsome playboys. Such a high degree of overlap is really rare. Although he had heard of it before, Tony had never paid serious attention to it. He was very proud of himself. Does he have a better brain than me? He just ignored such news. But at this moment, his impression of Bruce had changed subtly. Adopt a child, Tony said to himself, or another one. Does he still need to be called a great philanthropist? I hope he's not a great philanthropist who leaves his children to play in the mud at home. As he muttered to himself, Tony casually clicked on the live broadcast of the press conference that topped the local hot headlines. Tiny voices and shudder sounds appeared one after another. The flickering lights were facing the red table set up for the press conference, on which several serious guys who looked like spokespersons sat in a serious manner. He clicked in at a very coincidental time. It was almost the time when he had just finished the cumbersome preface and roughly answered the overwhelming questions from reporters. It was also the time when Bruce Wayne was going to bring his children out for a simple appearance. After waiting for a while, the voices gradually became noisy, like boiling water about to boil, rolling and noisy. Obviously, the highlight was coming. Tony crossed his arms and narrowed his eyes. After the commotion, a neatly dressed man walked to the center of the camera with a small white dumpling-like child in one hand. Tony looked at him and reluctantly admitted that Wayne's appearance was indeed comparable to his handsomeness. The media was not wrong, but he was still inferior to him, Tony thought. The child Bruce Wayne held was wrapped in a big white coat, which fully prevented the child from catching a cold. There was also a white hat with puppy ears sewn on the back of the coat. The child was always wrapped in a white coat and hat, and the puppy ears stood up and swayed with Bruce's movements. "Soft, Mr. Wayne," a reporter asked first, handing over the microphone. "Excuse me, can I see the full appearance of Mr. Wayne?" He asked this because since he took the stage, Bruce had always used his big hands to block Hazel's face and eyes to prevent the dazzling flash from hurting his eyesight or frightening him. "Sorry," Bruce said politely. "Then I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to turn off the flash first. By the way, to protect the child's normal life, I won't show the child's full appearance to the media." This was not an excessive request, nor was it an overly tough response. The reporters all agreed and turned off their flashlights. Bruce then obediently put down his hand. As soon as the big hand was removed, he could immediately see the whole picture. Bruce's newly adopted child looked very small and had a small face. The white mask alone almost covered his entire face. His skin was very white, and the exposed part of his skin was wider than the mask. His every move was very lively. After the hand that blocked his vision disappeared, he immediately looked left and right with his dog ears. His eyes were clearly black and white, and very smart. The female reporter who was close to him briefly looked at the child. Passive skill trigger. She suddenly felt dazed and thought that this child was so beautiful and cute. Even the cutest in the world was no more than this. Some shadows surged up along with her love, but soon, they were covered by the motherly love of women for young children. Bruce looked at everyone. As you can see, this is the child who will enter our family. He is very cute, but his experience is very tragic. Bruce finished his new life story for Heath in a few words. In his description, Heath was a child from an orphanage, who was taken away to be an experimental subject, so he was weak and sick. He met this child when he visited the new victims of his own hospital, and felt that they were destined to be together. After further inquiry, they found out that the orphanage had collapsed and the child was left without a father or mother, so they felt pity for him and decided to adopt him immediately because they were destined to meet. The female reporter's eyes were filled with tears. She completely believed Bruce's words and said to the reporters around her, "What a touching fate." But some rival reporters thought it was a coincidence. Some of them asked, "Can Mr. Wayne Jr. say a few words?" Mr. Wayne Jr. should be old enough to speak. We must guarantee Mr. Wayne Jr.'s autonomy. So the microphone was passed back. Bruce Wayne's face was a little cold. "I'm sorry, this child has a bad experience and his ability to speak is relatively lacking. It just so happens that he has enough time to show up." This was a completely undisguised way of driving guests away. After saying that, Bruce did move his steps and walked off the stage, but there were still people who insisted, "You don't let Mr. Wayne Jr. speak. Do you have something to hide, Mr. Wayne?" Bruce ignored him and walked to the edge of the camera without stopping. The noise became even louder. G. A babyish voice suddenly appeared in the crowd. The reporters looked left and right, focusing their attention on the baby above. Before Bruce stepped down the stairs, the puppy in his arms, had Zizi, reached out his hand, grabbed the microphone in his father's hand, and said something through the mask. Bruce paused slightly. He knew that letting Hazel say a few words at this time would make the situation much better, but Bruce didn't know if the child would shout something strange on the spot. The whole living room was silent. The reporters were silent. Even Tony outside the TV was silent unconsciously. They were waiting for a baby voice to sound again. The white ears on the hat shook, and the puppy hat Zizi approached the microphone again. He said, "Bye, bye." Chapter 23. The puppy hat said goodbye. Very cute, and just right. The man holding him relaxed his shoulders, as if he was relieved for some reason. He turned his head and glanced at the silent reporters sitting below, picked up his pace and left from the side of the stage with the child. The host of Wayne Enterprises also took a breath. He quickly held a microphone and patched up his boss and the boss's child. "As you can see, our young master has no problem with language and intelligence." The host was trying hard to support the scene, and several people supported him. The lights were flashing, and the scene became lively and happy again, but many reporters below were still immersed in the incident just now. The female reporter who was close to him raised her portable camera in time and took a picture of the puppy holding the microphone to say goodbye. The camera quality was very good, and even the fur on the dog's ears could be clearly seen in the photos. The more the female reporter looked at it, the cuter it felt. She felt that it would be great if her future child could look like this. She was so absorbed in watching that the reporter also patted her, wanting to take this photo of her at a great angle. "If I had known there was such a cute child," the colleague said with envy, "I would have tried to adopt one too. How could this playboy have gotten the chance?" The female reporter smiled regretfully, agreeing with her colleague's words. Although the protagonist of the topic had left, the press conference had to go on. In addition to announcing the identity of the newly adopted young Master Wayne, Wayne Enterprises' subsequent plans to donate to the victims of the underground laboratory and business cooperation plans will also be announced at the press conference, making the press conference more interesting and covering the adoption event to a certain extent. But until the end of the press conference, the colleagues went their separate ways, and the female reporter returned to her newspaper post. constantly typing on the keyboard to write down the headlines of the news she received today. The cute look of the cub wearing a dog hat, looking left and right and making cooing sounds, still appeared in her mind all the time. Logically speaking, when attending such an important press conference, she should write down the main news, such as Mr. Wayne's attitude towards children, and the various economic plans of Wayne Enterprises in the future. These are the headlines that can attract everyone's attention, but the female reporter's fingers trembled slightly as she typed on the keyboard. She couldn't help but write a series of flattering words praising the cuteness of the baby. "Ah," the female reporter patted her red face, "it's so cute, just keep writing like this." Although at home, the little yellow hat was instigated by Dick to call Bruce Mom. He did it truthfully. But facing a pile of eyes looking at them, and a barrel of long guns and cannons, Hazel felt that he still had to give the Big Daddy some face in front of others. After all, this economic Big Daddy was really good to him. Not only did he bring him home from Dr. X, but he also treated him materially. Even the housekeeper, Mask Predator, who had been managing the little yellow hat, with the intentional or unintentional acquiescence of the economic Big Daddy, stuffed Hazel with a lot of snacks and cute toys. As soon as the press conference was over, they returned to Wayne Manor. Heather immediately noticed a new change in the familiar living room. There was an extra bookshelf. The bookshelf was not big, and the structure was also simple and luxurious, but the books inside were painted in a different style. There were many childlike and familiar ducks painted on the spines of the small books. Even Heather, who had only been there for a few days, could tell at a glance. This was the bookcase that the old butler bought for him. This was indeed the case. Bruce completely agreed with the old butler's statement. He also agreed that Heather should be taught all aspects of knowledge well. He didn't seek to excel, but at least he should strive to reach the average level of ordinary peers. At the very least, there should be no illiterate people in the Wayne family. Bruce handed Heath over to the old butler and told him, "Teach him well, Alfu." Little Yellow Hat was not wearing a duck hat at the moment, but a dog hat from the press conference. The white mask on his head was hidden under the hat. When he was handed to the old butler, Puppy Hat subconsciously pressed his white hat, fearing that the old butler would take it off again. The old butler pretended not to see his little movements. "Okay, sir, I have plenty of time during the day." Their back and forth meant that they were going to hand over the responsibility of teaching knowledge to the old butler. Dick was indeed not suitable to be a teacher for a long time. As a minor, he also had his own learning tasks, and it was not suitable for him to keep reading to a baby. But the old butler who was free could. Puppy Hat mustered up the courage. "No," the puppy protested loudly. Heath felt that as a language, the few things Dick taught yesterday were already very practical. Learning should be a combination of work and rest. Even if he was playing the 20 growth plan, Heath would arrange a course for his own character and then take a break. Not to mention here, he hadn't finished exploring Wayne Manor last time, and now he was eager to move freely and explore. Bruce looked at him disapprovingly. "No." As soon as he said no, Puppy Hat wanted to contradict him and wanted to bark no twice, but was stopped by the old butler in time. The old butler was experienced, not only in cleaning skills in bat caves, but also in how to get along with children properly. "Master Hazel," he said to Puppy Hat in his arms, "we can learn while playing. What do you think about starting with this house? Alfred wants to guide you to get familiar with Wayne Manor. Guidance can speed up the growth of manor familiarity." Puppy Hat immediately nodded frantically, and the furry dog ears rubbed against the old butler's chin, like two sticky cotton balls, with warm heating and milk fragrance. Feeling good, the old butler took Puppy Hat and left intimately as if they were father and son of different generations. Only an old father who was ignored was left behind. Bruce reached out and grabbed the hairspray, thinking calmly, "It's okay, at least he didn't call for his mother again." Solving the press conference is not the end. Hi Shizzy's strange physique is always the last fuse to detonate the bomb. Masks can be a means of suppression for a period of time, but they cannot be carried out all the time. The old housekeeper has confirmed that this strange ability is not only expressed by the face. As long as every organ of Hi Shizzy has beauty, it can actually be expressed to a certain extent, and this strange physique is still in its infancy. Hi Shizzy is still a child, His current beauty is very simple, and his body has not grown up at all. When he clenches his fist, it is just a small dumpling. There is no beauty, only cuteness. But when Hishizi grows up, his limbs are stretched, his facial brow bones are clearly outlined, and his body is stretched. Beauty is far beyond the reach of a mask. Bruce knows very well that as a person walking in the dark, his will is much greater than that of ordinary people. But even he almost lost his mind when facing Hishizi's childhood face. It is hard to imagine how many people will be affected when he grows up. Now, the child has officially become a child of the Wayne family. Bruce would not be willing to let the Wayne children not be able to choose a normal life for the rest of their lives, because the crimes of others are not to be seen by others. As the head of the family and the person who makes the decision, he will escort them to avoid these. Bruce took out the badge he picked up, his eyes darkened, and he turned to the Batcave. Edward was directly killed by the explosion. Gus, his biological brother who was called by the doctor and the police, had red eyes, a tangled beard, and a haggard appearance. He could not accept such bad news. He was fine yesterday. The police looked at each other. That's right, but you have to ask your brother's partner. After the notification, they took Gus to the morgue to confirm the identity of the deceased. Gus looked at the bloody body and barely recognized it by some of the body's features, and nodded with tears in his eyes. This is my brother. But after the identification, the police did not let Gus go easily. Edward and Gus are brothers who depend on each other. Both of their parents died, and neither of them married. There are only two people in the whole family. Now that Edward is dead, Gus, who was not a suspect at first, has become particularly suspicious. In addition, Chief Gordon has issued a new order to keep a close eye on the relevant personnel and bring them back to the station for retrial if necessary. The police officers were even more rude and took Gus to the police station detention center. To be a little more humane, they moved him to a detention room where there were no casualties. Several sheriffs interrogated him from morning to sunset, but they could not find out anything. Instead, the more they interrogated, the more they felt that this suspect was not a suspect at all. He is not involved in human transportation, and he doesn't care about his brother's business. After all, he also runs a grocery store. The most important thing is that when Edward died, he had a complete alibi. He was in his own grocery store, which is far away from our police station. The sheriff sighed. It's almost evening, and we have no reason to keep him for more than a day. The other sheriffs looked at each other. Finally, when the sun was about to be replaced by the bright moon and the neon lights on the streets of Gotham were lit up one by one, the door of the detention room opened, and Gus was released from the police station intact. Standing on the busy street, he was free, but not completely free, because leaving the police station does not mean escaping surveillance and interrogation. Every step he takes and everything he does next is the silent interrogation of him by the eyes in the dark. Gus returned to the grocery store, and his only employee Brown came to greet him and welcome his boss back. There was no flaw. But it didn't take long before the electronic eyes captured that the wife of the grocery store employee Brown had an abnormal movement trajectory. At this time, a completely different action appeared, going to a dilapidated church. The fish took the bait. The dark bat looked at all this coldly. Chapter 24. This is an abandoned church. The original faith gradually faded away, and the traces of time gradually eroded the carved beams and painted buildings. The crowd and faith were gone. Over time, the empty corner attracted snakes and rats that were eager to gather, and this place became their gathering hiding place. Patty and her husband had no faith. They had no money, no jobs, and no children. But after witnessing the miracle performed by their boss Gus and his brother Edward, facing the naked interests and temptations, their hearts were shaken. God is about to come to this world, Edward said condescendingly. He has infinite power. He will have the power above this fragment, and when he comes to this world, believers will have everything that the world pursues. Gus stood beside him. He was no longer humble during the day, and held a crystal box with a fanatical look. The middle of the crystal box was black, and inside was a messy black long hair, like the extra hair that a woman combed her hair during the day. And it looked ordinary at first glance. But in fact, just now, The Gus brothers used this hair to show the strange miracles of countless extremely beautiful women being born and then being swallowed by flames. This unscientific scene completely conquered the short-sighted and simple-minded Pardis and her husband. Gus said, "We have contacted the person who nurtured the gods. Someone was responsible for the birth of the gods, and the remaining responsibility of nurturing the new gods was equally important." The Gus brothers handed the responsibility of nurturing the gods to Pardis and her husband. With the newborn and the secular money, the poor couple had almost no reason to refuse. I believed them. Pardis sat on the ground with tears in her eyes, her limbs limp, and her body trembled slightly. The dark figure stood in front of the collapsed woman. The black mopping cloak was like a big snake circling behind the sculpture, quietly staying in place, and the leather gloves twisted a crystal box, which no longer had a large mass of hair as the woman remembered. Only a black thread remained. Batman looked at the black hair through the crystal box. This hair is almost the same as ordinary hair in appearance, but it seems to contain a strange power that is the same as that of Heath. When Patty found the crystal box in the church, Batman appeared and subdued her. The timid woman immediately knelt down and surrendered, handing over the box. Batman said, "What was your original plan with Gus?" The woman said fearfully, "He just wanted to take back these miracles." The chin that was not covered by the mask moved slightly, and Batman raised the corners of his mouth slightly. "It seems that Patty is just a small fry, and Gus has no intention of telling her the real purpose of his founding a sect." There was a sirens outside the church, and the woman was startled and looked around tremblingly. "I suggest you stay where you are and receive treatment from the doctor," the woman said puzzledly. "I'm not sick." Batman looked down at her. "Your archbishop was a top student majoring in chemical engineering in college, and he also had some connections with the cult. You and your husband got seriously ill some time ago, and it was he who treated you." "Patty, what about this? Isn't it clear enough?" A clear young voice sounded from behind them. Under the decaying statue seat on the side of the two, a small door that Gus used to use opened, and a slender red and green figure appeared. Robin Dick smiled. "Madam, you don't know that those guys who helped him are now almost blown up, right?" Patty's face turned pale. Even if she helped Gus do many evil things, she didn't expect that she would be implanted with a bomb like those disposable items. She didn't dare to move at all, and was taken away by the police and doctors who came. The rest was left to the police, and Batman and Robin left the abandoned church silently. "I thought the real culprit behind this would be some scary big organization," Dick said. "But I didn't expect that it was just a small organization that used this small bunch of hair to bully others." "But it makes sense when you think about it. If they have the ability to practice on their own, they probably don't need to pretend to cooperate with Dr. X." "Batman, they are far from developed, but their interpersonal network is interesting enough." The police station was handed over to Gordon to pay attention to, and he actually found a few guys with such badges, and found that they had some inextricable connection with Edward's brother. So Gordon and Batman designed a plan to let Gus enter the police station but escape suspicion. To reduce his suspicion, Gus arrogantly thought he had escaped, so he asked his men to take back the key items in the den. In fact, his every move at this time was what Batman paid the most attention to. "Short strands of hair can attract so many followers," Dick exclaimed. "This hair is too magical." "However, the hair alone is so magical. What does the real body look like?" Batman looked at him and said, "You'd better not be curious." He warned his curious adopted son, then held the crystal box tightly and returned to the Batcave with the box. Before he entered the Batcave, Dick called him. "Hey, Bruce, remember to come up before dinner tomorrow." Batman paused and said, "Maybe it's a little difficult." He shook the trophy in his hand. Obviously, he was eager to go to the Batcave just to study it, to give Hazel a better living condition and to free him from his restraints. "Dick, I know. But there is no need to rush the experiment on such a day. Tomorrow night is a special day." Hearing this, Batman's mind immediately flashed several events related to tomorrow's date, but he could not immediately think of something related to his having to come out tonight, so he turned around and signaled Dick not to keep him in suspense. Dick smiled and said, "Tomorrow night, I will celebrate the little guy's birthday." "Oh, that's right." Shortly after arriving home, The old butler asked Bruce when Hazel's birthday was, but the child was an orphan with unknown identity, and Bruce had no way of knowing when his real birthday was. Alfred asked Hazel when he wanted to celebrate his birthday every year, and the little guy just chose tomorrow as his birthday. Dick put his hands on his hips. It just so happens that everything has come to an end. The little guy can rest assured that he will grow up in our house and celebrate for one night. He blinked at the serious Black Knight. I think the little guy will not mind whether his new mask appears a day earlier or not, but he will mind whether his mom is present on his birthday. Batman was serious. Bruce blinked slowly behind the mask. Finally, he nodded under Dick's gaze, turned around, and went to the Batcave with the crystal box. Dick watched him go down, and he tried to hold back his laughter, and then he burst into laughter. Sure enough, he still cares about the little guy. Alfred asks you to set your own birthday. As a senior player, Heather immediately chose a day nearby, because it is well known that good things can be received on the character's birthday. However, with so many days in a year, you are often not sure whether you can play on your birthday, or whether you have the energy to play games on your actual birthday. So, instead of honestly choosing a birthday in the distant future, it is better to look at the present and have fun right away and celebrate your birthday. The old housekeeper didn't know these little thoughts in his mind. The old housekeeper just looked at the little white dog on the bed lovingly, with a big mask on his palm-sized face, tied in a knot, looking cute and pitiful. Children like birthdays and want birthdays to come as soon as possible. This idea is really normal. The old housekeeper touched the little white dog's forehead. Okay, go to bed, the old housekeeper said. I promise you will have a great birthday tomorrow. Entering sleep state, children need to go to bed and get up early. Adults don't need to. Dick was carrying a large roll of fireworks and decorative paper, as well as 2 large bags of decorations, waiting downstairs for the old housekeeper to decorate the old house together. According to the old housekeeper's idea, they needed to cut these large rolls of paper into thin strips at night, and decorate the corners of several main rooms along with the long scrolls, so that the house could be transformed overnight. Dick bought a lot of decorations from outside. He raised a huge bag in his hand and showed it to the old housekeeper. It was full of yellow ducks and white puppies, which were the physical versions of the cartoons that Hazel often watched. Very good, the old housekeeper nodded. Let's decorate all of these together. The old housekeeper was responsible for cutting and distributing the shiny small ornaments in each corner, and Dick carried the ladder and followed the old housekeeper's instructions to glue them in various places. The old housekeeper was experienced in decoration, and Dick was young and strong. The old and the young worked together, and it basically didn't take long for them to easily complete the decoration of a place. From upstairs to downstairs, the small lanterns Dick bought came in handy, and even the handrails on each floor were hung with 2 layers. As soon as Dick pressed the switch, the whole staircase began to flicker. They still had 1 floor to decorate. Dick had just moved the ladder and carried a large bag of props down when he stopped. The old housekeeper followed him, looked over his shoulder, and smiled with curved eyes. It seems that the master has also come to help. The living room, which was originally piled with materials, now only had a few small bags of materials on the table. The rest were scattered like flowers from heaven, appearing on the walls of the living room, or on the sofa and corners. The elegant and luxurious dark wallpaper in the middle of the living room was covered with yellow and pink balloons, spelling out the words "Happy Birthday." Batman's cape mopped the floor, like a cat's tail, sneaking around and finishing it, and then shrank back to the Batcave. Dick put down his things and spread his hands. Okay, it seems we can do less work. Day 4, today is your birthday. Your mood index starts to increase by 20%. Good morning. The game interface regained its brightness, and what appeared was not the dazzling sunlight, but the warm smile of the boy. Dick smiled and pinched the face of the baby who had just woken up, and it was soft. The old housekeeper was looking for clothes in the closet behind Dick. After picking and choosing, he found a set of duck clothes and duck hats, and replaced the dog hats from the previous day. So the puppy hat baby went offline, and the duck hat baby came back online. The little yellow hat changed his clothes, took Dick's hand, and climbed out of bed happily. He walked to the door and pushed it open with a whoosh. In just one day, the game map changed a lot. Basically, every corner that can be seen is carefully decorated with gift paper and balloons, with the festive words of happy birthday. The entire Wayne Manor instantly turned into a childlike duck castle. There are also several white puppies. He was also given a top hat and sent to the top of the wall, where he sat happily holding a birthday cake. The eyes on the mask lit up, and the little yellow hat tugged at Dick, then turned around and tugged at the old housekeeper's hand, asking them to look at the cute puppies and ducks. They were so beautiful. The little yellow hat tried to reach out and touch the decorations on the wall, and his fingertips touched them. "The Wayne family decorated for you all night." The little yellow hat was a little stunned. He said to Dick and the old housekeeper, "Jiggy?" Then he said happily, "Podgy Podgy." "Yeah." Dick smiled helplessly. "Why do you still like Podgy after teaching you several words?" "But learning will be discussed later." Dick picked up the little yellow hat and showed him how beautiful the living room decorated by Mom was, and then happily accompanied the child to play in the garden outside. At noon, there were favorite side dishes, and in the evening, the old housekeeper made a lot of hard dishes that were suitable for children and delicious. The table was full, and there was also the indispensable cake. Bruce changed his clothes in the Batcave at the last second before dinner. Everyone sat around the table, although he was angry that the old butler kept snatching his mask. In fact, the old butler was the one who took care of Little Yellow Hat the most during this period. So when choosing a seat, Little Yellow Hat insisted on pulling Alfred to sit with him. Dick raised his fork. "Okay, it doesn't matter. Light the candles and make a wish." Turn off the lights, and under the flickering candlelight, Little Yellow Hat's hat was taken off and replaced with a pointed birthday hat, which looked like a small Christmas hat. Dick took the lead in singing the birthday song, and the old butler followed. At first, he thought it was just the two of them singing, but after singing for a while, he felt a low harmony in the song, and found that Bruce had hummed a short part along. It was Little Top Hat's turn to make a wish. The system did not give any prompts, but the game interface stopped warmly when everyone was singing around the candlelight. Hazel blinked. He glanced at the panel again and confirmed that according to the current calculation method of day.x, the character will almost certainly start playing the game from this age. However, the sales interface still confirmed without a doubt that it was a strategy game. A friend also replied not long ago that he was sure it was a strategy game. His character was in a young age and could talk to many beautiful older sisters without being ignored. Maybe it was an operational error, or a hidden line was hit. Heiss couldn't allow himself to use a child with extremely low intelligence to attack, but if he wanted to continue this save, he would have to use a long period of child training and would not be able to attack. But facing the warm candlelight picture and the happy birthday song, Heiss couldn't abandon this save, and couldn't abandon the particularly warm family in this picture. Forget it. Heiss sighed and controlled the character to blow out the candle, looking at the picture of his family touching his head, feeding him cake, and giving him gifts. Heiss blinked, then play a simulation development game for a while. Traveling through the Cubs and the Birds. Chapter 25. Time flies. From the time he wanted to play this children's simulation game more, the characters and NPCs in the game seemed to have merged into real life without him noticing, becoming his second life. Every day when he woke up, he had to log into the game to check how the little people in the game had developed. Children always grow up very fast. From the beginning of learning to speak, he could only sit on the ground and make grunts, then slowly learned a few words that required a little stuttering, and then one morning, the little character's intelligence value grew to the point where he could learn words relatively easily. That morning, the system announced, intelligence value reaches the required value. The progress of the language learning system opening has increased. You are now a person with relatively normal intelligence, and the progress of language learning has accelerated. Little Yellow Hat has grown a little taller. The old yellow duck clothes are a bit tight, so the housekeeper bought him new pajamas of the same style, which are soft and will not scratch the skin. But the hat can still be worn. The duck hat is still on his head. The little yellow hat was originally sitting on the bed, sleepy in the morning, just putting the hat on the top of his head. The duck icon sat firmly in the soft hair, but after listening to the broadcast, the little yellow hat jumped 3 feet high. The duck icon was about to fly out. Hazel immediately pressed the direction key and rushed to the next room. A yellow ball also pushed open the door of Dick's room with a chirp like a chick returning to the nest. Dick didn't lock the door when he went to bed. He went out with Batman for night patrol as usual last night, so he naturally slept soundly in the morning. But he didn't expect that a yellow ball rushed into his room and pounced on his quilt. Wow! Dick half opened his eyes, and before he could see clearly, his hand had already grasped the back collar of the yellow ball, and his voice was vague. "What's wrong, Duck?" The yellow ball also waved and stretched out a hand, reaching Dick's face and pinching it. Then he said in a babyish but clear voice, "Good morning." "Okay, good morning." The quilt was opened with a snap, and Dick sat up with a jerk, staring at the yellow ball beside him with wide eyes. "I seem to have heard something, kid. Say it again." The yellow ball had said it. The yellow ball achieved its goal, and its little feet fluttered on the edge of the bed and climbed down, trying to run away. But Dick was relentless, and he was sobered up with shock. He grabbed the little duckling with his strong arms and pressed him on his bed to tickle him. "Hurry up and say it again to the teacher." "Ha ha ha ha." The little duckling's face was flushed under the mask. Until Hazel's 10th birthday, Bruce brought Hazel a special gift from the Batcave, a bracelet. The bracelet was carved from a special material, and it felt smooth and jade-like. It was a little bigger than the child's current wrist, and it was estimated that it could be worn for several years without taking it off. This was not an ordinary decorative bracelet. This is a suppressive bracelet specially made for Heath by Bruce after 2 years of research on a small piece of hair obtained by him in conjunction with the best medical contacts he could find. After wearing this bracelet, Heath's charm will be suppressed to a great extent, similar to charm -80. Therefore, as long as Heath wears this bracelet, even if he takes off his mask, the degree of malice aroused by the people facing him can be reduced to a minimum. Those with a slightly stronger will only feel that his beauty is attractive but will not feel controlled. His special physique has been effectively controlled. Then from now on, Bruce said to the little duck hat kid with a gentle look in his eyes, "You don't have to wear a mask." The old housekeeper and Dick held the kid from both sides and helped him carefully take off the mask, revealing his white and tender face that had not been exposed to the sun for a long time. Over the years, it has become white and soft, and there is still a lot of baby fat that has not faded. Dick opened his eyes wide, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He knew that the baby was good-looking and had an extraordinary physique, but he didn't expect that he was so beautiful beyond the ordinary. But he was still a baby. The baby opened his mouth blankly and uttered an ah. He blinked his eyes. He felt uncomfortable with the natural contact with the air at first. He turned his head left and right to find Afu and hid his little face in Afu's arms. Dick bent down and finally saw a little bit of his face from Afu's armpits. He teased the baby and said, "Wow, I can see the whole face. It's very beautiful." The baby didn't fall for it and buried his face in Afu's arms and refused to come out. Dick changed the subject. "It's just a little fat." When he said this, the baby was immediately unhappy. He was so angry that he raised his head from Afu's arms and scratched him. "The baby is not fat." Every story of growing up seems to contain a warm milky fragrance. You can associate many things from small things. They are all very warm things in children's memories. In fact, they are also warm things in the hearts of adults. It was because of the warmth they felt from each other that Heiss was willing to keep playing the game. He played for several years. Even when he was feeling unwell and couldn't fall asleep, he would think about the game and played it to his heart's content for a long time. He finally fell asleep and had a good sleep. He slept for a long time. He breathed heavily countless times. He felt that the weakness and muscle aches in his body disappeared with sleep. His head became clear and Heiss used his elbows to rub his eyes and climbed up. Before going to bed, he hung the game in the room in a hurry. Afu called him to drink milk, but he didn't have time to control the character to respond. So the first thing he did when he woke up was to open the game interface, control the character, and ask Afu for a cup of hot milk in the morning. Because he felt very warm when he woke up, and his body was covered with a quilt, and his chest felt soft. Heist naturally thought that he had woken up from the bed. However, he squinted his eyes and instinctively touched the edge of the bed, but he didn't touch the familiar wooden table and computer as usual. Instead, the further he stretched his fingers outward, the more he felt the soft mattress and the soft blanket that had been covering his body. He felt something was wrong. Today's furnishings were very different. Where was his table? Was his bed this big? Thinking of this, Heist immediately stopped his lazy awakening movements, shook his head to become more awake, and opened his eyes to look at his hands. The touch of his hands was exactly right, because looking at the position of his hands, he was indeed stroking the mattress and blankets, and there was even a long distance from the edge of the bed. Because the size of this bed was quite amazing, Heist sat up and had to walk a few steps on the bed before he could get down. Heist, this is not his bed. His bed is not this big. He suddenly woke up and looked around. The surrounding area was much larger than his small room. After all, just to put down this kind of bed, it would be impossible to use a small room. The room was very large and the decoration was not left behind. The wallpaper in the room was a gentle goose yellow, and the bedding was the same color as the wallpaper, which looked very gentle. The floor was a wooden striped floor, which seemed very luxurious when viewed from the outside, but the entire room was almost covered with bright yellow plush carpets, with only the edges and the toilet door revealing a little pitiful original wood color. The bookcase was placed steadily next to the desk, and it seemed to have been carefully sorted. At the bottom were some large-scale literature, in the middle were books suitable for teenagers, and at the top were some picture magazines and comic books, which were children's favorites. The pages were turned and curled, and it was obvious that someone had often read these children's books in the past. This was not Haishizi's own room at all. His room looked like a rental house for middle-class young people. Being able to put a bed and a desk cleanly was already worthy of praise. Where would he get the interest to paint the walls and put a bookcase? But although this was not his room, he did not recognize this room. But why did he feel familiar with this decoration style and the arrangement of items? Haishizi stretched his legs blankly. As soon as he stretched his legs, he immediately felt that his feet seemed to be touched by a more fluffy and soft object. Heist crawled over boldly and pulled the fluffy thing out from under the quilt. The thing was quite large, and when it was turned out, the whole quilt was turned upside down. When he saw the fluffy thing, his mind went blank for a moment. This was a yellow stuffed toy, a stuffed duck. The fat, blunt mouth and silly eyes. These characteristics of a duck were softened by cotton wool and turned into animal organs made of fluffy cotton. Heist thought about it and felt that everything he saw after waking up looked familiar. Yellow duck, warm yellow decoration, good guy. Isn't this the thing of the protagonist in Gotham? He still clearly remembered that the original decoration style of this room was very luxurious and classical, but when it was used as a children's room, it was blocked by various stuffed toys and ducks. Later, when the protagonist grew up, many stuffed toys needed to be removed and replaced with desks and other objects for study, and these gorgeous appearances were exposed again. Afu asked the kid, "Do you like this style? You can change it according to your preferences." Heist searched online for the room decoration he liked, and told Afu that he wanted goose yellow wallpaper, wanted the bookcase and table to be placed in the direction of the sun, and the big duck doll to accompany him to sleep with the character figurine from childhood to adulthood and not to be thrown away. Afu is really a magical butler. He completely followed Haishizi's ideas and transformed the room into the way Haishizi liked in just half a day. So since the transformation, every time Haishizi woke up from sleep state, he could see his favorite room decoration, and he was in a very good mood and was more willing to continue playing the simulation game. And in reality, this was the first time Haishizi saw a one-to-one ideal room. There was a sense of horror that a doll turned into a giant. Haishizi unconsciously had a bold guess in his heart. Could it be that the new room he appeared in was the room in the game? So that means, the NPC in the game will also appear in front of him? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.